All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here today. This is the highly anticipated, the much awaited storm at the end of the week that we've been talking about for quite some time now. We're at 125 on Friday, November the 4th. We've got temperatures that are moderate into the southern United States, and we now have a couple of tornadoes that have been reported here and there as far as the warnings go. We got a warning to the north, and we got a lot of stuff going on down to the south, too. Brett's watching a couple of thunderstorms there that are just north of Abilene, I think, that he's had his eye on as well. Brett, what's going on there, bro?
Well, I'm currently sitting in Rowlett, Texas, or excuse me, Rockwall, Texas, just northeast of Dallas on Interstate 30 right now, and we're starting to watch the thunderstorms develop really from a line along the Interstate 35 corridor up near Sherman, Denison, back toward the southwest, toward Arlington and Cleburne, just southwest to the Dallas metro. Those storms have really started to pop off a lot of lightning. We had a capping inversion in place earlier, so it kind of kept everything pretty tame up until the last hour. We've seen these thunderstorms grow and rapidly organize, where we've had a couple of tornado warnings, one in southern Oklahoma, I think, at the current time, and then a severe thunderstorm warning there in North Texas. But this is going to be a developing situation as we continue throughout the rest of the afternoon because the conditions further to the east are even more unstable and more sheared. We have a cold front now that lines up basically from near Lawton, Oklahoma, back to the southwest of Abilene. It looks like the front just went through Abilene. The winds have shifted to the southwest. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning over there where it's a little less unstable. The winds are a little more unidirectional there, so likely large hail damaging wind threat. But the tornado threat is really in place across the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex and further to the east, up into southeast Oklahoma for the next several hours. And I think that's really what we're going to key in on this afternoon, David.
Yeah, as you said, a lot of stuff happening here. But what has happened too is that we've gone from what was thought to be a slight risk earlier in the week to an enhanced risk, and then earlier in the day today they did up this to a moderate risk about the noontime hour, and have put this out now for the remainder of the day today, meaning that there are the likelihood of several tornadoes. Some of those may be quite strong as well moving on through. I got to get to this tornado warning, by the way, that just popped up. This one we've had for a little while, actually, but it still has a 30-minute expiration time on it with some small hail being recorded here. But the National Weather Service does say that we have a tornado warning for Bryan County, Texas. This is going to go, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but capable of producing a tornado and quarter-size hail there. It affects Durant, also Colbert, and there in the Texoma and Clear areas. We are looking at the possibility of a tornado moving on to the east. We'll take a look and see what we've got. This is actually, let me go to the local radar here to take a better look at it. But what we're basically looking at is a severe thunderstorm warning down to the south, and it's all embedded within a tornado watch. And there's an expiration time, but don't worry about it because it's going to be late tonight before that actually ends. But there's your actual tornado warning just off to the north. Well, look, there is a velocity data. Look at all that lightning, too, by the way, Brett. There's tons of lightning here.
Yeah, tons of lightning too with that cell just a little while ago as it went through portions of Grayson County there. We're definitely starting to hail now near Knollwood, Texas. 1 inch reported by a spotter at 1:15 p.m. So those updrafts are really beginning to crank now. The capping inversion, as we talked about, a little warm layer of the atmosphere just off the surface, that is pretty well gone as this frontal boundary is moving to the area we have what we call forcing. So we're going to see these thunderstorms continue to intensify and organize over the next little bit. Matter of fact, even some of the storms here just to my northwest now, northwest of McKinney, starting to show that little kidney bean shape, which is, what we're going to be looking for because there's so much shear in the atmosphere.
Yeah, there's plenty of it right here as well. And we got this all coming in. I was just looking at the camera out of Fort Worth a few moments ago. It is raining pretty hard there, just to the east of town on the I-20 there, going over toward, Arlington into the Dallas-Fort Worth, eastern Dallas, area there. And that's some of the heavier precipitation that's coming down into that region. And again, most of the modeling that we've been looking at over the last 24 hours has suggested that supercell, single-cell thunderstorms that are be coming into eastern Texas, up into the Dallas region at about this time of the day, 2, 3 o'clock into the afternoon. Look to be peak about 3 to 4. up until 6 o'clock tonight. So kind of everything just really happening here over the last little while. And some of these other thunderstorms Brett was just talking about a few moments ago as well. These are going to be east of Haskell. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect here as well for Shackleford and also Throckmorton counties. You got a severe thunderstorm warning there, 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater and quarter-size hail coming in out of this just to the south of State Highway 360. That'll keep moving on to the east, as well as the other thunderstorms coming into Moran and then Breckenridge in about 15, 20 minutes. Look for that off to your west as well. Those are the warnings that we currently have, all embedded within the big yellow area here that is a watch that goes roughly from the northern border of Oklahoma all the way south and down into the Waco, Austin area there, Brett, as well. So we'll be looking out for this entire area. But it's, what always happens is one or two tornado warnings happen outside of the box. Because you know what? The box don't know, or the tornado doesn't know it's not in the box. So it happens just about anywhere.
Oh, no doubt about it, David. That's what we're going to be watching this afternoon. This is just kind of a bordering line where they think the most intense and most severe activity is going to occur, across that watch time period, which it looks like they're pretty dead on right now. We've got a couple of warnings to the west, but those are primarily wind and hail. And matter of fact, some of those temperatures back over in Frederick, where that severe thunderstorm warning is they're in the 40s. So you can imagine that's mainly a hail threat, maybe some wind. But yeah, I mean, I tell you, one of the things that we're really watching for is the population centers today are in the line of fire. So what's got my attention, and the reason we're sitting in Rockwall right now, is you can see there's a pretty good thunderstorm off to the southwest of Dallas-Fort Worth Metro that has gotten its act together over the last little bit, starting to get a little bit of a look to it, but tons of lightning. So the wind fields are also showing that we're seeing some intense winds in there. Would not be surprised at all to see a severe thunderstorm warning come out as that heads into the metro at a minimum. But I am noticing some of the winds out ahead of that thing are starting to veer around just a little bit. And they're going to vary in that local storm environment there. But that's one thing that we're going to be watching and likely traveling toward, I would assume, in the next 15 minutes or so to try to get a good visual on that.
All right, I know you're out and about there. Brett is at the mercy of a cell signal. When he gets one, he can talk to us. When he doesn't, he may go in and out. I just got to be honest. At the moment, it sounds like you had a bad lunch back in my ears. But anyway, I know we'll be getting more and more there. We got a lot to go through the day today. We have quite a bit of time left over on this, and this is not just going to go away at the end of the sunset today. This is going to continue into the overnight hours tonight, at least up until midnight or so as it moves on to the east. This is also an area that has been hampered by drought conditions for quite some time. I mean, they just haven't had hardly any rain here along the Mississippi River, where they do need that. So they're going to get some much appreciated rainfall too, because this really lines up. We'll look at the models in just a couple of seconds to sort of take a peek at what's happening here. But the modeling did suggest to us that we were going to have some prolonged periods of rain right there in that area. And I'll make the box a little bit smaller here, Brett. And I'm going to go to the models, if you'll bear with me, because I'm going to do all this on the fly during the day today. I know this program pretty well, by the way. This is Radar Omega. They are one of our partners here as we are. This is the genesis of what we're going to be doing as days go by here. This is to our second attempt here, really, at trying to keep information. And one of the reasons this happened is because there's some horrible misinformation going on out there, and it's driving me insane. So Brett and I have been talking about doing this for many, many years because he's out and about. I'm sitting here in a lounge chair just watching what he does. Most of the time, he and Heath Lawler are out there for the day today. So there's the big picture, Brett. There's the thunderstorms that we've got. I think you can maybe see what I see, which is the full screen radar here at the moment. And the HER is up right now, by the way.
Yeah, I see that, David. That looks like a pretty good representation of what's, really happening at the moment and what we expect to continue to happen. We're going to watch these cells continue to organize and mature. That's what we're afraid of. We get some of these to mature type supercells possibly, and then we could have some issues. So I am going to start moving now. I believe we may end up more toward Plano here in the next few minutes. just to see what we can get on with this next storm that is coming up from the south. Again, as I've said, I'm growing concerned about that one headed into the metro area. Um, I don't know how traffic is going to be. See, that's a big issue too. We're now at 1:30 local time, and here locally, and that's going to be problematic as these storms continue to develop. Likely going to see issues even all the way up until the rush hour. So,
Right.
that's another concerning feature right now, David. And we're going to continue to travel and track these storms as they move into the area.
All right, you do that, Brett. Maybe we can clear your audio up there just a little bit as well. But right now, let me get you up to date on where we are, because we do still, in fact, at this moment, we have a tornado watch. In fact, let's just go to it here. Let me show you what we're talking about. Tornado watch that remains in effect for the rest of this evening. Valid until 8 o'clock tonight. Tornadoes, a few, which may be quite strong. Hail. We'll be looking for that might reach up to 2 inches in size. Possible there. Scattered gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely as well. But where you do see the tornado watch is right here into the region that is painted in yellow, which runs roughly from Bartlesville there in Oklahoma back over to Joplin, southward into Fayetteville. Clips about 6 counties there in northwestern Arkansas. Then goes southward along the Red River, all the way down to Dallas, Granbury, and Tyler, Texas. I mentioned Tyler. A good friend of mine used to do the weather there in Tyler, Texas. And he was always concerned about severe weather. I would certainly be watching here along I-30, 45, and I-20 as we go into the next several hours, because that is somewhat the corridor that we're looking at, that we've been talking about all of this happening here as we go through the rest of this afternoon. And the modeling suggests just that we're going to have more and more of that take place as we go through and into the next several hours, in particular because of the heating of the day. We got tons of sunshine that will be coming up here, and as a result, with all the sun, the instability that we're looking at, oftentimes this is when we'll really start to kick off the big thunderstorms of the day. They don't go away at night, but they certainly do calm a little bit as we go through hour by hour. So that is what we're looking at right now. We'll talk about the models here. Brett, if you can hear me, we are looking at the model. This is the HER, and I'm going to take it a little bit step by step here, because, again, this is what we were talking about. The building that'll be going back behind you there from... well, just east of the capstone, actually, and right through central sections. And then look at this. We got all these single cell, supercells that start to pop. This is going to be at 2 o'clock. The verification time down there on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, which is within the next few moments, which is pretty much what we have. I like to see verification. I like to see Brett when he's moving too, but it looked like he was taking a picture there. And I don't know if you heard it as much as I did, but it sounded like he had a bad run there for lunch. Let's talk about it anyway. We'll get him back up here in just a few moments. He's, again, at the mercy of his cell signal. If you can do better, you let me know. He's following these big thunderstorms, too, as they move on through the area, so that's going to cause one problem overall already. There, the thunderstorms are going to 3 o'clock this afternoon and beyond. And, again, they really just kind of build. If there's anything that you do see that looks congruent with what we're talking about, is a uptick in the intensity of the thunderstorms going through the rest of the afternoon. By 4 o'clock, still the same. Fort Worth, it looks like you could be out of it, and there is a definitive line of dry air back to the west. It is not like there's going to linger. Some thunderstorms will linger. It'll be a definitive cutoff line that goes back to the west there, and as a result, Dallas, you'll be out of it probably before dark, or at least getting close, 6 o'clock. Remember, you lose an hour here pretty soon. So we go and push that stuff off to the east. Still, the possibility of tornadoes are going to be out here. They're going to be out in these single-cell, supercell thunderstorms from just about Jacksonville, Tyler, Texas, down to Huntsville, the I-45 corridor there, going southward, and back over to Nacogdoches. This is Nacogdoches in Texas. It's Natchitoches in Louisiana, but Nacogdoches, Texas. So then it becomes linear here, and we end up with all the rest of that. And we won't go back to the radar here because we do have a couple of more thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment that have popped up. These are going to be from the Frederick radar, and as we go into these, a couple of things I see. One is that we have a little rotation still going on here from Electra back onto the west. I see Brett's coming back up here for just give him a second. But that's what we're looking at is the Electra storm there. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes from there over to Lawton, and that's going to last for 30 more minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning for Tillman, Wichita, Cotton, Comanche counties. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible little area of spin down to the south around Electra, just south of the Red River, and then a few more that we'll be looking at a little bit further off to the north as we go through time as well, because these are just going to build throughout the rest of this afternoon. The lone tornado warning that we have still has 20 minutes on its expiration time, radar indicated. A possible tornado on the Red River that is moving on eastward. Excuse me, this is going to be near Durant. Tons of lightning. We got lightning all over the place here, right along US 70. Again, going west-east across this region. Denison, you got some heavy rainfall there, too, just south of Sherman over to Howe and Gunner. There's going to be just to the west of 75, US 75 going southward. There's still some big thunderstorms there, too, that we'll be looking at. And the possibility for any one of these to produce rotation in a short amount of time. I don't see much more than what we have here, which is a fairly strong rotation. It is a gate-to-gate shear that we're looking at about 30 knots to 40 knots. And it's kind of broken. We don't really have anything immediately there that's very tightly packed. But let me see here. Excuse me for a sec. Let's try to go over here and look at this a little bit differently. But there's your reason for the tornado warning at the moment. And it's this. There's so much lightning there, it's kind of hard to look underneath it. But basically what we're looking at there is this area near Old Allison. And looks like south of Roberta and Utica, somewhere into that area there specifically, is what we're looking at. The other thunderstorms of note that are still out there, well, they did just reissue. So they reissued this tornado warning for 50 minutes for Bryan and south central Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma. It's Bryan County, Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado there, and quarter-size hail being reported not that long ago. Debris is also being reported there into the area, so there may be a tornado that is actually touching something. In fact, I can kind of tell you if we look at some of our other data here, we'll go to what's called the correlation coefficient. Sometimes we call this the debris signature. Let me see if I can find a better radar. I'll go to the Dallas radar. There's certainly an anomaly going on right there. There's something that you can see on the radial that something is certainly being picked up there, but it's not your atypical, or it's more atypical than typical. From Durant back onto the east there and across that area. Brett, you are blank on my end, but we'll try to get you back up here in just a couple of seconds. Let me know if you want me to do something. Right now, the second tornado warning that we have is going to be in effect until the next 48 minutes for Atoka and Bryan counties with a radar-indicated tornado there. Likely, that's the Red River, and back onto the east and south where we have most of that precipitation that's coming down, too, in the form of very heavy rainfall, some hail scattered about the area. And that'll also be the case, too, as we go into the next several hours across this region as well, because it's going to be one of those places that they train, the echoes train, they go back over each other. Pretty much from time to time, we'll see that being the case as we go into the next several hours. Let's go back over here again. Once again, the tornado watch exists across this area. This is a tornado watch that's going to go for the next foreseeable future till 8 o'clock tonight, but will possibly and most likely be extended beyond that. I can see it possibly going quite a bit further, actually. And that's going to be one situation there that works its way a little bit further to the south and southeast as we go through the rest of this evening. And that's the, other than that, that's kind of what we're looking at into the long term there. I see you, Brett. Just give me one moment. You let me know. Talk to me when you can hear me, Brett, and I'll bring you back up here. Can you talk to me now?
There we go. I can hear you now, Dave.
All right, good.
Yeah, check.
Can you see me? Can you see us?
I can.
All right, so here's where we are. We just got another.
Everybody.
They just extended that tornado warning. I don't know if you can see it there in front of you, but the one that we've been looking at on the Red River, they just pushed that a little bit further to the northeast, but that's kind of the only thing that's happened there overall, and we got a severe thunderstorm warning now back over to Fort Worth.
Yeah, I see the Fort Worth storm just went severe now. Just got a warning on it for the next hour. Don't know if you've got that yet for Northeast Johnson County and Tarrant County.
Yeah, yeah.
Moving northeast at 55. That is the storm we're going after, folks.
Oh, it
That
is.
thing is blowing up pretty good.
Hey, let me put you on here. Am I putting you on here as a cyclone
Go
port?
to the top one there. The top one, yeah, the cyclone port, the first one there. Yeah, you can actually see me. I'm going to be southwest of Rockwall, approaching Garland. I'm on the George Bush Highway. It's toll road here, going through Rowlett, Texas, right now.
Look at
Had a
that.
pretty nasty tornado here in 2015. You can probably see my. There we go.
Wait a minute, I gotta turn you down though. Look at you. And here's your data. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't have any data going
Oh,
on
okay,
right
that's what
now
it
in
is.
terms of
Okay.
the weather data. Yeah,
But I do see you.
but you got my location, and then you got the dash cam you can bring up there and just pop in from time to time at any point you want.
It's up
So it's
there. I mean, and this is the
yeah,
dash cam coming in from the app, by the way. It's not the dash cam that you're sending me
awesome.
directly. So that's from the app. That's really awesome. Look how clear that is.
Yeah, we did some adjustments, and we've had really good luck with that today. I think I may have found an issue with my device here from our live talkback. 5G is very spotty, so I had to put it back into LTE mode. It seems like it's doing better.
It's actually, I wasn't going to say anything, but it's doing perfect, by the way.
Well, we're definitely moving our way around the President George Bush Highway here. And right now, my GPS, I've got Carrollton, but we're more than likely going to continue a little west. We're starting to see a little hook echo south of Joshua develop down there, south of downtown. The problem is right now on the beltways here in town, traffic is going to be awful. So if we want to be able to move around, I don't want to get stuck in a traffic jam with a potential tornado approaching. So we're trying to stay in the path of the storm and out ahead of it just a little bit, give it some time to develop because it's still a bit stretched out now on radar. But
Right.
if it starts to develop that low-level mesocyclone, uh, give it a little bit of time, we'll be out in front of it and we can maneuver instead of being stuck on the interstate.
Sure.
So that's kind of what our plan is at the moment. Monitoring, let's see. It looks like the severe was actually issued for primarily quarter-size hail on the storm in Tarrant and Johnson. Mid-levels look to be strengthening, but it's gradually strengthening on radar, as you can see. So a lot of lightning, but no real sign or evidence of rotation yet, but they're watching that very, very closely.
I'm going to try something here. Hang with me because it may or may not work, but I don't think you're going anywhere. Can you see this? This is some of the modeling that I put together about an hour ago or so. Most of it's HRF stuff.
Yes, I can see that. I see the trough coming
Yeah.
out over Texas, and you can see that mid-level Vort Max or Speed Max really get going a little bit later. That's when we're going to see this stuff really start to line up, and we'll see probably a raging squall line with embedded tornadoes as we get into the Arklatex later tonight.
Or as we used to say, it's a big honking squall line that'll be coming through. So even if we're not really talking about the fact that we would have a tornado, we'll be looking at a transition point actually sometime later on this evening for this. This is the little STP product here. I think that pops out from time to time that gives you an estimation of where the highest probability of a tornado might be, which is according to this an hour or two ago, right there on the Red River. As everything passes on by within the next few hours. Again, this is our prime time heating of the day, so this is when it's most likely. But we also had the dew points that are coming back up pretty wildly as well. Brett, this is at 500, and I think I threw the 700 or the 850 in here as well, just to show the veering that takes place. This is a high shear day today where we have a dry line coming in from the western side of the state where dew points are into the 20s and actual temperatures into the 40s, as Brett was talking about just a few moments ago. And yeah, here's the 850 that shows the component is a little bit more southerly at this point. So that's where the veering begins, and that's where it kind of all starts. And Brett, I don't know if you follow the HREF very much, but these are temperatures, but notice the dew points that will be coming up here in just a second.
Yes. Yeah, David, I've been paying attention to that, and hold on just one moment. I got some more information for you. National Weather Service is monitoring very closely now the storm in Johnson. Mid-level organization continues, and now rotation is increasing across northern Johnson County near Joshua. That's what we were talking about, down on that southern flank of that cell in the mid-levels. It has not worked its way into the lower levels just yet, but that cell is one of the main concerns at this point as it's going to move. Maybe move toward the east side of Fort Worth. It looks like it's on a pretty good heading for Arlington at the moment. So this is kind of the storm of the moment for this area. The storm up to the north and east that's going through Durant. It's got a look now, kind of QLCS-y look, little kidney bean, backwards kidney bean look. Possibility of a tornado there near Durant continues to move off toward the northeast at a very rapid clip. But yeah, I think this over the next hour is going to really be the storm that we have to watch. Now we've got other development taking place down west of Waco and Temple, Texas, down near Killeen, where dew points down there have really shot up into the 70s. 75-degree dew point there at Temple, Texas. So all of that moisture is feeding into these storms, and it's giving them that juice with all the instability and the shear now that's coming into the area. So this is why we're going to deal with problems later this afternoon.
A lot of this stuff too, as it does move along, and I was just showing you a little bit of the capability of the Radar Omega. It does a deal where you can actually go in 3D, and I saw some of the new stuff that'll be coming out, by the way, and they don't pay me to give them a like on this, by the way, at least not yet. Big wink. Yeah, I hope Drew's watching. Anyway, but I like this. I've been doing this a long, long time, and we use our own whatever we use off the air, or even while we're on the air. Sometimes we'll use a third party product, and this is a new one. And what got me excited about it was kind of had everything that I'd ever wanted in an on-air television sort of a situation. So pretty excited about this. This is Radar Omega. You might want to check that out, and it's in the 3D mode. And let's go back to 2D here to show you what the other thing that Brett was talking about. And I think I can even, let me see if I can go back here and find the current conditions. I'll see if I can find some of these NDFD deals here to show you that the dew points that we're talking about are so high. This is in the 70s here. This is the 2-meter dew point. And then what's about to happen is, as we go through the rest of this afternoon, all this is going to shift further and further off to the east. Now, this is about this validates itself about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And again, if you look at what's going on with the actual temperatures, we go down into the 20s. Look at these low 20 dew points that show up in Midland, Odessa, over to Abilene. Meanwhile, on the other side entirely, we'll have a dew point of about 78 or so. So it definitely sort of changes as you go through. This is a classic sort of a dry line situation that's taking place into this region, and so there's no reason why we don't continue to see the blow up of thunderstorms here into this general area. Again, there is Brett, and the only other thing, Brett, is that I want to see you bigger. I'd like to see you. There needs to be a big old circle there, and maybe have you live in the circle in a thumbnail. That'd be cool too. If you got any ideas, by the way, send them to us. I don't hear you at the second. Let's see. Your mic's not hot. Your mic kind of sounded like it was going out a little bit earlier too, by the way. No. I'll let you fix it. There you go. You're on. You hit the switch. Hold on.
You got me, David?
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that. It's some issues there between camera and mic sometimes. Anyway, we're dealing with some pretty heavy rain now down around Plano, and we're continuing to move across this tollway here, the President George Bush Turnpike. And again, that storm to the south is the one that we're watching. Oh, we got a pretty good hook developing there west of Mansfield now. Bet that mid-level rotation is starting to really work on this storm. Again, we're staying out of the Metroplex due to traffic, but that's the one that we're watching as it continues to move up toward the north and northeast. And this is what we were concerned about, having some of the metro areas under the gun this afternoon with the possibility of tornadoes as this system continues to evolve. Watching now, nothing, still saying nothing imminent, but we are going to continue to monitor the situation. But again, heavy, heavy rainfall here in the metro.
Yeah, I can see that. In fact, let me just let me see if I can show you the couple of things here. You spoke about that a few moments ago. Irving's still picking up the heavy rainfall there, too. Now, here's a little bit of a blowout ongoing here from Arlington back to the west, where you can certainly see there's some outflow going on here along the system on the south side. This is all kind of working its way eastward, so we'll certainly see that. It's getting pretty close to the radar site there overall. And then some of the other storms that we're looking at that we've been watching there for a while are also going to be changing and moving a little bit further on eastward as we go into the next couple of hours. Grand Prairie and through the rest of that region there too is what we'll be looking at. And I'll just show you here very quickly. I think I can show you. Well, it just went back away, but it's raining heavily there near the EarthCam site. That they're just to the east of Fort Worth in the Dallas region. Some of the heavy rainfall that we were looking at there a little bit earlier in the day as well will continue over the next couple of hours. This is much needed rainfall. They actually needed this rain as we've been watching it now. I think I can go to it right now. This is the Dallas skyline camera where you just don't see a whole lot. Actually, the visibility is higher than I saw it a little while ago. The temperature is 73 degrees. Thank you, EarthCam, for allowing us to use your cameras across the region. That's a good one right there as well that we have been looking at. So we'll continue to follow that going through the next couple of hours too to see what's going to happen with that overall. The changes, moreover, are probably going to occur as we go into the next few hours there across that region too, Brett. And that's where we certainly sort of end up here at the moment. The rest of the region, I don't see, we still have the warning to the north, but I don't see any additional warnings at the moment there into that particular area. I don't see, let's see. Anything you want me to look at while I've got the stuff in front of me here?
Yeah, I mean, if you see anything that sticks out at you, let me know. One thing I'm really interested in is I want to see shear. I want to see what the shear looks like as it's coming into the area. It's unstable enough. Tons of lightning with this activity as it comes up. Starting to see some of that off to our left. Heat's over here driving, looking out to the south, and we're starting to see that pretty heavily. Yeah, I bet there's going to be some hail in there. I saw some nickel-sized reports recently in Tarrant County that were reported here from the Weather Service. Let's see.
I don't know what the bill of the moment is. It says 80. It's 80 kilograms there, which I can't believe that you wouldn't issue a severe thunderstorm warning with an 80. But
where's that at?
That's west. That's near Seymour. That's back over just north of Breckenridge in that area there.
Yeah, that one was severe warned, I think, earlier.
It was.
Dropped it.
It was.
David, I tell you what, something we might want to key in on too is we're talking about the thunderstorms that we're looking to be, isolated supercellular. Down near Waco, those are really exploding now. Several lightning strikes there west of Crawford, just northeast of Gatesville on those storms that are just west of I-35. Intercepting this storm puts us in position to also catch those, because here's another thing about being in the field today. You got to be ahead and let these things mature somewhat, because they're moving at 45 to 55 miles an hour and maybe even greater later once the real wind shear, the upper level jet, mid level jets catch up. Right. These storms are going to take off like rocket ships to the east and northeast.
Yeah, there's your Waco stuff that's just now sort of beginning to pick up. A little bit of clear sky in advance. We'll look at some satellite imagery here in just a couple of seconds. Yeah, we got time. Let's do it right now. See what we've got going on. Satellite imagery, and again, we'll go back out here just a bit and show you what we are talking about with the geocolor satellite imagery. And let me put it into motion for you to show you. There's the front sneaking through Abilene right there. Just in between San Angelo and Abilene, it looks like. The low pressure just off to the northwest. But the whole mess itself there is kind of wrapped up in and around with some breaks that are ongoing. You see the breaks showing up there around Waco, College Station, back over into Longview and Tyler, Texas. We have breaks there too. And into the big picture, the warnings that we do have, a couple of them across the Rio there into Lawton, up into Oklahoma, the 2 tornado warnings that we have down to the south there a little bit, and the fourth worst severe thunderstorm warning at the moment too, that we are watching there, and both of those are going to be pretty big thunderstorms that should last for the next little while. I think that one still has about 45 minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County and Tarrant County as well now underneath that warning, Brett.
Yeah, Dave, I see that. That's the area we've been watching for quite some time. Another report here of interest.
I like those.
All right, just south of Sherman, Grayson County emergency managers say that train spotters are reporting wall cloud with low-level rotation on Highway 11 and Farm to Market 1417, looking towards Luella and Tom Bean. So, looking at that, I was just checking the radar. It looks like there may be an area of spin there, just east of Gunter, moving toward Highway 75. Going to generally come up toward the community of Sherman, Howell, and
up to the north, Sherman. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be That's going to be Grayson County there, and that was from the emergency manager. They're getting reports there from some of the spotters. So, one thing I have noticed is up there, the winds are backing more along the river. Bonham, Paris, those areas are at the east-southeast winds at 15 knots plus now with dew points 69 and 70. So you've got better low-level turning up along the Red River right now.
Let's talk about this as well. Let me see if I can get into this a little bit better here. Well, actually, I'll do it this way. If you just look here at the latest, I mean, these are some of the stations there where, again, we go from 79. It looks like Lubbock's at 48 right now, LBB. 48 over 41 with a west wind. Meanwhile, we're into the 70s, 76 degrees east of Burke Burnett, and almost 80 up there on the Red River. But pretty easy to see where everything is. This is the last hour, Brett, where we did, and look at the dew points. That's the green color on the bottom left-hand side of each one of those veins that shows up, which is a station. So the wind's coming in from the south there, but then they do turn back to the west. But the dew points, that's that those numbers that you see there at the bottom left in green. Oh, I lost you, and I know why.
There.
There we go.
You got me, David?
Yeah, now I do. I forgot I didn't bring you into that frame.
Okay. If you want to talk about and pull up the 0 to 1 helicity there, I bet you it's highest along the Red River. You may not get it in Omega. You may have to go to mesoanalysis like you did there with that surface chart.
Give me a second.
But I want to talk about why I'm so concerned about this Dallas-Fort Worth storm, not just now, but as it progresses northeastward. This is going to go into a better sheared environment.
Yeah, I think everything going into the rest of the evening, the shear is really just going to pick up. There's no reason why anything should change overall when it comes to that. So the big deal here that we've been talking about was the fact that we had a high shear environment, and you can, again, see it with some of the current conditions that we were showing you there just a few moments ago. Let's see if I can find the helicity here.
Let's see. The helicity that we're talking about is lower level turning in the atmosphere. We look for high helicity values when we're talking about potential for tornadoes. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. Let me get some roads here on for my guys, Dave, real quick. Let me see where we're located. I think we're actually going to head. You know, Carrollton may not be a bad spot to stop. That little hook.
Yeah.
It's kind of moving in this direction.
Yeah, I need to get your camera back up there too.
Right. You know, the easiest way to do that some today, David, may just literally be to pull my camera in Omega with the
kind of looks that way, yeah.
in the location, which is great. Not a hard thing to do at all. But yeah, currently, all right, we're starting to see an appendage develop near just the west side of Grand Prairie there, just south of I-30, west of downtown Dallas. Matter of fact, man, this is going to be just to my southwest.
Okay.
All right, anywhere that we can get off is fine. Right in this area. Yep, we got an appendage forming. Let's see, high res velos. Yep, rotation's starting to drop down in the lower levels.
Quite a bit of traffic out there, as you can see, where Brett is. A few lights going on from time to time where there might be some accidents, perhaps, on the roadways. It's been a little while since it's rained there, but the severe weather does continue there across that region. There's no reason why we won't pick up some appreciable rains there across much of Dallas, Fort Worth, and back to the west. And especially as we get back over to the Mississippi River, that'd be great. I know you haven't had any rainfall over there in the eastern Mississippi, eastern Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. It's all much needed rainfall that will be taking place there in the hours to come, but some of the heavier rain there at the moment still showing up there across that region, and I still think that's going to be the case as we go through the next several hours. In fact, I'm just going to leave your little camera up here, Brett, in the right-hand corner if I can, and I think I can. That's another good thing I like about this product is it allows us to do something like that. So there you are there. Here's that little hook that we're still talking about. Looks like about Grand Prairie now at the moment, B.
Yeah, it's right there on I-30. Matter of fact, the Weather Service is looking at that. They're seeing 55-knot winds on the terminal Doppler as it comes across I-30 just east of 820. So they're seeing that there locally there at the Weather Service office. You know, it lines up with everything that we're seeing. I'm thinking that we may actually go down toward Addison, which is literally right down the street here, just trying to get off the interstate. But yeah, that looks like that would be in that forward flank, so we could actually get a view back down into that little appendage area.
Right. And what he's talking about is right here where you see that little knob sticking out there. That means on the upper side of that, we have some air trying to sneak in, a little dry air trying to come in on the upper side of this, which is then being reinforced by the turning that's already taking place up into the upper atmosphere. But that's going to be right there on I-30 coming in from west to east. Very heavy rainfall there, too, that goes all the way back over to Arlington and into the region just north of Richland Hills that you would be paying attention to there, too. But a lot of ponding on the roadways. You can see it on his camera. Again, most of this that we are talking about going on here during the day today is going to be it lasts about 4 or 5 hours before it pushes on through. So maybe, again, some appreciable rains. But right now we're looking at, and I'll put this into motion again to show you, moving pretty fast now to the northeast, be at about 25, 30, maybe even 35 miles per hour here on the screen.
Yeah, let me see if wondering if we should go over toward Plano and just try to get a little to the northeast of it. You want to give it as much time as you can. Hold on, Heath. Yep. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to the east just a little bit. Put ourselves in a position. You're good. Put ourselves in a position to get on the turnpike. To get out in front of this thing again. They're moving so quickly. They've got to mature if you're going to be able to see anything. But this will put us out in that forward flank there, out ahead of everything. So that's where we're going to head, is move a little bit east toward Plano. Oh, wow. Look at that notch now on this latest scan. It's really got to mature. Really got a bit of a look now. Southwest Dallas Love Field, moving in out ahead of every area. definitely showing signs of rotation now.
Yeah, in the last, yeah, I know they got to be concerned about that. I'm not looking at what they say, but certainly they have to be watching that closely. I don't have a camera out of Irving. I would look at that if I did, but I got a camera on your car that we'll be looking at here shortly. But here's what Brett's talking about right now with that little bit of a turn that's ongoing. If we look at the velocity data, yeah, there's a little there. In fact, new scan just now coming in just a few moments ago is sort of backing up what
There's
we just saw. Yeah, B?
yeah, the little bit there that we're seeing, it's very tight. If it were broad, I wouldn't be as concerned, but it's a very tight little knit area there. Won't take much to drop a tornado, especially the other part of this is we're looking really, really low. I mean, we're only, what, let's see, Dave,
You want to know?
distance measurement
26
here.
miles.
Yeah, I mean, we're very close to the radar. Very, very close. So that's kind of what we're concerned about is we're shooting into the very lowest level of this storm. Okay, and a matter of fact, you know, Weather Service is indicating that they do see that area of rotation now, and it's passing up toward 183 and 35 east before too much longer. So watching that now, and the winds have actually started to back around a little bit there at Dallas Love Field Airport. So yes, this is definitely on the radar now in terms of, you know, being monitored very, very carefully.
So it does lie, by the way, it does lie within this severe thunderstorm warning, which is in effect now for the next 50 minutes. Continues for Denton, Tarrant, Collin, and Dallas counties. Denton, Tarrant, Collin, and also Dallas counties. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning located along the line that extended from South Lake back over to Kennedale. And moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Watch out for that if you're moving along the roadways here, just to the west of the airport there in Dallas. Coming in on the western side of Irving and moving on eastward across the rest of this area. Severe thunderstorm warning, but they are watching the potential for that. Brett Adair, by the way, that we're talking to right now. This is him up here. I'll draw a circle around him. Here's the storm down to the south, so he's not that far away from it, but can't really see into it because there's quite a bit of precipitation going on between himself and the actual situation there, too. In fact, I'll show you his camera overall because we got a really good shot of that Brett. You see all the torrential rain. Nope.
Yeah, we're everybody's been pretty courteous on roadways here, at least. We get into the tollway because a lot less traffic on the tollway. Relatively speaking, if you look at any of the traffic maps around downtown Dallas, it is a nightmare. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Again, moving toward the east, going to get out in front a little bit. Looks like the little appendage is having a hard time there near Irving. It kind of flattened out some. So,
yeah.
You know, we'll see. I was looking at something we call these soundings, upper air balloon soundings that we see. And if you looked at the hold on just one second, David. If we look at those photographs, they're a little straight line right now. We usually look for these things to loop around. We got a big crash in front of us that you'll see here in just a moment, though. Looks like.
Hold on.
Oh, hold on just one second, David. If we look at those photographs, yeah, it wasn't so bad. We usually look at these loop around. We got a big crash in front of us. You'll see. I guess the DOT. No way. Looks like you can have some trouble here in a second. Run into the wall there. Yeah, we got big lightning, big CGs now. But give me
it
just
wasn't
a
so
moment,
bad,
David, and I'll be back with you here in just a second, and we get a little bit further east from Plano. Big lightning DOT vehicle away.
Sounds good. Let me show you a couple of things that I like. I love these new satellite images here, and this is the one from earlier in the day today that settles in, and we'll show you what's happening here throughout the central eastern sections of Texas, where in the overnight hours we ended up there with some of the cloud deck coming in. But here's your front coming in from the west. It's moving on to the east. It's bringing an army of cumulus clouds with it. It's the only way you can really see it. The fair weather cumulus clouds back to the west. Then the blow up. Notice the blow up right here, if you will, just north of the Metroplex. And there is where you'll find some of the big time thunderstorms. That's the complex there, and the over the tops of these thunderstorms, which have overshot themselves and end up down there just a little bit further down to the south. So we're watching all that as we go through time. We're still watching what's happening here across the rest of the area too, with some of the big thunderstorms that'll continue to pop into that region, where once again we have a lot of activity that we just will be watching for the remainder of the afternoon. New severe thunderstorm warning back over here, back into Texas. We talked about this because the Ville was so high, and I mentioned, why is that not warned? Well, it is warned. So that is now a new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually has a little bit of rotation with it on the bottom side of that too, Brett. Don't
Hey,
have your
David, sorry, can you hear me now?
There you go. Now I hear you.
Hey, which warning was that? I'm sorry, I missed I missed what you were saying
I was
there.
just saying, we were talking about the Ville being so high out of that storm. Why didn't they warn it? Because it was 80. Well, that 10 seconds later they warned it. So it is a severe thunderstorm warning for 45 more minutes for Clay, Archer, and Wichita counties. They're back to the west. We're not forgetting anybody. We're kind of concentrating on Dallas at the moment because of the huge metro population, but there's other stuff happening here, and one of them is back to the west over to Wichita Falls.
Yeah, David, I see that. Many of those thunderstorms over there are going to continue to grow as that cold front pushes in. But now we're, seeing those grow up. Got that warning out. Um, Going to see more warnings as several of these thunderstorms, these individual thunderstorms southwest of the Dallas metro too, now starting to grow rapidly with lightning. One interesting thing is Bedford Euless area. Radar indicating 60 to 70 mile per hour winds now, spreading into Bedford and Euless.
Where's that at? Bedford and Euless? Where about?
Bedford and Euless. That is going to be. Let's see here, Dave.
Oh, I
Sorry
caught
about
you.
that. Yeah, you did. You did. You got me this time.
I know Bedford. I've heard of Bedford before, but I don't know exactly where it is.
Yeah, I'm checking for you here. I am checking. Okay, that's just to my southwest. That's actually just north of Arlington. That's what's moving into Dallas County now with the warning that has come out. So that's actually the rear flank of the supercell, which we are getting out in front of now. So we're going to have a clear view of this in the forward flank here momentarily. We're going to try to get up again.
I get another satellite perspective. Look, the curvy line, the serpentine line there is the Red River that is the border between Texas and Oklahoma, but you can notice that there are some big thunderstorms just south of there. The overshooting tops are visible here on the visible satellite imagery. You see a couple of other things that are happening. We have waves back to the east. We got the actual frontal boundary coming into that picture as well. That's back to the west here that we've been following too. That is the push, if you will, of the drier air coming in behind the system there overall. So watching that very closely as well as we move on along. And again, we've got Brett here who is very near this new storm that's coming in. Maybe, are you out of the rain, Brett? It kind of looks like it on radar.
Yeah, we're coming out of the rain now just a little bit there again. We're almost to Plano. I just wanted to get up into Plano here, get off the highway so we can turn the camera back, get a view back to the west southwest just a little bit. Pretty dark inflow here. You can see some of the clouds in front of us. Cloud deck very, very low as we have low lifted condensation levels here, which is basically the cloud bases are going to be very low today because it's so moist, deep moisture in place. And yeah, David, we're finally coming out of the rain a little bit. Really slick conditions here. Drivers trying to blow up just a bit. So we're gonna get off the highway here. We're gonna take 75 north here at this next exit, and we're gonna get off there in Plano just a little bit and try to get a view.
All right, good deal. Brett Adair and myself, I'm David Neal. We're following storms for you this afternoon. Want to make sure that we keep information flowing to you through the day today. This is Live Storms Media. Brett's a company here, and we're efforting to try to do this for you because Brett is out and about and he has great information. There's nothing like having eyes on and having eyes on with somebody who's a professional, somebody who's done this for many, many years, so that you don't have to go outside and watch or drive to, where the thing is happening. So we're using Brett's talents and I used to get in trouble all the time when in elementary school and high school for talking, so I still can talk, and so I'm trying to be the conduit here between Brett and those of you at home who are watching what's going on. We still have quite a bit of activity for the remainder of this evening, into the nighttime hours tonight, so we're going to do that to keep you up to date on what's happening here all across the areas. The big storms do continue to go through eastern sections of Texas. We're not honing in on any one particular spot here, and by the way, if you'd like to ask us a question, we'll do our very best to get on it. And to do that, Brett has that information. I'll try to find that too. Brett, if I go to the YouTube page, will I find the comment section there too, and maybe I can help out?
You absolutely will. You can pull up the video there, and there is there's a chat that will be on the right side of the video there, and you can actually just pop that out in its own window. I actually have a view of this thing coming up from the south, David. I see a base. I don't see a wall cloud. We're gonna get up here and get into some position to try to get elevated so we can turn the camera toward it. But got a bit of a base there. Yeah, you can get off right here if you'd like. Yeah, matter of fact, it's getting us off right here. Let's see. Continue up here and just kind of get a view. We may end up taking 75 up toward the north, up toward McKinney in general, though, based on the look of these storms at the moment.
By the way, Jason Folsom says, dude, if you're coming to Plano, my office is here in Plano. Stop by. Jason Folsom, by the way, Jason, we'd love to do that. But Brett's a little busy at the moment, but he'd love to come by and see you.
Yeah, it's a little hectic at the moment.
Somebody just asked, is there really a town called Plano?
Yeah.
Ariana Gorbet or Gorbet?
Absolutely. Sure we do have a town called Plano, and we are in it. We're actually watching the storm right now as it continues to evolve here. Did we lose? Let's see if we lost our feed. It looks like we may have lost our feed for a moment. Did we lose it? No,
I still see you and hear you about as well as I have. You've had a little bit of an audio tick from time to time, but it's cleared up. I don't know what you did there, if you cleared your throat or whatever it was, but it's your audio is really good now.
Right, it was the video feed.
Okay, live and learn. That's what we always say.
Oh, so yeah. I'm watching it here, getting that information. So the video feed is back now, by the way. Let's see what we got.
We have a couple of wind damage reports, Brett, from the emergency management office there. Trees, power lines down at Calera High School. And so that was an estimated time at 1:30 where that was done. Calera High School, trees, power lines down there into the area, and also just down to the south along, it looks like just north of Colbert. It's going to be in Bryan County. A mobile home was damaged there around Platter and near Calera. So 2 storm reports, LSRs, that we're looking at the moment. They're just north of Denison, Texas, as the stuff went on through. Brand new tornado warning now just issued for the next, is that not an extension? I think it is. For Atoka County, about 10 miles to the south of Lane. That's moving at 45 off to the northeast. And a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings around that as well. So following all that, as we go into the next several hours, Brett Adair right there in Plano, Texas. He's in a little dry slot for the moment, but looking back down to the south. And still have plenty of that going on here at the moment that we're sort of following throughout that region.
Yeah, we're going to be following this throughout the afternoon. We're going to get into a more active period. I think we're going to have many more tornado warnings at one time before it's all is said and done. Right now, we're in a little bit of a period of growth of these thunderstorms. It's very interesting, those damage reports up there in Calera. That is we're going to be following southwest of Durant. So we're going to get into a more active period. I think we're going to have many more tornado warnings at one time before all is said and done. But right now, we're in a little bit of a period of growth of these thunderstorms. Of Atoka County now, so that is an extension of that warning. I think did I see that was moving at 7? No, it has 70-mile-an-hour wind possible. I thought it said it was moving at 70 there for a minute. Moving northeast at 45. So yeah, these storms are hauling. So that's going to be something again that's going to be problematic as we go through the afternoon. This storm has been gaining on me. I'm here in the metro area, trying my best to stay out in front for a little bit to give you good views, and as the storm passes by. But I will tell you, DFW Airport is on the backside of this supercell thunderstorm that we're near. We're headed north on 75 toward Allen now. By the way, we're continuing to let this thing come toward us. Um, the winds are out of the north on the backside, which is typical because you get a downdraft on the backside of the thunderstorm, and you'll see the winds shift. It kind of gives you an indication with the winds out front being southerly and south southeasterly that you do have some rotating there going on in the lower levels, rotating updraft at least with a thunderstorm in the area. So we're going to continue to watch this as it moves toward our corridor here. We're on US 75, just north of Plano now, headed north, and we'll be up toward Allen soon. The biggest problem that I see now that could inhibit things here is the storm down there, Garland, has started to grow. So we're going to get some storm scale interaction here pretty soon.
Kind of rapid movement, like Brett said, off to the northeast. The warning that we have there is severe thunderstorm warning. Still, that went back to the west over to Wichita Falls. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. Down to the south, we have some new development that Brett was talking about a little bit earlier, where we do have some of these thunderstorms popping in out of Waco at the moment, just to the west of I-35, right along County 317, it looks like, just to the south and east of Meridian, Texas. These are all cellular in nature, and by that we mean they're loners. They're by themselves. They have their own environment. They can make, I think this might be the little hotbed here for a little bit, Brett, because now we're beginning to see these pop up out of the daylight, the sunshine that we had a little bit earlier. And this looks like it might be a little bit of a volatile area here for the next little while, as everything seems to be popping there, at least in the short term.
Well, that's where your peak instability is at. You've got your breaks and your cloud cover down there through most of the midday hours today. So your peak instability Cape values of 2,000 to 2,500 reside down there, and that's the fuel that you need along with these low level moisture to fuel these thunderstorms. You got cold air aloft coming in, warm moist air at the surface, and then you've got winds turning with height. So all the ingredients are in place for tornadic thunderstorms. It just depends on if we see the forcing come in again, fast enough that it just basically blows everything up all at one time. Like these storms down to the south now, you got several down there. Um, is there any room for any of them to be individualized, or do they all cluster up and fight for the environment? Basically, it turns into a big fight to see who wins, and typically, in many cases, they'll choke each other off. You'll still see tornadic circulations, but again, we can hope that's what happens. If you get a big convective blow up, it uh, it makes it really hard to see those isolated supercells form. But again, we've got supercell structures in the metro moving toward the northeast, and those down south of town, those could become the really dangerous ones as they've got plenty of moisture to feed off of at this time.
So more of that to come. The conditions are still favorable across this entire area here for more thunderstorms to build as we go through the next several hours in particular. The sunshine of the day is always quite typically, the peak of the day that would be taking place. So as we watch that, we'll just keep watching what's happening here into the short term and the long term as well. And Brett, give me 1 minute here. You don't have to talk, but I'm gonna mute my mic and check on something real quick here, and then I'll be back. Give me 30 seconds. And again, you want the radar? You want
Okay.
something else?
That sounds good. If you want to zoom in on the radar there, we can just kind of discuss that, and I'll talk about what we're seeing in front of us.
Give me 30.
Um, looking at the local Doppler radars there. There's Dopplers actually at the airport. These storms look a little bit undercut right now. That's one of the things that continues to look, a little less impressive right now. So that may be a good thing in the short term, where we're having again these storms that kind of blow out on top of each other and undercut the other ones, which means basically the warm moist inflow is choked off. So we're going to be watching for that over the next little bit, and continue to see what this brings us throughout the afternoon. But right now, I'm not impressed with what I'm seeing here locally. Things have really calmed down some in the near term. So we're going to continue to track up 75 here. We're almost to McKinney. We may get off the beaten path here near McKinney and travel a little bit to the east. But yeah, this is kind of the situation at hand. We're going to go into the higher shear, and I bet you once these storms get into northeastern, Texas, where the moderate risk is at. We're not even in the moderate risk area yet,
Right.
guys. The moderate risk is for a little bit later, further to the east. David, you might want to pull up that moderate risk there in Omega or either on
Yeah.
SPC and just give everybody an idea as to where that is. I think we should have a new outlook coming out here really soon, and
So
give
here's
us a good
what
idea
here's
of
what
where
Brad's
that
talking
is.
about. Just again today, a little bit earlier today, they did go ahead and issue this as a moderate risk area. It was an enhanced risk through the day today, but this is now moderate, which includes the heart, if you will, the Arklatex, roughly from Benton or Little Rock, Arkansas, down to the southwest is the moderate risk area. What does that mean? Well, from Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, threat of tornadoes, severe gusts of wind, large hail exists during the day today over that portion of south and western Arkansas, northern Louisiana. The water vapor imagery, they say, is showing a large upper trough moving across New Mexico with an 80 to 90 knot mid-level jet that's rotating around into the east. At the surface, the cold front sagging southward, blah, 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 Dew points are into the mid-60s. Normally this time of the year, I've always, for all of my lifetime as a Met, 63, 64 was always my concern. And there's low 70s and dew points all the way up into the area, and that's yielding these huge Cape values that go up into the 1,000 to 2,000 range. Now, do they get higher? Yeah, they do. But most of what we're looking at the moment is, still a little bit on the weaker side, but which is all right. We're so in favor of that. But there's your risk area. And again, it's still, if we didn't have a moderate, then we'd be all geeked out about an enhanced risk that still encompasses Little Rock down to the south over to College Station, or the yellow, which is a slight risk, goes all the way up to Missouri. And we know we can have tornadoes in a slight risk area. And it goes all the way down to the Gulf Coast, basically, before pushing off to the east. And that is for today, by the way. That is the risk for today. I think they just issued another one for tomorrow, which is going to be marginal down to the south. That's Mississippi South there, because by this time tomorrow, we will have seen the low pressure go well off to the north. No longer do we have the same sort of situation any longer as far as dynamically. Everything is pretty much separated at this point. So still there is a marginal risk for some thunderstorms down to the south, and that would include from about Jackson, Mississippi, all the way down to the Gulf Coast as well. So that's where we are as far as those go. Tornado warning, still have this one off to the north, has 13 more minutes in it for Atoka County. That's moving through southeastern Oklahoma. That's moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour, and it's all embedded within a tornado watch that exists further down to the south here. That's a tornado watch that goes into the rest of this evening, and that will be for all of this area in yellow that you see that goes roughly from northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, all the way down to the south. College Station, Texas A&M, Killeen, and into Waco, where most of that is going to be pushing on eastward, Brad.
Yes, right. That's going to continue throughout the evening. We're into Allen now on 75, working our way again up toward McKinney. Let's see. Trying to get some more information, David. Guys, you just bear with us. We go quiet for a short time. We're just looking up some new information. You can see the very dark clouds here.
Yes, right. That's going to continue throughout the evening. We're into Allen now on 75.
Allen, and it
working
does
our way
not
again
look
up toward
anywhere
McKinney.
near as good as it did a little while ago. Again, we're starting to see an area where we're going to deal with potential storm mergers.
Trying to get some more information, David. Guys, you just bear with us. We go quiet for a short time. We're just looking up some new information. You can see the very dark clouds here as the cell is really approaching.
Yeah, right now you can see we're definitely seeing
approaching the area here in Allen. It does not look anywhere near as good as it did a little while ago. Again, we're starting to see an area where we're going to deal with potential storm mergers.
See a lot of that happen today.
Right.
There haven't been any, really big thunderstorms here in a minute, but starting to get a little gusty winds here, Dave. as we come up into Allen now, headed toward McKinney.
I see you. There you are. Little dot. Drew, you see he's a little dot. We'd love to have him about penny size there. Because I just love to see his face.
Drew, he's saying we need bigger dots in the broadcast side, buddy.
Yep. Let's see. Anything else here? Well, I'll tell you what has happened. Let me just show it to you, actually, because we're not forgetting.
Oh, here we go. Big wins.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me that.
It's pretty big wins here in
Allen.
See, you can see right here. Stop.
Starting to get much darker there behind you.
Oh, here we go. Big wins.
There it is. See it.
Some pretty big wins here.
Big wins there for a minute. Blew a sign down right there. You'll see it just 1 second, I think.
See if you can see right here. Stop.
Oh,
There you
yeah.
go. Stop.
Right in front of you.
Yeah, the sign flew. That was a big wind gust right on the leading edge of this activity here in Allen. Oh, wow. Yes, like
Pretty big winds there for a minute. Blew a sign down right there. You'll see it in just 1 second. I think.
Yeah, that was pretty gusty.
There it goes.
Which makes sense.
Yeah,
Showing,
sign flew. That was that was a big wind gust right on the leading edge of this activity here in Allen. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's like construction going on right here, so we're having to kind of maneuver.
Again, my concern is
yeah, that's pretty gusty there.
with the storms
which
that
makes
are
sense. It was showing radar was showing some winds
as they go
earlier 60 miles per hour, and now we're kind of seeing those.
there's a very
It makes total sense.
evident shears on there with these southeast winds at the surface, and that is kind of what we're missing right now here in Central Texas.
My concern is
We're going
continuing
to do
to grow
southerly
with the
and a very sharp
storms that
cutoff
are
because of the boundary.
here as they
I
go
feel like
northward
as
and
these
eastward
continue
toward
to
the
move
Red
off
River.
toward the north and
Again,
east,
there's a
maybe
very
north of Greenville,
evident
Sulphur,
shears
Springfield,
on there
Paris.
with
That
these
area
southeast
really
winds at the
concerns me.
surface.
I think that's pretty
And
much
that
where
is
we're going to
kind
hit.
of what we're missing right now here in Central Texas. Our winds are more due southerly, and there's a very sharp cutoff because there's a
But yeah, that's the concern. You can see our concern continues to grow as these storms do move north and east, though.
Alrighty. Trying to make room for everything here on the screen.
That should not be a problem. We're going to get off on 380 up here, I do believe.
Torrential rain. Well, their visibility is cut down considerably. Brett, I'm showing the HUR up here real quick just to show everybody. Already the area west of Wichita Falls is stabilized.
We're going to get off
down into the 50s.
on 380 up here.
Yes.
And it's falling rapidly. That line there is the line of demarcation, if you will, between the actual cool front and what is the really warm, moist air, which is in purple. This is what we point back in the 70s. Looking at today, these are 70 plus coming in out of Gulf of Mexico, working their way northward.
Yes.
But there's a very distinctive cutoff line back to the west. The weather, Abilene, the weather's going to improve. We're going to have improving weather in Wichita Falls. Anywhere west of this coloration is kind of in the clear at this point, so it is a much better situation, at least in the short term. As far as the, when you're looking at low-level EHI, did you want to know about that? Because here's as far as the HUR goes, this is what's expected.
Look at the 0 to 1 shear, Dave. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Look at the 0 to 1 shear, Dave. That's kind of what I'm. Okay.
Here near Fairview town area, watching the winds kind of pick up here with this sail as it continues to blow around here in the area right now.
So the new herd, this is the Cape value. These are the Cape values for the new herd, Brett. And
No, you're fine.
so you're looking at 4
I'm
o'clock.
here near the
value
Fairview
here.
town area,
At,
watching
4 p.m.,
the winds kind of pick up
which
here with this,
clears out Fort
activities
Worth,
to
Fort Worth pretty quickly.
blow around here
Values are pretty
in
far
the
to the
area
south
right now.
by 6 o'clock.
Yes, I see that. I see that.
By the way, there is a new mesos. Let me just do this real quick while we're in somewhat of a lull, because we do have some more weather going on across
Right.
the radar on here again to show you what we're looking at. Back to the north, there's a new meso
Yes, I see
discussion
that.
about this stuff
I see
coming
that.
through south and western parts of Lake Michigan, southeastern Wisconsin, and beyond. Severe thunderstorm warnings up here at the moment, just to the east of Madison along I-94. Severe thunderstorm warning here that goes for a little while longer today in Jefferson and Dodge County. That was located near Stoughton. 65-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail being depicted there. So that's going to move on toward the Lake Michigan area, Milwaukee later on this evening, south of Fond du Lac and Oshkosh B'gosh through the area. This is the upper portion of the whole system that we're looking at.
Yeah, Dave. I think we need to go back and focus on Bryan County in Oklahoma. I think this is going to prove my point pretty well. You got that next cell that has come out of Denison, the one that had the reported wall and funnel cloud on it earlier. It was coming out of Bryan County.
It's warned now.
It's tornado warned now.
Yeah,
It also
I think we need to go back and focus on Bryan County and
really
Oklahoma.
hitting
I think
or
this
it's
is going to
slow
prove my
shears
point
they
pretty
get near
well.
the Red River.
You got that next cell
So
that
they're
has come out of
spinning up.
Denison,
That
the one that
has
had
good
the
clearance there.
reported
Pretty
wall
far
and
away.
funnel cloud on it
Radar.
earlier as it was coming out of Bryan County.
I think Dallas County,
Texas.
close to radar.
It's tornado warned
But I
now.
tell you,
It
the
also
structure of this
kind of proves that theory.
rock
It's like
wall
these
right
things
now,
are
you see
really
it's very
hitting
elongated. We're starting
more
to see a
intense
cell
level
merger
shear as they get near the Red River.
take place from the Garland cell.
So they're spinning up. That one has a good hook
I'm really
appearance there.
concerned.
Pretty far away from any radar. Pretty sure it's in the area. I think Dallas is still going to be closest radar to it. But I tell you, the structure of this thing that's near Rockwall right now, you can see it's very elongated. We're starting to see a cell merger take place from the Garland cell and this McKinney
It is a long way
cell.
away from the
I'm really concerned
actual
as
radar,
we continue
so I
to
don't
see this
see
stuff
any
move off toward the northeast. That it's
kind of
going
out
to
of our-
ingest some of that better low-level shear.
purple haze
And
area there, but you can certainly see there's a
a
lot of lightning there. Very concentrated lightning over the past 15 minutes. This is south of Durant, by the way, into Oklahoma, across the Red River. That's going to be for the next 35 minutes in effect there across that portion of the eastern central Bryan County into Oklahoma until 3:15. The storm is very near Kemp at the moment as well as it goes northeastward and just south of US 70 in Durant and Bennington.
We'll give you location. Just use your GPS here. Sorry.
No, you're good. And the additional tornado warning that we've been watching for a while has 3 more minutes on this. I don't know if they'll extend this or not. Tornado quarter-size hail being reported there just to the southeastern side of Patoka County. That goes till 2:45. 2:45. Antlers off to the east. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning there, too. That's going to be just to the east of Myers. Moyer, in Darwin, but that's going to be Pushmataha County, southwestern Pushmataha actually is where this is going to be at the moment, and headed on eastward again with everything else. Brett was talking about, remarking that it looks like the most volatile part of the atmosphere, at least still to this point, is here to the north along the Red River or southern sections of Oklahoma. So certainly that would be the area that we're kind of focused on. He's going to be traveling in that general direction too to stay up with the storms there in that region. Right now, some of the really, really heavy thunderstorms coming through and across Dallas. I was noticing on the camera there just a little while ago that a lot of what we did have was, beginning to push out of the area. Actually, that camera is no longer where it is. And I can just show you here in just a couple of seconds what it looks like back there in Dallas. We're also watching Brett's live camera here from the app, the Radar Mega app, that shows his dash camera, shows us what we're looking at there, which is basically the area there that has some of the bigger thunderstorms that are occurring and the low visibilities that occur. What we had is low visibility, Brett, in Dallas. You can see right now we're beginning to see some sunshine actually show up on the Skycam there, the Skyline camera out of EarthCam in Dallas. They're at 75 degrees currently and some low deck that is passing on by. but visibility much higher than it was just a few moments ago. So that's actually going to help the situation out considerably going through the next couple of hours too. And there's where we stand. We've got a thin line. Are we underperforming here, Brett?
I think it's too early to tell on that, but I will say this. If you can look at our camera now that you had in the corner, we're now seeing some sunshine right on the back side of this storm. So very, very definitive line of cutoff on these initial storms.
Okay, let me see.
So
look at our camera now.
That's kind of where we're at as well, Dave.
We're now seeing some sunshine right on the back side of
back in the Dallas metro area.
A lot of heavy rain.
So,
looks like it took place
very,
there too.
very
There's a lot of ponding on the
line
right side of the road there.
On these initial storms,
And,
in terms of the
school bus. I know it's a Saturday night.
in terms of the cloud cover on the backside, it's very
They
sharp.
don't cancel them in
So,
Texas, I can tell you that.
That's kind of where we're at as well,
Nope,
Dave.
not at all.
Makes
That's
sense that
that's kind of what we're
seeing
thinking
that
too,
back in the
Dave.
Dallas metro area.
Trying to look, see if there's anything else that just kind of sticks out at me right now.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Nope, not at all. That's kind of what we're thinking too, Dave. I'm trying to look. See if there's anything
It's
else
Friday.
that just kind of sticks
Yeah, it's
out
Friday night
right
football
now.
here.
There's a gray
Fine.
seated somewhere there.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly what we're going to deal with is some rainy activity here on the Friday night. It's going to be interesting to see how it all pans in terms of getting those football games in. I think the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area could be in better shape here in the next little bit. So we're going to have to watch for that pretty closely as these storms continue to move. That front is not slowing up at all. That's back to the west with the new activity on it. Hopefully we can get that out of here. But,
See that?
you know, we've still got a few hours. Where's that one located, Dave?
That's south of Dallas. That's going to be a new tornado warning there. That's just to
Okay.
around Hillsboro and Whitney, and a very distinctive inbound outbound there. Maybe one of the better ones that we've seen so far. The more distinct ones showing up, where you do have a at least pixel to pixel sort of a situation there, and there is a, it's right where it should be there. As we were looking at them earlier, and we were talking about them coming out of Waco, they're all supercells. They're all small supercells. They're kind of out of the way there, and actually in an area where they're going to pick up most of the moisture before it actually gets further to the north. So we might actually see something happen there. The National Weather Service Office again issuing a tornado warning for Hill County, and that goes until 3:15. For Hill County, 50-mile-per-hour winds in Hillsboro. Tornado quarter-size hail is possible with this storm as it goes on to the east. There's another one just south of there, too, that sort of has some of the same characteristics. So this will be rain-free, too. You'd be able to see that pretty well from the south side.
Right. We were just looking at that, Dave. Looks like the strongest rotation has passed. Let's see. It looks like the strongest rotation is past just northeast of Whitney, approaching Woodbury now. So that's one that's also on the Weather Service's radar at this point in time. But yeah, it's definitely getting active now. We're getting more active as we expected. New mesoscale discussion also just came out down into this area from the Storm Prediction Center. It may take that a few minutes to populate.
I threw up the HER, by the way. This is, again, the HER from, it's still the 18Z, but
there's nothing in there.
Much of it, again, these little supercells look pretty dominant, again, across the eastern side of the Dallas metro area, and then they kind of take off down to the south again, B. The linear part of this looks like it really starts a little earlier there, up around the northeastern part of Texas. The single cells look a little bit more dominant down to the south on the HER. College Station, back over to Tyler, throughout that area. There are quite a few single cells there before it goes linear. later on this evening. This is 10 o'clock tonight when it looks like it's going to be a big-time rain that'll be occurring by this point. But just looking at the HRRR over the past couple of, that's 5 o'clock.
Right. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on one sec, Dave. I'm working on some things here. I'm working on some video. Got to get some video out here pretty quick for my evening shows and whatnot. But yeah, it's looking like we're going to start picking up though. As you said, it looks a little more linear out there. Those southern cells are definitely the ones that I'm more intrigued by. The northern ones are likely going to produce some tornadoes too. But those southern ones that are down in that deeper moisture axis, they've got plenty of shear to work with. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah,
So
the HRRR, the tendency to the HRRR
kinda
earlier
where
today
we
was to
are
have
with it as
those
well.
single cells a little bit further to the north. They were into the short term. It was a little bit further to the north, but now it looks like west of Houston throughout that I-10 corridor, maybe to the north in particular, before going linear.
That I agree with that, Dave. I totally agree with that. Based on what I'm looking at as well. So it's going to be interesting to watch that evolve this evening, and just see just how much those continue to be cellular in nature. As
that I agree with that,
development
Dave. I
move on
totally
from the
agree
north
with
and
that.
east again.
Based on what
That's
I'm
likely
looking at as
where
well.
I would say that's probably the
So
highest
it's going to be interesting to
likelihood of us
watch
getting
that
sustained
evolve this
supercells.
evening, and just see
because
just
your
how
forcing's going to be less
much
further south as your system
those
gets away.
continue to be cellular in nature.
All right, quick
But
roundup. Again, the two tornado warnings that we do have. Bryan County underneath a tornado warning. You are there in Oklahoma. That's Bryan County, Oklahoma. Hill County, Texas, new tornado warning. That was the one we were looking at just a few moments ago. This is a Hill County warning right there that shows up just to the north of Hillsboro. Let me actually put the radar on there. That is a look at what was actually in the forecast. But overall, the radar here out of Dallas again shows you got a pretty. Check that out, B.
Oh wow, yeah, that's going to be interesting. I want to see one more frame of that to see if that's an anomaly, but it's more than likely not. That's a looking signature.
Yeah, let's see what else we have here. Small storm, but some
A
brainy
very small
lightning.
storm. That's the thing right now. These are very small.
Quite a bit of lightning down here, down to the south. Those are a lot of lightning strikes that are occurring. And again, now east of the Dallas metro, we can probably start clearing some places. I think we can clear Wichita Falls. You got this one thunderstorm out near Henrietta at the moment that's still pretty active. Go to the Frederick radar and have a better perspective of that. That thing's still a wicked-looking storm, actually. And it is a broad mezzo. You can see the inbound and the outbound is very broad. The green is what is coming toward the radar site in Frederick. The red is going away, so it's indicative to us that we do have a mezzo, or a turning storm here at the moment in this direction. And we just don't have anything tight there, so we know the whole thing is spinning. But we also know that it could tighten up at any point.
Right. Dave, I'm going to end up having to jump. I got to do one hit for another affiliate here in just a few moments. I'll have to jump for a few minutes,
Gotcha.
But I will be back to assist here as soon as I'm done with that. It looks like, again, our thunderstorm development is really beginning to ramp up at this point in time too, and we're going to continue to see that happen through the evening.
Tell him Dave says, hey, just send me a text when you're ready to come back on. I think I got this into the short term here, and we'll pick back up in just a few minutes, B.
Okay, I'll just jump back on our.
Yep.
I'll jump back on our link here. It should be fine. Okay, sounds good. See you in a minute, guys. Stay with David. I'll be back here shortly, and we'll keep you updated through this event.
All right, so we talk about what's happening into the short term across most of the area there into eastern sections of Texas. Just do a little summary here if we can, and take a look at what's happening into the big picture, which overall is going to be the fact that we still have plenty of thunderstorms that have popped up across this region that are going to eventually run into the atmosphere that is volatile, the atmosphere that is juicy atmosphere. We got 70-degree dew points that are coming northward. It's not like nothing is happening here at the moment. Actually, we do have quite a few thunderstorms that have popped out. Let me see. Normally you can do something with a winter time product and get a clear screen, but that's not going to happen anyway. The bigger portion of this actually, and this is just some heavy rainfall. These are 1 hour precipitation totals that, according to the radar site, and look at these, check these out on the western side near DFW. Actually, the 1 hour rainfall totals are really high, 1.5 inches, 1 3/4 inches there just south of Louisville, about 1 1/4 inches there as well. So some appreciable rains that are falling, and much appreciated rains that are falling there across that neck of the woods too. Definitely something that they've been needing all across eastern Texas, right there along the Mississippi River. Been in a huge deficit. The drought continues there across that portion of Mississippi. And we're going to go west to east here to take a quick look. FDR, we'll look at the radar there out of Frederick in Oklahoma. This Henrietta storm is still pretty large. Henrietta back into Texas. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that lasts here for quite a bit longer for Henrietta. That storm is moving off to the east and northeast along US 82 that comes in from west to east. This jaggedy line, that is the Red River, just to the south of Bryan and Burke Burnett. The Red River, which by that point it's tough to call it a river. I've been across here many times. It's about this. It's bigger than that, but it's not this huge river that we often talk about. And we got these other cells that are moving along the area there too. Back over to the east near Gainesville. It is kind of odd. We break this up from, well, let me just see if I can find out why. Let's go and look at some satellite imagery here first of all. This is visible. Let's see what I can find here. Put this into motion. So the actual front is still back to the west a little bit. That's the actual front coming on through. Let me get rid of some of this here too. I don't want to see any of that. I blew that. Turn that off. Do this. There you go. So here's the big picture. Here's the big satellite image to show you what's basically happening here. Is some of the heavier thunderstorms. All these are embedded within the red areas. The reds and oranges are indicative of colder cloud tops, which are the ones that would provide most of the precipitation for you. The colder the cloud top, the brighter the color. And so these are the ones that extend up into the atmosphere a little bit further. This is an infrared image, which shows us long wave energy. And lets us know that we do, in fact, have temperatures here. I mean, I'm looking at the scale. Some of these are negative 60 and 70 degree marks. Yeah, up there at cloud level at 50,000 feet as far as these tops go. And that's what you see in red. Now, that is the thunderstorms that were blowing up. And I can actually still show you that, the thunderstorms, because I can show you some of these satellite images that are visible. These are the ones that you can actually see with your naked eye if you were 20,530 miles up in space, like the satellite image, or the satellite is. This is what it would look like if you were looking down on Earth at that point. And just kind of put it into motion for you again. The upper level low is still well back to the west here. There it is. See it spinning, coming out of eastern sections of New Mexico and headed on into the western side of the panhandle of Texas. So that's the low pressure, the low that's moving on eastward. And then you've got all of your thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings here further to the east along the Red River, or way down to the south over to Waco in the Fort Worth area, down south through 258 this afternoon. Still watching all these thunderstorms head on eastward across this portion of eastern Texas. There is a a tornado watch that goes for a little while longer here across the area. This is a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes throughout the rest of this evening and afternoon. That is in the yellow that you do see right here on the imagery. Let me get rid of this imagery and show you the water vapor. There it is. This is what we were talking about, the water vapor image a few moments ago. Low level water vapor, which gives us an account of how much moisture is into the air. The green colors indicate moisture. The other areas that we're looking at, not so much. The oranges, those colors. Here are the thunderstorms blowing up along the front. There's the low pressure itself kicking up and moving on out to the east. It's a pretty big deal right about there. Notice all this goes northward. All this comes around on this side of the low pressure center and then moves on eastward across that neck of the woods. And throughout most of that area there, you'll start to see really drier air starting to push in. It already is. Some of these conditions are down into the 40s for temperatures in West Texas. You go from 40s to 70s back further and further to the east. Now, I believe it's going to be a new tornado warning. 31 minutes. This is a new tornado warning. A little bit further to the east, Hill County, Ellis County, Navarro County. Now, this is what we're talking about. I mentioned there was a similar storm to the one that had the tornado warning. This one's the one that's a little further to the east. Hill, Ellis, Navarro counties. You're now underneath a tornado warning. Tornado and quarter-size hail is possible with this. Have to go back to the radar to give you a better perspective of what's actually going on with this storm. But again, it is a notable storm. It has all indications are that we still have plenty of spin here with this. Hill, Ellis, Navarro County underneath a tornado warning. The radar again shows you where we have. Brett and I were looking at the artifact that we thought it might be an artifact, but it's not. It's actually the spin that was occurring. And look at all the lightning that's occurring. This is tornado genesis. This is what we're looking at when a tornado begins. And you see how the cluster of lightning that's taking place here in the center of all this. This is what we're talking about. Look at that. See all that lightning that's occurring? A lot of studies done about the relationship between lightning and the genesis of lightning, the beginning of a cluster of lightning strikes, and the beginning of a tornado. And so that is most likely what's happening right there as we see the beginning of a tornado taking place just south of Bynum. 171 is the county road there, I think, and that's going to be just south of there. This tornado warning to the north doesn't look like it did a little earlier. Doesn't have the same shape and structure. In fact, this is a small storm, and if you saw the tornado associated with this near the town of Mayfield in Texas. Now, this is Mayfield, Texas. It's a pretty good storm. But here's the one that looks more dominant. The tornado looks more dominant. It's down to the south. And a few more. Now, we'll be looking at this one. This is down near Martin, 77, US 77, or Robinson down to the south there. And then some other thunderstorms back to the north. This one has quite a bit of lightning associated with it as well, near Granbury, west of Cleburne. And then everything that's still sitting off here to the north is likely still in play. This is going to be near Blue Ridge, down to Rockwall, Gainesville, northward up into this area, then back into the tornado warning. This is for 14 more minutes. A tornado warning exists just to the east of Durant in Oklahoma. Strong thunderstorm there that's moving eastward and has the possibility of a tornado embedded within. That's going to be one of those that will follow for the remainder of this evening as well. And I'll just get rid quickly here of the tornado watch. Thought I would. Weather alerts, tornado watch. So you can see just a little bit better at what's happening. The two tornado warnings down to the south come within the line, within the area there that we were looking at that was shaping up to be that way when we were sort of monitoring everything that was happening there across that region. So we certainly be looking out for that as it all heads in that general direction. Still watching southward as well at some of the other thunderstorms that are taking place, and there are still plenty of them. East of Wichita Falls, we've got Henrietta back over to and crossing over the border, and everything that's happening there in that region. We'll follow that too as we go through the next several hours. Fort Worth southward and back over into the eastern side of Texas. Some of those are big thunderstorms that we'll kind of be looking at there as well in the next several hours. Those are going to be strong thunderstorms. It'll continue down near Martin, Highway 77, going up and down the region. Those are storms that we'll look at and follow there for a little while longer too, because that's what we do. We follow thunderstorms. And other than that, the big picture again, not to forget anybody, so we're going to go back to the north here, up around Madison into Milwaukee. These are severe thunderstorm warnings now up in Fond du Lac, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 42 minutes. It's in effect for Milwaukee, Sullivan counties, or that's out of the Milwaukee, Sullivan, National Weather Service office. It's going to be Lee and Dodge County. Lee and Dodge, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Now we have a brand new tornado warning down to the south into Oklahoma again. This is a new tornado warning issued just moments ago. Is it going to replace the old one? No, not yet. It'll pop up there in just a second. I think we have a brand new tornado warning just issued moments ago up here. Let me see if I can find out exactly where it is. It's coming. So 11 minutes on this tornado warning here, by the way. This is Bochita, northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And the two warnings we have down to the south here, just north of Waco. This one looks pretty dominant at the moment. This has a tornado warning associated with it just to the north of Waco, Texas. That'll be moving into Waxahachie here very shortly. Look at all the lightning. I mean, this is almost constant lightning. I feel like this is really a tornado that's just now beginning to wind up pretty well. Still inbound and outbound associated with it. Nothing too extreme, but look at all of that lightning. I mean, that's about as much lightning as you can put into the frame there at the moment. So Bochita, we're still underneath that, and Bennington, it is a tornado warning. Population kind of small, 1,400 people live within that polygon there off to the north, but down to the south here. Now we have some new inbound and outbound associated with this near Itasca. This is along 35 west, I-35 to the west, Itasca. You're underneath a tornado warning there now, beginning to show some inbound and outbound associated with that. In fact, I see a couple of areas that are suspect that we're, kind of watching. That blew up. Not much there anymore. But look up here south and west of Waxahachie. We have an inbound and an outbound there. This is showing up as that might be a downburst, actually. It's a negative 53 miles per hour. That could be a downburst coming out of there. But definitely look at the downburst there. And then you've got this little flank area that's trying to sneak out as well. This is going to be right there. This is going to be where you do have a downdraft that's occurring the rear flank of whatever the storm was to the north there a little bit. So the downdraft is going to be pushing out in advance of that, crossing over 35 east and moving just south of Midlothian, it looks like, probably within the next 30 minutes or so. Then to the north up into Dallas, we have a little bit of drier air up here now in Dallas. In fact, let me see if I can go to the Dallas camera to take a look at that, because we saw a little bit of sunshine that was showing up there just a little bit earlier. I think there's going to be more where that came from. But here's the linear part of this storm now, and it is east of Brett. He's just going to have to I think Brett needs to look up and go bye to this thing, because no, I just saw a movie, so he's probably trying to catch it. But the play might be to go southward along I-30 and get to 20 here, because this stuff from the south is going to be moving northward. He knows what to do. Visibility-wise, that might be the better way to go. I don't think a whole lot's coming northward again. And this is Brett's forward camera. As you can see it right there on the roadway coming southward. There's plenty of other activity that's associated with this, all moving in that general direction too. Right now, Dallas, the sky cam, we got 75 degrees in downtown Dallas. A little bit of sunshine reflecting off of the buildings there into the background. And you can also see the cloud deck that's moving from the right side of your picture back down to the left side. Some of the higher winds associated with this whole system as it pushes on by, still accountable for what's happening there with all that coming across Dallas County.
Yes, sir. I just want to give you plenty of heads up on that.
Thank you very much for watching us as we continue to have live coverage for you of the anticipated, highly anticipated,
I'm in
moderate
Texas doing
risk
tornadoes today, so we're trying to take off.
Was just upgraded during the early part of the day today from the office in Norman,
there's
Oklahoma.
some tornadic stuff coming up toward southeast Dallas. So that's where I'm trying to run down that way right now.
A continuation of the tornado warning now, dear.
I just wanted to give you a heads up, make sure that was cool, and I'll get back with you when I get back in town.
make sure I understand it. Yeah. Look, again, I told you this thing is just kind of getting together. This is going to end up being a big tornado, I think, folks. This is just to the this is south of 22, Mertens and Frost. Notice now we've got this hook echo that's showing up. We may have, let me just go through it a little bit here. There's a tornado forming. This indicates to us where we have wind coming toward and away from the radar site, but at this point it indicates to us where we do have strong rotation right there. That's going to be just to the north of 171. Strong rotation occurring within the storm, but that's where the tornado is likely showing up. We can also take a look and see if we have any kind of debris that might be aloft. I don't really see... I don't see a debris signature so much. There is an anomaly that shows up there, but I think that's really just going to be dust or maybe even hail. But look at all the lightning. I mean, it's tight. I think it's as tight as they can put the lightning. Just north of Bynum, and that's going to be moving up near Italy and Forreston, and moving on northeastward at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Not highly populated. 7,500 people live in this area. That's enough. One is enough for us to make sure that we keep the information coming to you. There is a hook echo right there on the bottom side of it. Two storms that we're looking at basically here that have merit, and that's this one. I think this one will be number one. This one will be number two, with that possibility there too. That'd be a small tornado, but headed in an area in a region that's pretty highly populated in Waxahachie, Texas. That's just south of Dallas. One of those little suburbs there into
David,
Dallas.
David.
So that's kind of where we are at the moment. And B, we got a couple tornado warnings, and the one that's on the eastern side here that we're looking at looks pretty wild. I think this is probably our first real verification we've seen during the day.
Yeah, David, we're about to hit Texas 78 on the east side of Lavon Lake, and we're going to move down basically down through Rockwall, head toward Terrell. That storm's going to move very rapidly. It's taking off to the northeast, so it's just looking. We're now seeing a bounded weak echo region with that supercell, the eastern supercell there. I think that one's taken more dominant characteristics recently. If you look at several of the radars, man, that thing can be seen all the way from Lake Charles radar. So that is a tall supercell, and it's getting very dominant there with all that lightning. And as you can see, very turbulent air movement there with inbounds and outbounds. So, yeah, I agree with you. I do see that there is a wall cloud currently reported on that particular storm. Meteorologists down there in the area reporting a wall cloud. It doesn't look like that there is a tornado on the ground just yet, but they are watching that very, very closely. And now we're starting to see also some new development here in the Dallas metro area.
Yeah, you know, kind of with both of these. So the one that was north of there was our first tornado warning, but the one to the south, it looks like is really becoming a little bit more dominant, although there's still thunderstorms that are lined up back over to Fort Worth. There is a severe thunderstorm warning south of Fort Worth. It still includes Johnson, Parker, Tarrant, Hood counties. You're underneath severe thunderstorm warnings there. And then as Brett was talking about, some new development, or at least some more thunderstorms that have popped up to the north of Dallas. And then there's one more line that'll be coming through. It's coming through Fort Worth right now at the moment. And actually, Brett, I'm going to put the Dallas camera up here real quick to show you what we're looking at here, which is mainly the skies are becoming black again off into the distance, just off to the west of Dallas. And that's what we thought we'd be looking at there as well.
Yeah, David, that's what that secondary area that's going to come into the metro. And again, that is looks like that might actually be part of the front now. That wind shift boundary has really started to race off toward the east. Dew points are dropping very rapidly back to Cisco, Texas. You've got temps in the 80s, dew points down into the 50s now back into Breckenridge. So that front's not very far away. Starting to see that possibly that final push there as the winds begin to veer on the back side of that line. Starting to see southwesterly winds now west of Fort Worth. So the line is forming. Looks like that our discrete supercell potential that we have been talking about is coming to fruition now. South of Interstate 20, it's going to roll across Interstate 45 and also move across I-20 and move up toward I-30. So we got several problems that we're going to deal with if these storms stay discrete long enough. That storm down there just got a new update there, southwest of Blooming Grove. That is a very very intense looking supercell thunderstorm, and rotation's really getting stronger even at this point. So I got a bad feeling, David. I think we're about to see what we talked about come to fruition with a couple of these tornadoes.
They don't often miss with a moderate risk, but I quickly drew the dew points on here, the isotherms that kind of show us what we got. We got 70s, but not too far away. We got 40s in the dew points, so the actual front is right there somewhere in between. And again, like you said, these thunderstorms that have just now really popped up in the last several hours are the ones that are deeply concerning to us down to the south here. But METAR's again showing us what we do have as far as the meat goes there across that area. I think I can show you also the wind direction
well, the
here.
METARs, one of the interesting things about the METARs close to those two tornadic cells, there's a moisture pool there. Both dew point at Cleburne and Hillsboro jumped to 77 as those storms are nearby. 77 over 77. So you're at full saturation there at the surface, and that's unstable, very unstable.
Yeah. And again, the wind direction from the south, until you get back over here just to the west of Stevensville, where it does come in out of the west. So there's your front. Clearly, you can see it now if you add some of the METAR data on there. And another little storm report here of a train spotter has a mesonet of 61 miles per hour. That was in Dallas County not that long ago with some of the heavier thunderstorms that moved through. And we did have that pretty good gust that was taking place there, too. But at the moment, what you can see is that most of these thunderstorms, as they move on eastward, especially if they're south of the area, seem to be taking on those characteristics of a sheared storm. Check this out now, B.
Exactly. That's what I saw just a few moments ago.
Ooh.
That is a problem. That is a problem. That is a big problem. You see that RFD surge there south, and you've got an inflow surge there. That is what we call gate-to-gate type rotation. That's very reminiscent of a impending tornado if there's not one already down at this time. So that is going to be a problem. That is going to be a big problem here very, very soon if it's not already on the ground.
Not already, yeah. I see.
Right. So let's see.
CC's kind of blah.
Yeah, Weather Service is now saying storm hasn't completely wrapped, but now we do see a significant tornado threat with that cell. So they're calling that cell potentially significant, which that makes total sense. These are the type of cells that you look for when you're going to get a longer track, strong to violent type tornado. So it's not down yet, and that's good news. And let's hope that trend continues. But man, it just continues to get better and better with each frame as time goes by.
Yeah, let me just show you. Well, I got to get my head out of the way. Hold on here. I don't know how to do that. Well, that's beautiful. I've got ETA here, but my head's in the way. So ETA, some of the impact times here: 320 into Frost, Lone Cedar about 329, and Bird at about 340. Should we continue that movement to the north, and at that pace at about 40 miles per hour? So that's what we currently have now as far as a storm track goes. Ugly storm there that we're looking at that continues to be a threat across that area and its entirety. And again, if we get another sweep here, there's obviously something spinning there, something spinning.
That structure of the storm there that you see right now, you have a ball basically on the end. That ball is the updraft of the thunderstorm, and what you're seeing the low levels, the wind pushing the precip in a very thin line back to the west, and as that updraft continues, you can see now it's getting caught in the upper level winds. That's the reason it looks like a V or almost some people call it a flying eagle appearance there as it V's out toward the northeast.
Yeah. I've always called it the Mickey Mouse effect.
So that's very, very classic type supercell.
So what he's talking about, what Brett's talking about here, is the upper level wind coming in from the southwest. The hail shaft here, which deflects some of that upper level wind from time to time, creates two low pressure centers on both sides, which causes a wraparound to come in the backside of the storm on the northeast side of the storm and creates a V, bunny ears, flying eagle, I've used quite a few different colloquialisms on that, but that's what he's looking at. And if you look at radar itself, you'd say this is the most mature storm of all of them because of that. And again, the new frame here, Brett, looks even uglier. Let me see what the velocity. I got to believe they're getting ready to pull the trigger on this for, well, I don't see any, but that's old. That's going to be from 15. It's 4 minutes old on the correlation coefficient.
Yeah, I'm watching pretty closely here. The dew point out ahead of this storm up to the north here, Rockwall's up to 74, Mesquite 72, 70 at Athens, 70 at Terrell. I mean, it's going into the prime environment for problems.
Oh yeah, the dew points are much higher, by the way, a little bit further north, believe it or not, and west.
Yes, they're
Waxahachie 72.
It looks like to me that they've pulled. Right. All right. The storm's warned for Ellis County. Navarro County is still under the tornado warning for that cell there. That one is going to head northeast. That one, folks in Kaufman County on upstream, you need to be going ahead and thinking about your tornado safety plan because that's going to move toward the north and east. You get a really good representation of how tall that storm is in its core. A very tall storm there. And there you go. You see that? That's the lower level winds feeding into that area of rotation, that hook. That's what forms that hook, is that rotating column of air there in the lower levels. So as David's showing you there, that's going to be a problem here as we go in the next several minutes.
All right, so that's the, I think it's the lone, no, we still have this one off to the north. They kind of moved it around just a little bit. Boca Chica, they're still under the tornado warning there in Boca Chica. That's going to be Bryan and Atoka County in Oklahoma. Tornado warning that exists there as well from that thunderstorm moving on to the northeast. We did have some inbound and outbound with that a little bit earlier, but now we're kind of into the purple haze there, if you will, of that start of the storm. Let me see. Crystal, Oklahoma.
1.4 miles.
Yeah. Little out of that as well, but nonetheless.
Now,
huh?
I was just going to show now, guys. You're going to see some things like this here on the camera. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can see the dash, but you're going to see some clouds that look really scary today. Little fingers out of them. That does not necessarily mean it's anything bad. The backside of this thunderstorm that
I was just going to show now, guys. You're going to see some things like this here on the camera. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can see the dash, but you're going to see some clouds that look really scary today. Little fingers out of them. That does not necessarily mean that it's anything bad. On the back side of this thunderstorm that has moved to the east that we were on earlier, and it really does not look anything severe. Those are just what we call scary looking clouds, some scud clouds there. So those are not tornadic.
What he's talking about,
you will see, that type of stuff as well this afternoon. So pay really close attention
to the cloud deck
to the storm environment that's coming
around that area. And again, I can just show you the Dallas camera here as well. We're looking downtown at the skyline, 75 degrees currently, and the skies are blackening off into the distance, back into the west of downtown Dallas. And visually, it looks pretty nasty outside at the moment. No reason why that's not going to continue here for a little while longer as well. And then back to the radar to get you up to date on what's happening with our storms at the moment. Two of them, they cut this polygon down just a little bit. That is still a tornado warning, though, that's in effect here across this eastern portion of Atoka County, which includes the city of Atoka, although it's pretty far to the north of where the polygon actually is. And then down to the south, the other thunderstorms that we're looking at here as well do continue with a tornado warning. We'll go to FWS and take a look at this out of Fort Worth. Tornado warning for this storm, which just in appearance is kind of wacky and scary looking because it does have what looks like a little ball down to the south, but what you're looking at is the inflow coming in on the north and the eastern side of this. This is inflow coming in near Lone Cedar, just to the north of Blooming Grove, coming into the storm, and then there's a rise going on, and Brett was talking about this just a little bit earlier as well. It's a very mature storm. As you look at it, We're likely looking at hail being involved with the storm right about here. So that's the hail shaft. Well, the upper level winds are coming in from the southwest, which that hail shaft then sort of splits the wind flow when it gets up to that height to the shaft, which pushes it off to the east, or it pushes it off to the west. And then at this point, then we're kind of looking at what has to happen. Well, what has to happen is it has to go around. So there's your hail shaft, and then we create a V or an area of non-precip coming in on the back side of this. That's because there's low pressure forms here and here, and so we're piping back in some drier air there. And this is all residual flow back off in that distance there too. So right now that is a tornado warning. Velocity data, it's it's not exactly like gate to gate, but it's close. We still have a few pixels of no wind in between, but we've got a 73 mile per hour wind that goes right there toward the radar site. Just issued a new tornado warning that is for, that's a brand new tornado warning. Let me show that to you. I think. Nope. Hold on. Get it back up in just a minute. There is a new tornado warning, though, a little bit further on eastward now. They just pushed that because it was about to run out of the polygon, so they did push it a little bit further to the north. The warning they did. So now the warning goes for the next 35 minutes for Ellis County and Navarro counties near Blooming Grove, 14 miles to the southwest of Enos. That is a possible tornado there into the area from the Fort Worth office, indicating so. And I got to believe this is, it's certainly spinning. If you were in front of that and you were watching it, it is a rotating thunderstorm that may or may not be producing a tornado just yet, but it's pretty darn close. And so as we look at that, we're looking at wind motion. We're also looking at what's called the correlation coefficient, which would tell us, if you look at the image here, I'll explain this here very shortly. This is all the same. All of the colors that you see are the same. So this is just going to be rain. This kind of a brownish color there, that's rain. What you would be looking for with this product is some sort of an anomaly, some difference that would be taking place. And you can see there is a difference right here. Sometimes that would indicate to us where we have something other than rain. So it just updated. Let me back that off. And I don't see anything that looks solidly like it would be something in flight, something up in the air. This is oftentimes referred to as the debris product because it normally would show us anomaly, rain, 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 anomaly. Here's the rain. Anomaly right there is what is being screened, but it doesn't look like a great deal. And the other thing that's probably even more prominent is just look at all this lightning that's taking place. So that is indicative too. Lightning, a genesis of lightning, beginning of lightning, is truly an indication of the genesis of a tornado. So maybe that would be the case too, again, within this storm. It is by far the storm of the moment. This is a thin line back to the west, and I don't even think this has the potential to produce a tornado. This golf ball size hail being reported in Farmersville, Texas, and Collin County. That's golf ball size hail being reported there over the last 15-20 minutes, which is like right up Brett's alley here. I think we're watching Brett live here at the moment. And I hope he saw that storm report of golf ball size hail being reported there just like 5 minutes ago. Golf ball size hail being reported just south of town, coming in on the south side, pretty near where Brett is. So we'll take his image here. Let me get it, and I'm going to make it smaller. Keep it up here in the corner so we can sort of keep following what is happening overall. So that's Brett Adair there in the upper right-hand corner, and then we're looking at the other thunderstorms of note down to the south. Now, again, this is a report just moments ago. 1 3/4 inches in diameter.
Got one just now.
250 just moments ago. That's 30 minutes ago. Hard to match up there, but we'll keep our eyes on that. And then the severe thunderstorm warning coming in on the western side. Denton, Texas. Now back down to the south there. Keller and Fort Worth. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. They'll be coming into DFW shortly. That's going to be Denton and Northern Tarrant County until 4 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter-size hail is also possible within these storms that will be coming in west to east across that region. Definitely have to be looking and watching out for both of those as they do so. And they move on a little bit further to the northeast. A tornado warning down to the south. This is just a wicked-looking storm. Very wicked-looking. And again,
do that now.
it's not. This is not typical of a tornado. It's still broad. It's still considered broad because right there is a gap. So if you're looking at this storm, what you would see is that this thing is spinning, it's rotating like this. So it's a large rotation that's occurring. If you had 2 pixels right together there, that would be a little bit of a different story. That's not what we're seeing. It's a large rotation. The only exception is, I don't know what this is. We call this a beware, a bounded weak echo region. Beware, right here, which is kind of like beware, but this is a beware, indicative again of a lot of thunderstorms that have the potential to produce a tornado. So of everything that the National Weather Service is looking at, I got to believe that's probably the one thing that they're really, really concerned about, other than the other tornado warning that's up there in Oklahoma. And then the rest of it, which is moving on eastward. A few more thunderstorms down to the south, actually. We're going to go to the radar there that's just north of Austin, Texas, to show you a couple of more storms down here that are beginning to fire now east of Waco. Those will be moving into Martin and probably make their way on eastward toward Franklin, probably Centerville, the I-45 area over the next couple of hours. And once again, I guess my first impressions are it is just 3:30. It is just 3:30, 3:31, Friday, November the 4th. And the overall was that this would really start to grow a little bit more as we went through the afternoon. The latest model, it is called the HER model, which is a rapid high-resolution model. This is going to be for 30 minutes ago what the model was thinking. This is a forecast now from here on out, which the forecast does have more single-cell linear thunderstorms are to the north, but single-cell thunderstorms south of I-20, the ones that would be more likely to be turning, rotating, and produce tornadoes. That's at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, still more of the same. We're out ahead of the cold front. We're out ahead of all of this mess, but truly becoming... So this is 6 o'clock, and here is where I still look at this and I think, all right, so a lot of potential here because this is the cold front that'll be trailing back to the west. These are ahead of the cold front. All of these are ahead of the cold front. And so any one of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, any one of these have the potential to produce a tornado. So let me get something else up here for just a second. Let me leave you with the Brett's frozen. This frame is frozen. Get rid of this, go back to the radar for just a moment, and then I got to add some things. Because I just got some brand new information for you. Hold on. Radar out of Dallas. Let's go to the actual radar. Let's just go into this storm. I'll put that in motion and show you. Hold on for just 1 second. Let me get something done. All right. The other thing is they just now issued, the National Weather Service just now issued, is an infrared. What it is it's an infrared satellite image with some of the stuff that's they're thinking put over here. Now, they still have a strong low-level jet, 50-plus knots, crossing over the Red River Valley. We knew that. That's what this is down to the south that they're drawing. The little thing looks like a cloud that they've drawn. Well, that's just the region that they're looking at there. That they're it's a continuation.
There you go.
And so they're saying isolated primarily an urban flash flood threat will exist headed through the remainder of the afternoon into the evening hours from the severe convection. There's your low pressure center right on the Red River. And the cold front, as they have drawn it, which is, again, now east of Wichita Falls. The height falls are taking place now in Dallas, and the big thunderstorm growth that was there is still showing up. But we have the low-level jet that's beginning to be infused into this, which is probably going to aid and abet the thunderstorms as they move into the next few hours. And that's what's going to be keeping us on our toes, I think, as we move on through and into the rest of this afternoon and this evening. So the big thunderstorms here that we're looking at are still being produced. Most likely they're going to hang with us for the next couple of hours till we lose, whatever sunshine of the day, which is very typical of this whole sort of situation as well. Right now, tornado warnings, and this one, which is by far probably the storm of the moment, is a tornado warned area for that section of eastern Ellis County, with a storm near Enos and Bardwell moving northeast at now 50 miles per hour. So it is a 50 mile per hour. And I don't know if this is debris right there or not. It kind of looks like it. Let me see what I can find out. It's still a broad spin. That is not a tornado. It is a broad spinning, rotating mesocyclone. That is an inbound, outbound section there that we're looking at that is not a tornado here at the moment. By the way, again, we're on Radar Omega here. We're watching Radar Omega and sort of following what's happening here overall. Got to show you, this is what is on Radar Omega that's really cool. They have a television channel here, and there's my good buddy who is operating this for the day today, Drew Richards. Drew is watching the thunderstorms. He's talking about the tornado warning there as well. And he's probably doing a better job than I am. But eventually we're going to be shoving all this over to that channel, and which is right there, as I said, within the app. And as Brett was showing you a few moments ago, it's pretty cool because even Brett's information, I can keep that going here too. And check this out. This just happened just now in the last scan. Watch this right here near Ferris. Watch this stuff right there. Watch it, and I'll move it forward. Move it forward a scan. And now another scan. And that's wrapping up. I mean, that is a situation where at least we know it is wrapping up. Now, it looked weaker. But that's within the heart of the severe thunderstorm warning, which was tornado warned at one point. That was a tornado warning for that county. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of a tornado forming within that. It's, again, sort of broad, but this thing just looks like it's just waiting to take off. It needs a trigger. There's something else that is missing that is not going for it at the moment, and that's all right. Never wish a tornado on anybody. And again, I think we have Brett right here. This is Brett live just a few moments ago at 3:37. And he's frozen, but he's on the road. And he'll be coming back out of that again here shortly, and we'll join him. He'll have some more information for us. Storm of the moment, storm of the hour probably is still taking place down to the south. In all of this mess, let me put on a composite radar to show you the big picture here. I can show you where there are thunderstorms in their entirety. Not as high resolution as we have when we're in on a NextRad image, but nonetheless, this shows us what we do have, which is a cluster of showers and thunderstorms headed across Texas. Now, in a couple of months, the front would have gone by, and you'd see the upper level low coming across Amarillo and through the region, and all this stuff back to the west that's near Amarillo. You guys would be calling me right now and telling me that is snow. It's not snow, but it's a cold rain. I can guarantee you that. I don't know what the actual temperatures are over there, but let me look. And I can show you here from the site that we've got temps over here that are into the 40s and 50s. Let me see if I can get the... Yeah, into the 40s and 50s showing up here. And that's going to be a case where, again, that's in the colder position. There are some 40s. I was just looking at this. There's some 40s. See these little dots? These are METAR sites, which are just weather stations. Look at the 40s. The actual temperatures into the 40s, and then we got 80s back over here to the east. It's 50 right now in Graham, 53 degrees in Graham, and we're looking at 70s just off to the south. So it's pretty easy to know exactly where the cold front is. And actually, I can put the METAR winds on here to show you that it's all coming in from the south out ahead of the front, from the north back to the west or northwest. So our cold front, you don't even have to really guess about. The cold front is going to be further off to the east here, which is right about there. This is where the actual cold front is. So the winds out ahead of this are coming in from this direction and just kicking it. They're coming in from the west, northwest like that over here. And as a result, you've already got the clash or the spin that is occurring. Brett, I don't know if you can hear me yet.
I can.
Okay,
you hear me?
good. I can hear you too. So,
okay.
Can I just say I gotta go to the little boys' room? So can you talk for a second?
Yeah, man, that's fine. Just do me a solid and give me a zoom in there on the NSL. Bottom line, that's going to be the storm of the moment. It's starting to tilt over again there on its flank. I think it had a little merger there. The updraft kind of has evolved some. The Weather Service is saying strongest rotation near 287 on the south side of Ennis. Still hasn't wrapped up completely, but a significant tornado threat as it approaches Ennis and I-45 in the next couple of minutes, and that was at 3:39 local time. So that's been 2 minutes ago. As you can see there, that is a very pronounced rotational signature. Excuse me, that is approaching Ennis, and that's going to be problematic as we go into the next little bit. We are approaching Terrell from the north. 21 miles from Terrell, this thing is going to come right at us. So we're going to get a good view of this supercell as it moves in our direction. That rotation is still very, very stout. We're going to try to find a place, I think, to post up on Interstate 20 as this looks quite ominous as it comes toward the interstate system. Checking some things. Let's see. So that storm again, just south of Ennis, Weather Service is very concerned about it. Significant tornado threat with it, even though there's not a tornado on the ground yet. If it were to go down, could be a significant tornado threat with that storm as it moves off toward the north and east. Expecting to likely see that warning extended here really, really soon up toward Kaufman. I believe that is Kaufman County there where Terrell's located, Oak Grove, Kaufman. It's still moving in that general direction. Don't see evidence of a tornado on the ground yet, but it's about to cross I-45, and I guarantee if there's any kind of ground truth to be had, we will know about it here the next little bit. Run a loop on this thing, and it is hauling to the northeast. But, buddy, it has really gotten some inflow here recently on that inflow surge side of the storm. These storms are going to be moving rapidly. And again, we're going to be in position for this tornado as it approaches. We're almost to Rockwall. Dealing with a little bit of traffic here. I know you can't see our camera at the moment. We've got a live feed of our camera only on the channel too. You can hear our audio throughout this event. But that's something that we're dealing with right now as we go through traffic here and approach that rush hour time period. But we're near Rockwall, headed down toward Terrell. This storm is
we go through
At a
traffic
pretty
here
rapid
and approach
pace.
that rush hour
Kind of
time
lost you there for
period.
just a second.
But we're near Rockwall.
Are you behind the white
headed
van
down
right
toward
now? Please tell me
Terrell.
that's you.
This storm is moving pretty
That is
rapidly
me.
up toward
Okay, that is
Kaufman
me.
County. I expect
I popped you up there a
Kaufman to be
minute ago,
included in
and
the tornado
it was-
warning here pretty soon as it continues toward the north and east at a pretty rapid
Drew
pace.
doesn't have you picking up.
I got you. I
program
think.
here. Drew's on the air, by the way. I just touted up Drew for just a moment, but
Yep. I am.
Huh?
Oh, okay. I did not know that. Again, you can see me. I was going to give you the locator. I'm near Rockwall, coming down about to cross the Interstate 30 corridor here at Rockwall, and going to go down toward Terrell. Depending on how much time I've got, I may even drop just south of the interstate there in the direction of Kaufman as this thing approaches. It looks like it's kind of recycling a bit, maybe.
Yeah.
Still very evident, strong rotation there with
It never did its thing. I thought any minute there that thing was gonna, get on the ground, and it was wild. It was so close, and there's some CC here, but I don't think that's anything but some.
No, I think that's in the inflow region.
Well, it's actually
so
well to
yeah.
the north, but
Oh,
yeah,
is
it looks a little different again. It keeps taking a different shape. 5 minutes goes by, and it takes a weird. That is a huge storm, too, by the way. I mean, look at, and mature, as you said. Look at the blow off on the top of it. That's all the way over to Kaufman.
Right.
If a storm's going to
I'm
do
gonna look at
something, I think it's
something
that
that's-
one.
Yeah, I'm going to look at something really quick here, David. Now that I've got a few minutes. I've been wanting to see what the environment in front of that storm looks like. Okay, so here's something interesting. Pretty broad, 1,004 millibar surface low across the Red River area. So there are pressure falls in the area for this storm. So that's very conducive of tornado development. And this is going to continue to move into that higher area of low level helicity. That's just as I expected. As it moves toward the north and east, the higher helicity is further to the north and east. Values, around 200 there along the 45 corridor, but they quickly grow above 300, 350 as you approach the Red River. So those helicity values are going to continue to increase as that storm moves north of I-20 up toward that I-30 corridor. That's where our moderate risk is at. A little bit further northeast to where the cell's located. Once it gets into that environment, that might be when we have those really big problems.
Yeah. I mean, it may be a lot more isolated than I think I thought, or I was thinking earlier in the day today that it might actually just, cover 50 miles or 100 miles north of I-20 and south up and down the line. But again, the projection wasn't really to blow up, if you will, till it got a little bit further to the east. I know Tyler, I saw that was going to be a cellular situation coming into Tyler a little bit later on, Paris as well, anywhere up to the northeast into the Arklatex also. And we're sitting here at 3:47 this afternoon. And so it's a tad early to call it off.
Yeah, just a bit. The timing was always questionable in some ways. The convection allowing models, or the short term models, they were all pretty keen on developing things earlier, and they did a really good job. The NAM did a really good job depicting that the Dallas Fort Worth area could have some severe storms, pre 5 o'clock, and that all worked out really, really well in this case.
Wait.
Tell you one thing I am noticing.
Hey, wait just a second.
Yep.
Did I just hear you give props to my model? Did you just say the NAM did well?
Talking about anyway.
Yeah. Brett doesn't like
it. Might
look,
have.
We have our favorite models.
So
we fight about them all the time, and not Cindy Crawford. I'm talking about the actual models that we look at. We fight, and Brett thinks that because I'm an AM guy, it got the snowstorm for me back in '93 correctly.
The different versions of the NAM have been great. The 4-kilometer NAM, I feel like, was the best one, and they got rid of it to try to go higher resolution with 3-kilometer. I think the 4 was the best one they ever put out. But that's something. That's a different conversation for a different. Right, the ADA.
Yeah.
different situation. I tell you what I'm noticing, Dave. So the inflow area in our supercell down there near Ennis is getting disrupted a little bit because there's some cells, some showers
Yeah.
developing down there. Once that gets ingested, we got to really watch for that to ramp up significantly again. I wonder if that might be the case as we, see this thing approach Interstate 20, because I'm looking aloft, and it's probably as tight and as strong
Hey,
aloft as I've seen it. The upper
hey,
levels and the mid levels of it are bad, bad.
look right now. The new velocity data came in, and that's as tight, like you said, that's as tight as I've seen it. Now it's outflow dominant down to the south, but
Right,
that's as strong of an
right.
outbound as I've
That
seen.
I-20 corridor may be that I-20 corridor may be where it's go time. I mean, we're about to be in prime position for whatever's going to happen here with this thing as it moves toward the interstate.
It is a big storm. I mean, from width to width, it's one of the bigger storms at the moment that we've been, sort of following throughout the afternoon here. We still have some other thunderstorms. They let that tornado warning, by the way, into Oklahoma go. That is now a severe thunderstorm warning up there. That's still in effect. I think that's going to be Pushmataha and also Latimer counties. Pushmataha, especially where it came in from the southwest, and then now into Latimer County on the south side. 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did have penny-sized hail being reported there just a little bit earlier. But that is the lone severe thunderstorm warning up there in Pushmataha. Now, east of, it's going to be, well, pretty well east of Marshall, northwestern Marshall County and Murray County, Carter County, Love County, Johnston. You're still underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. They had golf ball hail being reported, Brett, that was really close to you. There was an LSR claiming golf ball size hail there, not too far from Rockwall a little bit earlier. And I don't think you saw it,
Yeah,
or you just said something.
yeah, I saw that. I think that may have put down just to my east after it passed me. Remember, we saw that very, very distinct wind there in the rear slot of that storm, and then it really, as it passed by, we went to sunshine. It stopped raining for a couple minutes, and we went to sunshine. So, very, very stout storms, though. I mean, it doesn't take long for them to pulse up, drop hail, and produce some very gusty winds. Matter of fact, seeing those new storms along that entire line. The cold front has completely lit up now in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, and severe thunderstorm county all the way down through the metro now. So that right there, the backside of that will begin to end the threat from west to east. But you can see out in front of it, East Texas and the moderate risk area and enhanced risk areas, you guys, you got a long way to go. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have some of these isolated individual cells. It'll be interesting to see if we see any more of these pop up well out ahead over the woodlands in Texas and move toward the interstate system again in a little bit.
Okey-dokey. Yeah, here's Dallas, the camera out of Dallas Fort Worth B, and we got 72 degrees. It was 75, now down to 72. Some scud flying around there in between buildings. Kind of looks like the Macy's parade there with some of those flying on by, and temperatures cooling off just a little bit. A little light rain still falling here and there across that metro area, but that is the Dallas camera. And then I can also show you where we do have, let's see, there's our camera that we're looking at. That is still a tornado warned storm. You're watching us, by the way, here on Live Storms Media. And we appreciate you being with us here this afternoon as we are taking a look at what's happening. Again, we have we have what's called kinetic sort of a situation here where we've got the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms to pop up. And some of the ingredients are there. And Severe Storms Prediction Center issued a moderate risk, which is a fairly decent sized risk. They upgraded that during the day today too, which was kind of noteworthy that they saw something from the run earlier in the day today and decided to do that from the early run, the 12Z run this morning, and decided to do that. Now they're going to have to do something here, Brett, because our rotation's just almost out of the polygon here, so it'll be interesting to see what they do say here.
Right. I'm watching that pretty carefully. Matter of fact, I think we just got to update. Let's see. Okay. New tornado coming for Kaufman, so that is coming in momentarily. Um, the core aloft of the Ellis storm is tracking right along Highway 34 and approaching Rosser. Still very strong rotation, and the tornado threat will continue up in that area. So that's kind of what we've been talking about here. It's definitely spinning in aloft. I think it's spinning better aloft in the mid levels than I've seen. The low levels look a little more broad right now, but there's still very, very stout rotation there. And again, I think that cell, there's a little cell that's forming to the south now. I believe that's kind of influenced down near Alma. It's influenced and interacted with the inflow area of the system, and small things can cause big changes within one of these storms.
Yeah, so I'm doing a 2-box here. Yeah, they did go with Kaufman till 4:30.
Yep. All the way up to the interstate now.
So they're near South Lake. You can see the notch matches up a little bit in the 2-box. Look at the little rabbit ears on this thing down near Alma, and it's already got a little bit of a shape.
That's the one I was talking about. It's very small. Already got the shape. It's ingesting the shear, just like the storm to its north. I fear, again, if these can stay isolated, that as they approach like I said, further north and east, up toward the Red River, where that shear is just out of this world. Matter of fact, I talked to you earlier about the storm that went through DFW and mentioned that I felt when it got near the Red River, it might try to do some tornadic stuff. That storm is just southwest of Paris, Texas, and it's really ramping up on its rotation. I mean, you can see plain as day in the low levels that the wind fields up there are more curved, which is conducive for that rotation to get stretched in the updraft. So, unfortunately, yep, and there's a tornado warning on that storm. That one is for Fannin County, Texas, and is that Lamar? Fannin and Lamar County, Texas. That includes the city of Paris with that tornado warning up there on that storm to the north. I mean, it was so linear looking for a time period there. Now it actually looks like that it has caused it to go more cellular again. Pretty intense rotation there, just south of Honey Grove.
Was it severe thunderstorm warned before?
Yes, it was. It's tornado warned now on my screen. It may take it a minute to pop up there, but it is tornado warned.
I was just wondering if it was the same one, but there it is.
It is.
Lamar
Moving
County,
northeast
Fannin
at 50.
Huh?
Yep. Moving northeast at 50.
Yeah, they're getting it. Bonham, northeast at 50 at Honey Grove. And that is our tornado warned storm right there along US 82, it looks like. It goes west east into Paris, Texas. And coming across the Red River there, it might make it to the other side. But once again, still within that corridor. Actually, this falls within the moderate risk, I think, or close to it anyway.
We need to be up Sulphur Springs, don't we?
I don't know. We'll see. Where
are
you? Are you still
our
going
rotation
to
has, yeah, for now. Our rotation has again somewhat broadened out.
I know, but it's going to do something, B. I'm telling you.
With that said, no, I don't disagree. What I'm thinking is I may go east on 80 out of Terrell, and then there's a highway that runs straight up towards Sulphur Springs. I may want to get on the highway there, which is 19. It runs up to Emory and Sulphur Springs there. Gonna watch it. I've got plenty of time because I'm gonna jet east out of Terrell if that's what I have to do, and then I can move north toward Emory and Sulphur Springs, which is still general direction where this thing's going to go.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of stuff here too. There's some rotation down here with this storm that's south of Corsicana, and then a few more down to the south too that are along the line that, all these are coming north, but there's quite a few kinks going on there down to the south that we're looking at, and the whole mess that's here to the north too. Big
Right,
storm.
that's the thing though. I'm getting ahead of them. I know though if the storm passes me, more than likely it's over, because catching
You
them
can't catch, yeah.
is a nightmare just with traffic right now.
Yeah.
And then this forward speed's not helping us at all.
Let's see.
So we're gonna get in position for it. Let's see.
We have 79 degrees right now at GKY. I don't know where that is. Somewhere there near Fort Worth. GKY. 70. It's 79 over 70 at the moment, so it's still very juicy back here. But this is back into our severe thunderstorm warning that we have at the moment. Actually, the GKY is going to be southeast of GPM, which is Arlington, I think, just south of there. Actually, severe thunderstorm warning is all that comes in from the west, coming into DFW, and actually, Brett, if you can look, you can see how wicked this looks. We got sunshine and then a big thunderstorm off in the distance behind Dallas.
Yeah, it's backlighting that storm there as it passes through. That it looks really, really dark there. Again, there's severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for those storms. Probably some very high wind gusts associated as those storms move through, but that's about the gist of it on the line at the moment. Again, scary looking clouds there, and those wind gusts could be very, very stout, maybe some hail. The peak tornado threat's just a little bit off to the east at this point, though.
Let me see what I got here with METAR. Had a gust of 40 at the METAR there at DFW just a moment ago. 21 gusting to 40.
That makes total sense.
They are 77 over 73. The south wind.
I'm keeping a close eye on keeping a very close eye.
Once again, let me give you a little wrap up here. The tornado warning to the north is going to be a tornado warning storm for the next 45 minutes. That was up in northeastern portions of Texas. This is coming out of Paris, Texas, where we do have that warning. North central Texas, Fannin County, Lamar County, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm. Well, actually, it's a tornado warning, but it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So a continuation of that for a while longer. We bring that into Paris, or just to the south of the Red River. In the next 30 minutes, off to the south, we have our other tornado warning. They chopped a little bit of that off on the south side, but this is a tornado warning storm for Kaufman County, Ellis County, and north central Texas. That runs northeast at 50 miles per hour as well. So in general, we have a pretty good push off to the northeast with a southwesterly wind that's blowing all these in that general direction. South wind showing up here all the way back to the west over to Fort Worth before it changes over, and the cool front is moving in from the west to the east, now through Breckenridge, now through Eastland, and that area there basically from south to north. Other thunderstorms down to the south that we are watching as well. Not a whole lot of structure to them just yet, but we're still looking at singular cell thunderstorms coming in from South Texas. It'll be moving northeastward, and still a lot of real estate to deal with now as we move on to the east. Tyler, Texas, you're still waiting to see what happens there, as well as Texarkana and Shreveport, Louisiana. Going through the rest of this evening, a tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock. Tonight, a tornado watch is still in effect across this area, 8 o'clock Central Time, and so a lot can still happen as we go through the next few hours.
Yeah, Dave, that's all that information is very, very good, because we're just now, again, we're nowhere near the end of this event, and it's just really starting to pop off, and maybe at its peak in the next couple of hours. We are in between both of the cells now on State Highway 205 here near Chisholm, Texas, and we're just southeast of Rockwall. In between these two little cells, the one that was near Mesquite is really starting to decline and fall apart now. I see an old ragged wall cloud back there, but in between the two cells, a few moments ago we had sunshine.
Yeah.
So there's still some sinking air around some of these thunderstorms, supplying some sunshine, some energy there. This storm is really taking a odd look over the last couple of frames. That southern storm, or that southern situation there with the cell, the shower that's getting ingested is definitely impending inflow to that.
Look at this. I mean, we got 70-mile-an-hour winds right there, and like a downburst, I guess, coming in on that side. But it's pushing outward now. The whole thing's still a big mezzo, but there's nothing tight like it was a little bit earlier that made me think it's next scan it's going to go. It went in the other direction.
Right. It did. It really did. Man, I'm surprised if that one can't do it today. Makes you think it might be a good sign for the rest of the evening, but long ago it doesn't always mean that. But in terms of the super cells, possibility of longer tracks, if that's the trend, hopefully it maintains and stays. Doesn't mean it will.
I'm surprised if that one can't do it today.
Dark skies off in the ear
that makes
foreground.
you think it might be a good sign.
Look straight ahead out of Brett's dash camera.
Long ago, it doesn't always mean
following Brett through the
in terms of the super
afternoon, watching the development of what's been taking place. Been watching Brett. We've also been watching this camera out of. It's an Earth camera, the Dallas skyline camera. 72 degrees now. Dark clouds have encircled the city. That is about to come into downtown Dallas from the west, coming in out of Fort Worth. You can see the lowering of clouds there in the very top hand side of the screen. The clouds have lowered quite a bit. The deck has, and darkened there as well. Don't have anything just at this moment that looks like it would be pressing to us as far as anything with a tornado or anything like that coming into Dallas. But nonetheless, what we are looking at is the threat for some really high winds there. I've got some gusts showing up on the radar velocity data that indicate maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds, 55 to 60, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect coming out of Dallas at the moment also. So all indications are that we still have some pretty rough weather to go in Dallas. Fort Worth, it's ending there. Most of the lightning is just to the east of the city at the moment, coming into Arlington.
Yeah, Dave, that definitely that threat's beginning to end in Fort Worth, particularly. It looks like there's another little line right on the frontal axis that runs from Gainesville down toward Granbury. It might try to unzip a little bit, but that area down there near Fort Worth itself has been worked over pretty well for the last couple of hours with thunderstorms that moved in the area. The severe thunderstorm moving through Dallas right now, again, looks to be one of the main pushes. I am noting that up near Denton, 4-inch tree branches downed on Futch Road. It, what was that, 48? So that's only been about 10 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago, some tree branches down from that severe thunderstorm warning that moved through Denton County, Texas there near Pilot Point. So going to continue to watch those. It's going to be interesting to watch this cell, though, here and see how it evolves, if it recycles, gets better organized. Again, still plenty of wind shear aloft on this thing right now, but definitely lost some organization here recently.
Boy, didn't it, though? So this is scan 2, tilt 2. Because we were so close to the radar, but it didn't make a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, I don't think it makes any difference right now based on that look. That looks pretty bad. You might have something there just to the west side of Kaufman. It's going to cross 175 here in a matter of minutes. Move up toward Union Valley, I-20, Terrell. Still enough to warrant a tornado warning there, but again, you can see, again, that cell to the south that formed down there near Alma. And it's got a little appendage on it now. And it's actually showing signs of low-level rotation down there. It's the unimpeded cell at the moment. Still small, but starting to organize. So you got to wonder if the main updraft isn't shifting down to the south there. You could see that, and then you can see several cells down there starting to get some rotation down west of I-45.
And lightning. So there's a little concentration of lightning.
Yeah,
So
everything is. Yeah, everything's definitely producing some lightning now. So it's
everywhere there's
gonna be very
rotation,
interesting
there's
to
lightning.
watch.
Yeah.
Yes,
there's
absolutely.
Look, so south of Corsicana, there's 3 distinct areas there of rotation, and all 3 have some sort of lightning that's really just started to pick up with them. That one's a little less likely than that, but that right there, that's getting close. It's not very strong, but it's gate to gate almost.
Right.
I mean,
right, they're all there. I mean, any of them could drop a tornado at any point in time, really. So that's something that's very distinct now that you're seeing on radar too. Um, yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch the evolution of all this throughout the evening here. I am about 3 miles outside of downtown Terrell now.
I thought you were going to say you were going to eat. I was about to go crazy.
Yeah, I mean we might as well. You know that I tell you what, that storm down there west of Richland, Texas, there just west of the interstate, southwest of Corsicana, the one that you were showing, I think it's the northern most cell. That one it's looking very interesting there.
This one here
on the radar in terms of it's the northern one there, the far that one right there.
Yeah, let's see what happens here.
That one's looking pretty interesting.
It did. I mean, it was kind of, I think I saw it a little bit earlier, and it's certainly rotating. I got a little lightning with it. They're all big teasers. South of there, and then you got this.
Right now, for sure.
Yeah. There's a little downburst.
It's going to be interesting to watch as we. I tell you what, the one that might be the storm of the moment might be doing something because it's a very poor radar coverage just southwest of Paris, Texas. That is a monster storm. Up to the north again along that Red River area that we talked about earlier. That storm is really rotating up there. It's just again, radar coverage is pretty bad up in that area, but it's showing some definite signs of pretty intense rotation there.
The Paris, Texas storm.
Yep.
I know there's a ton of lightning
near Paris storm
Honey Grove.
Right there, yep. Unconfirmed reports of a tornado on the ground on Highway 34 in Farmville area.
Where? Navarro?
Says Highway 30.
I don't know if you can hear me. I lost your audio for a second.
34.
That's this storm,
No.
the Kaufman storm.
I don't think that's our storm. It is the Kaufman.
Yeah, that's 34 that runs into Kaufman on the south side.
Let's see. Yeah, I do see that now. Okay. Let me see if I got anything. I'm just Highway 34, 13, the Warsaw area. I mean, this thing's fixing to run right into us. So
yeah, I was about to say, we're about to see it. Again, here's the downtown area in Dallas. Temperature down to 72 degrees. Cloudy skies. Ugly looking sky coming into the downtown area. You can see a little break showing up there on the right-hand side of your picture. So that would be coming up here in the next few minutes. And then we're also watching these other thunderstorms very close to Brett. Brett is right here at US 80 coming into Terrell, Texas on that western side. You can see his camera here as well. Quite a bit of rain beginning to fall now. B, and it looks like we can probably just be in that.
I was about to say we got to be in front. Yeah.
I mean,
Four.
that I have to go. They do
To the corner, we're about to turn left on Highway 80.
with it at this point, it doesn't look awfully good. But we'll see what we can find with it as it comes through the area here in the next few minutes. Got some lightning, quite a bit of lightning here, so we'll definitely see some of that. And I don't think our southern flank cell there is going to do that. Cell down just west of Richland again. That's still ramping up, continuing to ramp up, moving northeast as well. That one's going to move in the direction of Canton. What we may end up doing is we may end up playing supercell roulette here and just going down Interstate 20 with every storm as it comes up.
Well, I mean, think about it, and that might be your most efficient play is to catch the first one, move on down, catch the next one in that series there that's down to your south, because you got 5 of them down there. At least you could move around and maybe have a decent signal. I say that right about the time you go blank. There you go. You're back up. I just noticed, I love these names back in Texas here, by the way. You're liable to find about anything. Well, this little town right here, I don't know if you're from there or not, or you know where I'm talking about. This is Retreat, Texas. And I bet there's a story behind that, just like Showdown, Texas.
Large tornado.
Didn't really hear what you said. Maybe you're talking about this is now going to be a tornado warning. What I was honing in on here near Retreat, you're actually going to be underneath a tornado warning in just a moment because of this storm coming northward here. Brett, you are frozen, so give it just a second if you can hear me, and I'll give some more information about this. 50,000 people almost in that polygon is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and it's this one right here that is going to be producing the likelihood of a tornado into the area. Let me go ahead and do it a couple of ways here. I can make sure I give you the best information overall. Tornado warning that's still in effect here across this area, and that's going to be for the next 30 minutes, which includes Bardwell, Alma, Rice. That is the storm there, and then down to the south. Thought it was going to come in, but it did not. There we go. Fade it back in here. This is now a tornado warning for the next 40 minutes. Tornado warning for central Navarro County goes until 5 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles west of Angus, 9 miles southwest of Corsicana, and moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail being reported there. Again, this is a tornado warning because of this. I know it doesn't look like a whole lot. We've seen what looked like worse during the day today, but that is more than likely going to be a tornado there with, I don't see any reason to believe that it's on the ground as far as the data goes. It doesn't mean it's not, but just the data that I currently have that I'm looking at here at the moment does not suggest that. Now back to the north, we have our second tornado warning. This still has 12 minutes on the warning for Kaufman and Ellis counties. Tornado warning for you there near Cottonwood. about 10 miles to the north and east of Cottonwood, and everything that you would expect is still there. The likelihood of a tornado quite possible, and quite possibly at least two rotations are possible. And I can see a secondary one that's kind of sitting here with this that is existed right there, and right here's where our first little warning area was as well. So the likelihood or the possibility of a tornado there as well. Two tornado warnings, not too far away from where Brett is. Meteorologist Brett Adair is watching this storm. We're watching his camera too, which is also frozen at the moment. You're going to have problems with cell service in and about the region, and so at the moment he has a frozen picture there, but nonetheless he is watching this storm very closely, and we're going to be talking to him, or effort speaking to him, as we always do here in the next few moments. But the brand new tornado warning that we do have is down to the south. This one just south of Corsicana in Texas. Goes for another 41 minutes here. Don't see hail being reported, but the likelihood of a possible tornado still very high there. And it's in an area where Brett and I were just discussing about his movements and where he might go. It seems like every small storm down to the south here has some kind of rotation associated with it. Here's the third one, or fourth one, if you want to count it that way, down to the south. That has some a little bit of rotation along with it. To the north we go. There's another little rotation here as well, south and west of Thornton. Another one to the north, and then you got this one, which is very dominant, which shows up just to the south of I-45. Between there and 31 in Texas, which is a tornado warning. Inbound to outbound marker there indicating a tornado with us. It would be embedded within this whole line here and not really on the southwest corner like you would expect or think in a supercell thunderstorm, but more of a Q sort of a situation here. And then we still have the tornado warning to the north. Up here in Paris, Texas, the National Weather Service office does confirm we still have a tornado warning in Fannin and Lamar County. A confirmed tornado now near Roxton, 14 miles to the west of Paris. It is a confirmed tornado moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Spotters confirming the tornado near Honey Grove is on the ground there near Honey Grove. That's this particular section of the storm. Velocity data not very helpful at this point. It's kind of in a really bad zone, if you will, because we don't have great data there. It's in between radar sites. The one out of Dallas-Fort Worth is pretty far away. Shreveport can't get it, and Fort Smith is not going to get it very well, or at all. So that is in a sore spot, if you will. It's no man's land sort of area there. Just to the west of the Ouachita National Forest. So keeping all that in mind, we'll certainly be looking at that as we move along. But that is a confirmed tornado now near Paris, Texas. Brett, if he's back on. Brett, do you have any more info on that? Kind of looks like he's really deep in thought, and he always is, but he's frozen also here at the moment. 3 tornado warnings. We have 3 of them in effect. For the record, this is a moderate risk area that was picked up earlier in the day today. The moderate risk, which is, normally a pretty up there risk for us. It is not a high risk. There's only one more level to go into, which is a high risk. But this is a moderate risk that was issued by Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. The threat for tornadoes, gusts, and large hail exists today through the rest of this afternoon and evening for Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, and northern Louisiana as well. Surface analysis earlier in the day today indicating that there was a cold front with an adjacent area of 70-degree 2 points or higher. And at 18Z, the sounding showed a little capping in place, but it's eroded and is no longer there. The limiting factor might be modest thermodynamics that appear to be the limiting factor overall. What are we seeing? Not exactly the upper end of a moderate risk. Underperforming. That doesn't really matter, and I really shouldn't have even mentioned it, but kind of thought it would be a little, everything as far as the model was concerned showed a little bit more activity near Dallas. This is all kind of happening a little bit further off to the east than we have first of all projected. Yeah, we're picking up about every other word be? I'm going to hang on here with you, see if it clears up. Once again, Brett Adair is out there, and he's moving along, so he's at the mercy of all the cell service that is provided there in that portion of northeastern Texas. Right now, of greatest concern, a couple of thunderstorms turned tornado warned. This is coming in on the south side of Corsicana, Texas, and near the town of Retreat that I was talking about just moments ago, that there's probably some sort of a story that goes along with the name of that town. This is just on the south side of Corsicana, I-45 that goes through there, and it's going to be crossing over the interstate here very shortly as what appears to be a small tornado headed northward and eastward. In that general region. It also appears to have another one following up on it on the south side that's still within the polygon, but maybe an additional tornado trying to form on the south side of this one particular storm right there. And the one of note is right here, this moving northeastward just outside of Oak Valley and coming on just to the south of the town of Corsicana there in Texas. So definitely want to be watching both of these. Now, Brett is up here. He is right here on the storm in this portion of the county, which is going to be Terrell, Texas. And Brett is on the east side of the road here, and he's still frozen there on our image, but on the east side of Terrell, Texas, where again we have a tornado warning. It's because of this, which looks a little, I mean, it doesn't look like anything. Nothing's really close to each other. The inbound and the outbound markers are kind of far apart from one another, so they may allow that tornado warning to expire. They're just south of 20. But I got to believe that this is a tornado down to the south here. This one coming in on the south side of Retreat, and we do know that we have spotter confirmed. This is a tornado warning off to the north. Not ignoring you at all, but again, the information that we're getting is on the far side of the radar site here. It is a tornado warning, and an observed tab that goes along with it is a confirmed tornado near Roxton, 14 miles to the west of Paris, Texas. It is moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour, a damaging tornado with quarter-size hail. Spotters confirmed the tornado near Honey Grove just a few moments ago, and it would be moving northward and eastward at 45 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour. So we can kind of look at that. You put the storm track on here, and I can show you if this is the likely tornado. Where is it headed? It's kind of moving off to the northeast. We'll put in our speed, calculate that at 45, and these are some of the estimated times of arrival, if you will, here. The storm tracks into Maxie at 4:28, so that's like 2 minutes from now. Emberson at about 4:37, Cavernous 4:40, Chakotah at about 4:48, and Powderly at 4:50, as well as Mid-City. Total population here, 2,700 or so, are within this polygon. Husky at 5:10. And Fort Townsend sometime just thereafter as well. So all of you are within the path of this storm and the possible tornado that's associated with it. And I say possible, it was confirmed not that long ago. A little bit hard to say now whether or not they still see that on the ground. Look at the multitude of lightning strikes that are occurring right around the core of where we believe this tornado is. There's also going to be the threat for some large hail here. This is what we call the VIL product, vertically integrated liquid, which shows us the density of the object that's contained within the target. And that right now is showing high density. This is going to be large hail being reported within the storm right here, which is just south and west of Unity, and moving northeastward. So watch out for that. This could be as big as golf ball size. It was reported there a little bit earlier, so the likelihood is still possible there for some of that to be the large hail that we've been talking about. Also down near Terrell, near Brett, and I don't know if that's got something to do with his cell signal, but there's also some large hail here that's going to be just east of him, actually, near the town of Elmo on US 80. Going west to east. Now, Brett is going to be in Elmo, and then before he knows it, he's going to end up in Frog. And there's just too many ways I could go with that. So he's just about 5 miles to the west of Frog, Texas. headed on to the east. I don't know how fast he's going here. Still got a little exposure. He is there. We'll get back to him in just a couple of minutes, but that is also a possible tornado. It is all over the place as far as the inbound and the outbound goes with it. It's kind of a little bit everywhere. And I don't really see a true spot there that they might be looking at. That tornado warning, they may allow that to expire because it only has 1 more minute left in it where that could be the case. The other one is coming through Corsicana at the moment. And again, the Weather Service is looking at this and going, We got the one spin that's now coming in on the south side of town in between here and Mildred. It's going to be on U.S. Highway 287 as it comes in on the western side near the Corsicana bypass that's roughly wraps back around to East State Highway 31. And you got a strong inbound and outbound marker there. I see no correlation coefficient or debris signature. I don't see a debris signature with that. So at the moment, not really the case. The observed tornado warning still, they just reissued that again, or sort of confirmed that it still is near Sumner and Powderly. That is working its way north. It'll be crossing over the Red River here very shortly there in that area. So be looking out for that in the next 15 or 20 minutes with an observed tornado there. Corsicana right now, METAR says it's 81 degrees. And they got a dew point of 70 degrees there at the moment with a cloud base and a 29-mile-per-hour gust just moments ago showing up there in the immediate area. And that, again, is a portion that we would want to be paying attention to. Brett's coming back up here. If we give him a second, we'll probably get some more audio out of him in just a moment or two. But nonetheless, that's kind of what we're looking at with some of the bigger thunderstorms. And let me just go back to the one that Brett was on here. He's now in the middle of a severe thunderstorm warning. And they let the tornado go. Yeah.
Yep. I just got through that storm here. There's a little community east of Terrell on 80 here, Frog, and we just passed through that storm. Some of the heaviest rainfall I've seen all day was inside of the core of that storm. We've got out front. Gonna turn around and take a look. Saw some areas that were ragged, kind of low. Not seeing anything that would make me think tornado or funnel cloud at this point in time. However, do notice that old cell has finally merged back with the primary storm here. So I bet you we see this thing reorganize as it continues toward the north and east. And again, as these storms go up toward the Red River, higher shear environment, fully expect more tornadic activity north and east throughout the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, brand new tornado warning again down to the south here. I think this is going to be the one that we were looking at near Grossback and Doyle. This is a tornado warning now for this cell. A lot of lightning there. This is what Brett and I were just talking about, how there was a continuation of rotation along this line that was coming across here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We drew circles around them. And so we have the tornado warning that does include Corsicana up here for another 28 minutes. That one continues there for the central side of Navarro County, but now a brand new tornado warning down to the south, which includes Forest Glade and also Wortham. And Pea-Size Hill being reported with that storm. But this right now, I know the polygon's not there, but this is a tornado warning. Also, there it is. Tornado warning storm from the National Weather Service office, again out of Fort Worth. It's Freestone, Limestone, Navarro County. Freestone, Limestone, and Navarro County. You're underneath the tornado warning near Fort Parker State Park, there near Grossback, and moving northeast at a pretty decent clip. It's going to move over the METAR here very shortly. We got a wind gust of 30 miles per hour just a second ago. 81 is the temperature. The temperature is 81 over 71 degrees is the dew point temperature at the moment. Sky cover, cloud base, it is cloudy, and the again the gust. But this is a brand new tornado that's really wrapping up. I got to think this is visual too, as if you were down here on the southeastern side of this near Fairfield or somewhere into that area, and quite possibly 2 tornadoes now. That's a little bit further to the north. One's on the east side of Corsicana. It looks like that's going to be moving around the south side of the bypass and coming northward up near Highway 31 over to Powell. a likely tornado and maybe a second one that looks to be trying to form here just a little bit further down to the south. There's an inbound and an outbound mark there, gate-to-gate shear right there that shows up within the storm. So definitely a fishy look to this thing overall. The one good thing I can say is that at this moment, I don't see anything that looks like there's debris aloft. And the two are kind of silent there as they show up in the radar imagery, and I don't actually see that anywhere. Probably wouldn't out of this one because this is so far out of radar range, really. But an observed tornado remains with a tornado warning for northern Lamar County. That goes for the next 30 minutes. An observed tornado by weather spotters into the area near Brookston a few minutes ago and headed northeastward. Damaging tornado quarter-size hail being reported within that storm, too. Crossing over the Red River in about 10 to 15 minutes and working its way near Hugo and the rest of that area that is still underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of activity going on here at the moment with 3 tornado warnings included within the state of Texas, the northeastern side of Texas. And we are just adjacent to a cold front that is moving across the western side of Fort Worth, where we're beginning to see skies clear. Actually, I can show you quickly here what it looks like on the sky camera out of Dallas. The sky camera there beginning to clear from west to east. Certainly, you can see a whole lot more light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to that. And going on out of the area here pretty shortly, as most everything is doing so from west to east. And again, back to the radar image, because I can also show you where the actual frontal boundary is. It's pretty easy to see when we put our METAR data on here that the actual cold front itself has headed a little bit further onto the east in an area there just to the west of Fort Worth, we'll say. It's already passed through that region. This is the cold front headed from west to east. Temperatures are definitely going to be much cooler behind the system. I've got winds up here, but let me tell you what. I'll just take a moment and show you what the temperatures are. Let me get rid of the data here. And the temperatures throughout the region here are going to be much cooler. I've got wind direction. Let me
David.
Yeah.
On the storm here, east of Terrell, we talked about it merging back up. You might want to pull my feed. I got a wall cloud on the feed. Starting to see, let's see. Starting to see this thing organized quite a bit now.
David.
On your, at least on the app,
on the storm here.
It's been there for a while. Let me see.
All right, 1 second. I did not know that. 1 sec. I can fix that for you here in just 1 second, Dave.
Can you?
Yeah, did not know that we had that issue going on there.
Been frozen for a little while.
Okay. It's done that off and on from time to time. Feel that warm inflow?
Yes, I do.
Talk to the guys here in the truck. I'm sure you do, Dave. I'm glad you do, actually.
Somewhere.
All right, hold on. All right. If you might see it now. It should pop up any second now here on the feed. It's starting to kind of move away from us pretty quick.
I'm sure you do, Dave. I'm glad you do. Actually.
There we go.
Yeah, see lowering there. Off to just to the southwest. We got people pulling in front of the shot here now. Oh, pretty big lightning bolts. I guarantee you this is now a single supercell yet again. Look aloft, Dave. Tilt 2. Let's move out of the way. Yeah, tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. It is cranking aloft. Big time. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the looking at that signature. Flip it around and go east. But
Had 3 bolts right there at the same time.
we're gonna take it out. We're gonna get out of here and go try to get it as it matures some. But I just want to get you a look there on camera so that you guys had a visual of what actually was going on.
You might be frozen again, or is there a vehicle in between you and the base of that cloud?
Yeah, there's a vehicle. They'll back up out of the way here in a second.
Would you
Got people
just
blocking.
get out and shout at them that I'm not happy?
Yeah, we moved them out of the way.
They need to freaking move.
Moved them out of the way. Everybody's stopping on the side of the road here to look at this thing. Not real wise, but what can you do? Yeah, we're going to take 19. Well, let's see. Man, that thing is really starting to ramp up again. Again, it's taking a minute to get its lower level rotation together. But it is certainly starting to ramp up again, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, it's it's again got a hell shaft that's splitting it on the upper northeastern side. Brand new tornado warning now for Hugo. This is now that it's crossed over the Red River, that tornado that's still observed. You got people up there watching this thing crossing over the river at the moment, Brett, just south of Hugo.
Yeah, just got a report out of the Weather Service there in Shreveport saying they got a call of a large wedge tornado with that storm on the ground.
All right, so that's up there. It's so the radar still wants to go back to DFW as the closest radar, so we can't really see a whole lot. Everything's out at 75-mile range. So a confirmed tornado. Where is this again? They're going to update this in just a few moments, but they did move the polygon across the Red River over into Oklahoma. It's going to be there near Hugo and Grant, Fort Towson. You're underneath a tornado warning now for that part of Choctaw County. I believe it's going to be Choctaw County into southeastern Oklahoma. You're underneath a tornado warning. No longer severe thunderstorm warning, but an observed tornado. And Brett says a wedge type large tornado is possible with that as well, being spotted by several people who are up there into the area, some which are spotters or chasers. And again, down to the south, we have predominantly Brett is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, but watching this little area there near one of my favorite towns of all, Frog. And as you can see, there's a little indention there near Frog. There's a rotation that's a little bit further north than Frog.
Yeah, it's moving north now, Dave. That's the reason we are moving. We're at Wills Point. We're going to go just east of Edgewood, and we're going to go up towards Sulphur Springs there. I believe that's Highway 19. That's going to keep us out in front of this storm. If we waited any longer, we were going to get behind it. I am more interested in what's going to happen once this storm gets further north up into that environment. It looks like there's a west to east boundary there south of Bonham over to Paris to Clarksville, Texas. If you look at the reflectivity there, you can kind of see a gradient south of the supercells. I'm wondering if there's something there, because that has been the zone where we've seen all the confirmed tornadoes so far today.
Yeah. This whole thing's kind of odd. We've had a couple of odd systems here lately.
It's certainly seeming more supercellular at the moment than I thought it would be. I thought it might go linear pretty quick, but these couple of supercells that are out front, they're able to move faster than that line can come in to catch them. And there's just enough forcing to blow these up out of head main convection, the convective cold front. So these things are going to go for a while. Yeah. And we're going to, again, that's the reason. Once you get behind them, it's very hard to catch up. So I'm trying my best to get to 19 and to get up towards Sulphur Springs, because that thing is hauling.
Yeah. I don't know how you're going to be able to do that, but a ton of lightning there, too. You seeing all the lightning that's showing up on the radar?
Yep.
Well, it's behind you now, isn't it?
Yep. It happens. It's behind me. It's just to my northwest is where the area is. I don't know that we'll be able to catch it, but again, it puts me in position. There's another storm coming up out of Corsicana, and then another one down toward Mexia. Both of those tornadoes will move up toward I-20 as well. And the trend so far has been for those storms to get near I-20, maybe to the north before they even tornado. I haven't seen a confirmed tornado south of the interstate yet today, we do have shear in the deep layer increasing. We got even more cells starting to form out near Palestine, where it's 81 over 72. So, again, we can see more of this, even more development ahead of these 3 or 4 supercells over the next hour or two.
Yeah, pretty much, and I'm right there with you. I firmly believe these are probably tornadoes, or at least they're the beginnings of tornadoes down to the south here, but I've yet to see anything that looked like it was confirmed. Nothing on the correlation coefficient at all. The confirmed tornado to the north here is too far away to see anything as far as a correlated debris drop of any sort. And so the only confirmation that we do have is coming from the spotters that are on the ground there with that particular storm. So everything is kind of working its way northeastward. The cellular part of this is well in advance of, I say 50, 75 miles in advance of the actual cool front that's back to the west. Temperatures go from like 80 degrees or so there near Hillsborough to 72 at Stephenville and then downward. Stephenville is right there. Eastland, Crisco, we're into the 60s. Right. It's falling off pretty well now.
Right. Hold on. Tornado warning coming for the south for the northeast Hoffman storm. As a tornado warning is being issued on it now, so we got to go. We've got to go if we're going to catch it. Oh, wow. Big wall cloud on that storm now. Very big wall cloud to the northwest of us. Once we make the turn north, we should have a very cool look forward here in a few minutes.
Yeah, let me know. Oh, I see why.
Yeah.
This is near
I
Lake
don't want to
Tawakoni,
turn
by the
because
way.
if I turn, I'm going to lose it. I see why.
Yeah.
Yes, I see why. The wall ago is so now. So let's see.
That includes Cumbie.
Let me see if I can find us another route.
West
To the
Tawakoni.
north. I don't think so.
Emory and Flats and Point, the cities of Point. You're all within this tornado warning now. It still hasn't shown up here just yet, but it's coming. And again,
Emory, 18, 19.
this is Brett right here, just off to the east.
Yeah, tornado warning just now pushed for the
There is the polygon showing up. So Brett's live image is up on the right-hand side, and the radar is down to the south here. That we're looking at that is velocity data, but the reflectivity again showing you what has happened now. Got a little notch down to the south here.
Yeah, tornado warning was just now
P-weird, as we call it, around the Gecko area that is beginning to show a little bit of a wrap. We've also got hail. Looks like that's the hail shaft there in west. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Tawakoni. And so the polygon goes off to the northeast like that, and it takes on Campbell and Sulphur Springs almost. We got 77 degrees up in Sulphur Springs. We got 77 over 70, so it's still very juicy at all these locations, especially now east of Dallas-Fort Worth, where it has cleared in Dallas-Fort Worth. I say that, and there's still some dark, ugly stuff back there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of activity there still, but not a ton. So, all right. 4.3 miles from 19 to our turn.
Here is a look at the Dallas
It's headed
skyline
right for
camera,
Sulphur
where again
Springs.
skies have darkened up again. I think one more time where that's going to happen, and then it may begin to clear pretty rapidly behind all of that. But still, Dallas-Fort Worth, you folks there seem to be out of the area of concern. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning for you for the next 30 minutes there. That does include Dallas County, Grayson, Fannin, also Collin County, Rockwall County underneath a severe thunderstorm warning due to the high winds that will be coming on through here. So in just a few moments, I guess we're looking back to the east a little bit more than anything here, because the Clouds are coming in. So we're back west looking eastward, yeah. A reminder that the Masha tornado warning is still in effect. That's down to the south here where we have this particular area. It's 81 degrees over 71, and a tornado warning in effect for the county that goes for another 15 minutes here in this side of the area. That looks like, I don't know if you can still see my screen, but that looks pretty bad there too. B, let me put it back on here. Or at least it looks gate to gate.
Yeah, I see that, Dave. Yeah, I see that as well. Definitely a gate-to-gate marker there. You know, again, business is picking up, should we say? So, everybody here in Northeast Texas needs to strap up for the ride. I'll tell you what, that storm that got some of the high dBs, massive bounded weak echo region on tilt 3. That is why they're warning that. It is aloft. It is just very alarming. And it's starting to go gate to gate again near West Tawakoni.
Look at the slot there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a rain wrap monster too if it does anything. Yeah. That's the whole problem. This one will be very very unfortunate. Very unfortunate if it were to go down because it'll be rain wrapped. We're gonna get up there though. That's the focus right now. Focus is to get to the north on that storm as quickly as possible. Let's see. We are about 2.2 miles from our turn north on 19, so you can get hopefully we can start rolling up the highway to get a visual.
Got a pretty good video shot out of your dash cam here at the moment.
Yeah, we're moving. There was stop sign ahead of 1.5. Take a left. I think that's a caution light up there where that stop sign is. Take that left, and we'll be on 19. 19's then a straight shot, basically up toward Emory, and then it goes to Sulphur Springs. So we'll be on a good road network there. We should be, as long as we can continue at a decent pace. Let's see.
Not as much traffic as you had earlier.
Kaufman Hunt supercell near Lake Tawakoni is really strengthened golf ball hail likely in addition to the tornado threat. That's per Dallas Weather Service. Continue that tornado warning 12 miles north of Wills Point, moving northeast at 45. So here's our 19 turn to the north here in just a few seconds. And we'll see if we can't get a visual because that storm is literally going to be just off to the northwest of us at this point. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I don't think we got anything visual yet. I think we're going to be kind of in an area where there's going to be trees and such. There we go. Thank you, Texas, for your great 70-mile-per-hour speed zones as well. In these situations, you really can use them.
Yeah.
And so. So we were able to make the pass. So let's see if we can't get on something here pretty quick. I got an ND. Let's see here.
Once again, if you're just now joining us, we're live now. Right now, Brett Adair is driving down. He's not driving, but Heath Lawler is driving down the road. Was that lightning? Kind of looked like lightning stroke. Anyway, we're riding down the road with Brett, and we have tornado warnings in effect across eastern Texas that we've been following, north and eastern Texas, down to Oklahoma as well. Tornado warnings still exist there across the area, so we've been following those. We're also now headed back to the north a little bit. You'd be looking off to the north, and as we ride along with Brett, we're following all these thunderstorms as they do so. They did just continue that tornado warning up into Hugo, Brett. That's the tornado warning that's on the other side of the Red River. We can show you that here momentarily. In fact, why don't we do that right now? Actually, we'll go back to the radar and take a look at what's going on with the big picture there overall, because a lot of those thunderstorms that we're looking at are still producing tornadoes, and the ones especially off to the north that we have been following here for a little while. So kind of watching all that as we go. Let me get rid of this.
Let's see.
And we go back to the radar. So Brett is down here a little bit down to the south. There is Brett looking back toward the storm here. It's only 10 miles away as far as our ruler goes, 10.05 miles away from Brett on his left. And so as we move along, he's headed toward Emory, and he's going to be pretty much side by side with that storm that does have a tornado warning associated with it. Very much into the storm, Brett, the rotation is, and so like you said, probably not going to be visible.
Let's see what we got here. I'm kind of thinking.
Now there's one on the east side of Oklahoma. Did you get that warning? On I-20? New tornado warning?
On I southwest of Fort Smith,
Excuse me, I
Arkansas.
said 20, I mean 40.
Yeah, I see that.
It's Oklahoma.
Yeah, I see that one. I'm telling you, this. I feel like the I-30 corridor may be.
All right, so there is a tornado warning in effect right now for the county just west of Fort Smith in Arkansas. Sequoia County, LaFleur, and Sequoia County is underneath the tornado warning just to the west of Bokashee, and it is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. A tornado warning issued just moments ago for this storm just south of Sallisaw. Sallisaw is right there on I-40, so it's just south of there, and it continues to move northward. A possible tornado. Check this out, B. That's a pretty good rotation. And a little bit of, where do you go? Dude, you didn't ask anything about doing that. Here we go. There it is, strong rotation. This is right there along Highway 9, it looks like, near Callington. But going to be just south of Sallisaw, moving northeastward. Strong rotation. And this is kind of out of the original area that we've been looking at for a while. I told you, tornadoes don't know if they're in a tornado watch box or not. They just do. They just happen. So a tornado warning that's in effect there. Now just to the west of Fort Smith in Arkansas. And so just another little area there that we'll be watching. In addition to other thunderstorm warnings that are here. This is a tornado warning actually just south of there for another 32 minutes. We have a tornado warning still in effect there across that portion of southwestern sections of Pushmataha, eastern Choctaw counties. Pushmataha and eastern Choctaw counties underneath the tornado warning. And a tornado may occur at just about any time here. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. It has a history of producing tornadoes. Back over in Lamar County, it produced a tornado. So it does, in fact, have the history there just to the north and west of Paris, Texas. So kind of looking at all of that as well. Back down here to the Fort Worth radar to give us a little different perspective. Again, Brett is right here. Brett Adair following him. Again, everything that we get from Brett is a bonus. We call it cake time when we get time with Brett, because it just doesn't happen a lot, because he's just at the mercy of any cell signal that he gets, and he's moving out of the Dallas area, coming across the Red River, which is a little bit of a misnomer. It's not very large there at all. But the possible tornado would be in all of this mess here near Woolsey, and just south of the town of Point is a possible tornado warning. That's all headed off to the northeast across that portion of the county, and that'll be a continuation of the storm that was down to the south. And now, it is in an area here where it's been wrapped around a bounded weak echo region, but now kind of has one near just to the east of Tawakoni, and now maybe even wrapped up. This could be, let me see. Go back to the high-res radar. That could be our tornado. At least it's a weak area in the center of this whole storm. It's a weak area and somewhat precipitation-free. And then you got a mess down to the south that we got to get into here, too. We have numerous tornado warnings that are in effect. This one's going to be near Corsicana. This is going to be the tornado warning here that still has 8 more minutes on it for that portion of Navarro County, but they just said looks good. They're going to let it expire because of the rotation that no longer appears to be dominant there. There's a ton of lightning, I know. I can still see all the lightning that's associated with it, and it is a broad rotation that's occurring there within that storm. Down to the south, we have our tornado warning here, which also looks a little bit better. This is just to the east of Wortham. It is no longer very tightly packed. You can see there is a distance in between the inbound and the outbound marker. We don't really have a lot going on right there. So we do have some wind here and there across this area. But they allowed that to, or they may allow this to expire. If it doesn't pick up again, this would be at, well, I said that, boom. So this will be coming across 45 here very shortly as a possible tornado. We don't see anything that would give us much of an indication of being on the ground. I don't know what this is exactly, but I have to see another scan to really decide if that's an artifact or not that's real. Nonetheless, a tornado warning, we always err on the side of caution when it comes to those. They did allow this to go back to a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. A severe thunderstorm warning just to the east of Martin near Cawson, moving northeastward at 45 south of Thornton. It still has some characteristics here of rotation on the southwestern side, which is typically where they happen, especially in a southwesterly kind of flow as this is. So quite a few tornado warnings are in effect here across the region, all of them about 50 to 55 miles east of the actual line that is a cool front back to the west here, where temperatures go about 10 degrees cooler, depending upon what side of the line you're on. We're already down into the 70s or 60s in Weatherford, actually, but still into the 70s here in Arlington and Dallas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Still some rain, some of the heavier rain coming through Dallas at the moment. I can show you the radar, I can show you the camera there in Dallas in just a moment. I think I can. Just give me a second to fire that back up again, because we've lost visibility there as well. We no longer have a lot of visibility going into the downtown area there in Dallas itself. Let me just show that to you. And it's started raining again. Going to rain pretty heavily once again in downtown Dallas. Back over to Arlington. Fort Worth, it's already cleared out, or dried out at least. Maybe not exactly clear just yet, but it has dried out considerably there in that portion of the western side of Fort Worth. So we have some better news for you when it comes to that overall. And then still looking at a few of the thunderstorms that we've been talking about for a while that are firing over the eastern side of the state, that are giving us pause for what may happen in the hours to come, because it's still a situation that's very volatile. It can still kind of come off the rails here in a very short amount of time. If you're not careful, I got to do one more thing to show you this particular part of what's happening here, and I don't know why it keeps jumping in and out, but there are the tornado warnings that are in effect across the region there, most of which are still unconfirmed. We had one that was confirmed there to the north. It was up along the Red River, but the rest have been unconfirmed at this point, which I can take a little bit of solace in this. Now let me show you. Let me show you the satellite image going back in time. There's the big blow up of thunderstorms. That is the reasoning. Let me kind of slow it down here if I can, or even stop it. Yeah, so there's the big thunderstorm, the line of thunderstorms right there to the east of Dallas-Fort Worth. And I can put those into motion just a little bit or back it up to show you basically what we're looking at is the big area of thunderstorms coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico and coming northward is the reasoning for everything that's happening. Then you got your clear area, your drier area back to the west there. Over the Panhandle, it's beginning to show up there as well. And other than that, it's pretty much what you see is what you get there in the short term. The big picture showing again we got 80-degree temperatures off to the east along the western side of Louisiana. It's 80-degree temperatures there. Then we got 60s and 70s, even some 50s showing up back into western Texas. We got 50s there in Lubbock, 53 degrees in Frederick, back into Arkansas. Don't want to forget, still a tornado warning storm up here just to the west of Fort Smith, Arkansas. This is a tornado warning. It still exists south and west of Muldrow, and it is moving northeastward at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. It has, now this is kind of a typical thing that happens, and I'm sure the Weather Service is looking at this, and they're going to update this in just a moment. This has become outflow dominant now to where it's no longer a tightly packed situation that has a tornado involved, and it never really was. It was a close call right there. Right there, it'd make you think the very next scan was going to be a big-time tornado, but at this point, it flattened out right there. You can see both the inbound and the outbound are not tightly packed anymore up until this point, and that's the latest, which again makes it look very much like it is just blowing out on the south side of this, like right in through here. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right there near Gans. So that would bring it up across I-40 in the next few minutes. But very flattened out here across the bottom side of this. There's a gap in between, but this is going to be a super strong wind that'll be coming across the area here in the next few moments. It'll be a strong wind developing and coming in probably just north of Fort Smith, and then headed on to the east. So how about an overhaul of what we got going on here? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. This is a storm, and you can see Brett is right there on it. So this is Brett. Let me see if we can get at least his camera up. That would be his live camera, which is a frozen image, and I don't know what time that actually came from. But if there is a tornado, and I see Brett's coming back up here. Brett,
Check.
There you go. Go ahead.
All right, I got the drone out, as you can see. We're moving north up 19. Had a visual on a funnel west of Emory. There was a unconfirmed report from another spotter that was just west of me of a tornado. I couldn't tell if it was all the way to the ground or not, and I couldn't get a shot of it because we were trying to move up the highway to get in front of this storm. Because, again, as we mentioned, if we get behind it, we're going to lose it. And I've got a feeling that this is going to produce bigger problems as it gets up the highway a little bit here. It's moved over toward the Sulphur Springs. Pretty big funnel cloud, it looks like now, just back to my south and west here. Matter of fact, if we find a spot, I'll go ahead and pull off and try to get you a visual. But right now, am going to continue up the highway. If you
Sure.
let's just go. So stay with me. We're, getting you again. This thing, the environment out front, all very important of a problem. So yeah, the stuff. It,
It's a cell phone. It's signals coming in from a cell phone. He's riding along on the roadway there. So from time to time, he's going to drop out on us, and that's all right. That's just kind of what's expected, and there's not a whole lot that you can do about that, folks. So I apologize for that, although it's not my fault, and I really can't do anything about it. But so we lost Brett there for a minute. We'll try to effort to get him back on here very shortly. Maybe we can do that, and we'll just kind of watch out for that as we go into the next 30 minutes or so, because that is a wicked-looking storm, as he just mentioned. The thing's been hanging on for a while, too, and perhaps is moving into a more volatile environment even as we speak. Coming up through that general direction, just got a brand new sweep there that shows, again, strong inbound and outbound, but not really in one particular area. It looks somewhat convoluted there at the moment and doesn't really tell me a whole lot. They did reissue this a little bit further off to the northeast into Hunt County now. So it's Hunt, Hopkins, Rains County. Hunt, Hopkins, Rains County. You're underneath a confirmed tornado over Point, 17 miles to the southeast of Greenville. Point. So here's Point. And here's where this would be a confirmed tornado. And here's where our buddy Brett Adair is. See, it's kind of dark off into the distance there, and only occasionally do we get his image coming back. There it is again, his dash cam image as he drives off into the darkness, which again would be on his left-hand side. He's headed northward, so the actual storm would be more likely to show up on his left-hand side. So we follow that closely, as he is doing so as well. He's not that far away from the actual storm itself. I mean, we look literally at him. He is here. There is where the tornado is, about 6 miles away. So visibly, if it weren't covered with a lot of clouds, he would be able to see that. And I say covered with a lot of clouds. Look, there is a ton of cloud cover here, all coming in from the west. There is some drier air, beginning to see sunshine showing up for sure in some of these locations as well. That is going to be the case. And so the tornado warning does continue as it goes northward up into that area there just to the west and south of Sulphur Springs, Texas. We have a tornado warning that remains in effect across the area, and you should take cover immediately if you live in that portion of Texas, eastern Texas. And if you know, it's common sense. You Texans know what it's like to go through tornadoes, so I don't have to, spoon feed you any of this. I know you're paying attention to some form or fashion of information that's coming in to you from somewhere. And that is the best thing you can do, is feed yourself information to know what is going on there into the area. Fort Smith radar, again, has a little bit of information as far as what's going on to the north with a severe thunderstorm warning up here to the north and west of West Fork. That's getting on up there near Eureka Springs, the Bella Vista area of northwestern portions of the Ouachita, the Ozarks, up into that area to south and west of Branson, Missouri. Further to the south, a tornado warning remains in effect for 18 more minutes here, with a storm moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, 3 miles south of Gans. And a possible tornado here looks very much like an outflow boundary now to me. Here it is, kind of serpentine. That's what's blowing outward from the storm, but if it had a kink in it again, they would immediately go back to that. Down to the south, the other warnings that we do have still in effect here across the southeastern portions of Oklahoma, tornado warning. This is from the National Weather Service out of Shreveport, Louisiana. They're insisting to us that there is a tornado here. Let me see if I can, it's still probably going to be the Little Rock radar, maybe? No? Seriously, Shreveport has this. So there's still a tornado warning up here just to the west of Broken Bow. Wright City, going to be along 70, US 70, I think, north-south, and near Hugo, and coming out of there with some strong rotation still being seen with that storm. And then we get back into what's going on here across eastern Texas. It's going to be Brett Adair, who's following this storm not too far away from Sulphur Springs, coming in from the southwest. And apparently this is a confirmed tornado near Palestine. A confirmed tornado that would be moving northeastward toward Brashear. Cumbie is off to the north there too. So all of that is going in that general direction, northward and eastward. Secondary areas, we're looking at quite a few little kinks into the action near Gun Barrel City at the moment, where it looks like 2 or 3 little funnels ought to be seen. This one coming into Gun Barrel City in particular seems fairly well packed and tight. And this one down to the south, which is still tornado warned. Strong indications here of a tornado that is showing up very near southeastern Navarro County, northwestern Freestone County underneath tornado warnings. Richland Chambers Reservoir is where this is located, near the lake, 14 miles north of Fairfield. It's moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. A possible tornado here as well. Is it confirmed by radar? No. Other than you can just sort of see it. Well, here's a thing. So see this little area here in the middle where we have very little precipitation. This is the reflectivity, so it's actually showing the target that's falling from the sky. And then we have the one that shows you direction, which right overhead has an inbound and an outbound marker to it. And one of them that has a gust that's up there near the 70 mile per hour. Yellow is 70 miles per hour. So there is an inbound outbound marker there. And this again shows us a little donut there into the middle near Winkler. So that could, they match up very, very well. So it's possible. Let's change the elevation a little bit and see if I got anything different. No, not as prominent as it is down at the surface. So that may be a tornado there too. The Weather Service is still kind of watching that. Down to the south of there, we have the other one, and this was the Thornton storm that had produced a tornado a little bit earlier. Hail is the problem of this. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, with half-dollar size and 60-mile-per-hour winds being reported here within the last few minutes. That is pretty far down to the south, but still a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And other than that, do we see anything else out there? I don't see anything that's really developed further to the south. We've got just some scattered rain showers showing up around Houston, Galveston. These are small showers. Down to the south, I don't see any lightning associated with them until you get up here at this Thornton storm, where that is some lightning there. And then the other warnings that we still have in effect across the rest of this region, including 1, 2, 3, the one where our very own Brett Adair is, as we have been following this with him throughout the afternoon. Oh, I wish we could see this. It's very pixelated. We'll sit here with it for just a moment to see if we get a better image out of that. But as he drives northward, westward, again, likely tornado here involved with the storm. I didn't mention, but I should, that we do have flash flood warnings back to the west. These are out of Norman, Oklahoma. The National Weather Service for Atoka County, Bryan, Johnston County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. Well, they have flash flooding, an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain after 1 or 2 is already falling. Flash flooding is ongoing and will be expected to continue for a little while longer there. Just to the north of the Red River, Durant, and along Highway 70, 271 that goes northward, or both of those areas a little bit further on to the south. Still have tornado warning west of Fort Smith, Arkansas, near Muldrow. That's a tornado warning storm on I-40. Down to the south, another tornado warning here as well. This one we've been watching for a while. Radar indicated tornado warning in effect out of Shreveport, Louisiana, from McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma. McCurtain County So they did extend that a little bit further on to the north. The other tornado warning down to the south near Sulphur Springs. And then an additional tornado warning. Well, they just put several out. So we have quite a few tornado warnings now up and down the line. If you look at it, several tornado warnings here. And again, 5 o'clock was one of those times when we were expecting us to really start to blossom and pick up in intensity, and it is doing so in the juicy air mass. You can see the 80-degree. These are going to be temperatures, not dew points, but we're into the 80s here. Let me change that. I'm just going to keep it wind direction up here. So we do have quite a few tornado warnings still here, just out ahead of the line, the whole line going from south to north. There's your cold front back to the west as it takes place, and then you've got all these tornado warnings to the north, and let me just get through them here pretty quickly. This is a tornado warned storm. We're going to go south to north here at the moment. Small inbound and outbound marker near Davis Prairie. Red to green, indicating where we do have a possible tornado associated with the storm. There it is, as I said, very small. There's obviously a hail core here, and I've talked about this many times this afternoon about what is going on. You can look at the maturity of the storm and say, okay, the winds are coming in from the southwest at the mid to upper levels. Well, they're encountering a hail shaft right about there. So what does it do? It has to go around it. The wind does. So the wind comes in, it goes around here, creating low pressure on both sides of the storm, which brings this dry slot, or a V notch, rabbit ears, flying eagle, whatever you want to call it. I've called it many things throughout my career, but that's a mature storm. We know that. And we see some of the capabilities of the rest of them and some of the likelihoods of the rest of them to be sort of the same. Inbound, outbound marker, this may be, if this is a tornado and it does have a gate-to-gate marker, a pixel-to-pixel marker is showing up here, which is indicative of what we would think would be a possible or likely tornado to be occurring there. Give me one sec here. Yes. Well, I'll do it this way. Okay, so that's our other tornado warning right there as well. Broad. It's a broad spin here near the reservoir, actually, in US 287, excuse me, 287. Not as tightly packed as it was a minute ago. Then we got the next tornado warning to the north. This one is just outside of Gun Barrel City in Texas. Pretty good spin overall that we're looking at. A fairly tight spin that's occurring right in this area. So if there's a tornado, it's probably going to be here, just to the north of 175, and so that is the secondary area there that we're looking at as well. And then down to the south, you got this still going on here as well, up near Sulphur Springs, tornado warning, although that would be it near Brashear, I-30. If there was going to be a tornado, that would be it, but again, I don't see anything likely. Make sure. There's a little bit of a CC anomaly that shows up with that one. Not much, but a little. Right here, coming over the interstate. We have a confirmation. It does say observed. It's still observed, so that might actually be what is on the ground. There would be just to the south of Brashear, coming across the interstate. It's already dated, so I would say it's on the interstate or to the north of it at the moment, headed toward, sadly, the little community of Good Neighbor that is right there just to the north of Sulphur Springs. So watch out for that coming in from the west as it does so. Again, the METAR data there says we're at 77 degrees, 77 over 70, 63 this time of the year, 63, 64 when the dew point gets there. I always got really concerned. So it's 70 right now. We have 20 to 25 mile per hour gust. With this, it's going to pick up. The next one that we see would be much higher than that. And then the actual cool front's now headed through Dallas, through the Dallas area, downtown Dallas area. There is a new discussion coming in from the Severe Storms Prediction Center, and they are saying that just a continuation, really. The tornado threat continues through the next couple of hours. The threat gradually shifting a little bit further to the north and to the east over time out of Texas into southwestern Arkansas, southeastern Oklahoma, if you will. But still a threat does remain, and the highest, see the 2,000 right there? That is a marker of instability. That's joules per kilogram, which is an idea of lift, how much lift is showing up here. Let me just read a little bit of this. The tornado threat will continue across portions of northeast Texas and western. This is from the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, by the way, and they're specifically talking about radar trends showing rotating cells from Choctaw to Limestone County in Texas. Confirmed tornado being reported in Choctaw County. The most favorable corridor for supercells continues to be along the axis of moisture convergence is taking place within the warm sector, where the dew points are in the 70s and the Cape values around 15 to 2,000 joules per kilogram. Shear profiles are highly favorable within this region. Curved photographs, blah, 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 bad profiles. Fort Smith, Fort Worth, showing deep layer shear around 40 knots. This threat will continue to translate downstream to the north and to the east through the evening, with the risk for long-lived supercells and potential for tornadoes, a few of which may be strong. That's what they said. Right now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a few. I mean, there are a few tornado warnings out here. Fort Smith's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have 6 individual tornado warnings in effect. Now in eastern Texas, southeastern portions of Oklahoma too. So just to keep you up to date, let me put this back into motion to show you a little bit of what's going on here. I'm going to back it up a little bit further, about 30 to 50 frames, and take a look at that, because pretty much what's happening here has just happened in the last little while, in the last 30 or 40 frames. Tornado warning right here for 35 more minutes, with hail occurring as northwestern McCurtain County, southeastern Oklahoma. McCurtain County, located to near Hugo Lake State Park, 12 miles to the northeast of the area there that we were looking at just a little while ago too, that had already caused some wind damage there. Rockwall down to the south, that's going to be a kicking storm at the moment. That's going to be producing some high winds. Gusts 22 actually out at the METAR. We're at 73 over 73. Check. I got you. You're coming back.
David.
Yeah.
You got my video?
No. I just got you.
Hold on. You're going to need it immediately.
You go wall cloud. Is there anything else with it?
Huge wall cloud. Okay, you got my video now.
I just got it. Yeah.
Huge wall cloud rotating pretty strongly actually at the moment, just north of I-30 here in Sulphur Springs. Hearing a lot of emergency personnel now. All right, you see this?
Is it on the ground over there
right
to the right?
To the right side of the wall. No. Let me shift it around a little bit for you. Not on the ground here, but we got like I said, I got law enforcement really moving kind of into the area here.
Let me see if I can get the radar up with us.
We're about to have to move.
Yes, you are.
All right, David, hold on. I'm going to have to hand it back to you for just a minute.
I got it. So once again, we're looking at Brett's image there. Brett's been following the storm for a while. This is the one that had a confirmed tornado with it not that long ago. You can see the lowering. That is a prototypical wall cloud.
Good deal, Ryan. I'm actually watching this pretty carefully. I've got the drone in the air. I don't see a tornado at the moment.
Okay, I had to block his audio there for a second. But nonetheless, there is that that's still ongoing there into the area just south and east of where he is. Let me make sure I know exactly where he is myself before I spout this off. We were looking at him there just moments ago on the app, and he's still following this lower. You could hear all of the activity that was going on there because there were a lot of emergency vehicles which were coming in on the scene, kind of watching what was happening with that wall cloud, very visible wall cloud, somewhat moving away from him a little bit, it looks like. Not exactly right on top of him anymore, but nonetheless worrisome if you don't know what you're doing. And we will just keep sort of following him on this storm. There's quite a few tornado warnings that we were talking about associated with the whole system there overall. I'm going to take him, I'm going to do this and put his image up there and still keep the radar here intact if I can. And we'll, he's blackened out at the moment. See what I got here. Okay, we can do it this way. Still keep the radar, still keep his live image up there as well. And pretty much what we're looking at here on the other side of this is some of the bigger thunderstorms that are still producing tornadoes down to the south as well. But let me show you what you are looking at right now is Brett's live image from just outside of Sulphur Springs. This is Sulphur Springs. Strong thunderstorm. Brett is just south of, I think he's even a little bit better off than that. He's not really on this immediately. He's in Emory here, I do believe. And now he's moving. So let me redo this again because I think he is moving now. There we go. We can follow it that way. Again, looking at a lowering there from the storm and quite a bit of reason to believe that we might possibly have a tornado over there still that does continue. He is no longer where it says he is. I think he's much further north than that, but he's on a storm that looks like it could be producing a tornado. Got not the best signal at the moment. With his camera, I'm going to go back to it. Let me do it this way. So there it is again, the lowering that we were looking at a few moments ago. That is a wall cloud, a typical wall cloud for the state of Texas. A wall cloud that had some reason to believe it was going to be a tornado there a little bit earlier when we were watching it, as everything was coming down to the ground, down to the surface there at one point. But Brett is live and still following this as we do move along. He's impeded right now by a red light, but off into the distance you can see how low that cloud is down to the surface. And at the moment we don't see a tornado at the moment. That is our good news. That certainly we always like to report the best side of things, the optimistic side of things, and at the moment that is not a tornado on the ground apparently, at least from my visual that you can see here. We still have the tornado warning for 14 more minutes, though, for here in Sulphur Springs. That's going to be, it's going to be Hopkins County now. And they are confirming a large, extremely dangerous tornado near Sulphur Springs. A PDS, actually, a particularly dangerous situation is what it says. Maybe we just don't have the same vantage point that they were looking at there. But 5:31 this afternoon on Friday, November the 4th. You're following along with us here on Live Storms Media of a possible tornado. It says confirmed on the ground. We're just going to go with that. We always want to go with err on the side of caution, especially when it comes to this. It's like the plate's hot. It's not possibly hot. Don't touch the plate. You know, kind of that situation right now where you're not positive. I don't see it. It's a very dark cloud. You can certainly see that. This is going to be Hopkins County where the likely tornado, damaging tornado is occurring. You heard a lot of emergency management, a lot of emergency vehicles, vehicles that were passing up and down, whether or not they were policemen, firemen, or whatever the case may be. But once again, you're looking at a tornado warning storm that has us very, very concerned at the moment as it moves out and to the northeast across that portion of the county. Hopkins County, you're underneath that tornado warning there, and that will last for a little while longer going into the rest of this afternoon and this evening, and we'll effort getting Brett back in just a few moments. But the tornado warning does continue there across that region. Several other tornado warnings, by the way. We still have the 2 or 3 down to the south into Van Zandt County, Kaufman County, and Van Zandt. You're still underneath the tornado warning there, too. Additional tornado warnings that exist all the way down into Henderson and Navarro County that still are out there. And the one that's even further south is into central Freestone and Limestone County. Tornado warnings there in eastern Texas for you and your family. What should you do? Well, if you live in the path of these storms, you want to make sure that you take cover immediately. Make sure you have a way to get yourself and your family into a structure that is reasonably sound. If you don't have, if you're living in a mobile home or whatever the case may be, hopefully you've had a plan prior to this of where you might go during the event. We had a tornado warning, and a lot of times people do have plans that are already made for what you're going to do, where you're going to go, should this be the case. And, you know, that's pretty much what we're looking at when it comes to the short term. Now, overall, some of these thunderstorms that we're looking at still producing high winds, no matter what the case may be. The National Weather Service, by the way, did just go ahead and issue a statement here. Gotta go back to Brett's video. It's just too good to not do that. And let me do this. Let me go full. Again, there's his video up on the upper right-hand side. The National Weather Service, again, a train spotter reporting that tornado was moving toward I-30 near Sulphur Springs just moments ago. This would have been, 14 minutes ago? 5:20. 5 miles to the west-southwest of Sulphur Springs in Hopkins County. Possible tornado there right now. We're getting that information, efforting that information, and we'll get back to you with that in just a few moments. But Brett Adair is on the scene and still following this situation very, very patiently and cautiously, by the way. Brett knows what he's doing, so he's paying close attention to what is happening here. Still embedded within this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 tornado warnings across the rest of the area, so we're not really going to we won't forget anybody by any means. So I want to make sure that we're watching out for everyone here as this does continue to move on to the east. Give me 1 second because I need to make sure I can get you some more info here. All right, that'll be enough. Let me put this into motion again to show you the direction that everything is moving. Coming in from the south, obviously moving northward pretty quickly at about 45, 50 miles per hour from time to time during the day today. We had some of these moving at 55, but that's where they are at the moment. And at the current hour with a likely tornado, a possible tornado, like I said, maybe likely tornado that shows up here. Still following Brett's camera to sort of keep us up to date on what is happening right now. It is a frozen camera, so I'll drop it out for just a moment. But within the area, we have several tornadoes that may be occurring. One now just to the east of the city of Dallas. A brand new tornado warning here just issued moments ago. This is going to be a tornado warning in effect along I-30 for the storm coming in. And that's going to be near Rock Wall, not too far away from where Brett was a little bit earlier. I think he was actually in Rock Wall a little bit earlier when he reported about this near Mobile City and Fate. Got a little bit of a backing there to show you where we may have a tornado that's moving on northeastward for 24 more minutes. The National Weather Service continues this near Heath and Forney. That includes Rockwall County, Southern Hunt County, Northwestern Kaufman County. You're still included as well as Southeastern Collin County underneath a tornado warning. Goes for a little while longer there. Just keep going to his video to see if it's straightened out, but it hasn't there. Another tornado warning here coming up near Wallace. This is going to be southwest of Canton, the city of Canton. That would be a tornado in this area here that you can see showing up on the radar. High-res radar telling us that's a possible tornado there with an inbound and an outbound marker. National Weather Service has this going for the next 23 minutes near Purtis Creek State Park, just outside of Canton. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there with quarter-size hail being reported overall. Down to the south, what may be a larger rotation is occurring southwest of Athens. So this is a tornado warning for the next 40 minutes. It's in effect for Henderson and Navarro counties. Henderson and Navarro, you're underneath a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm there capable of producing that tornado near Trinidad Lake, 17 miles to the southwest of Athens and Trinidad Lake. That is a strong marker that is occurring there. And so we'll definitely have to look at that and, maybe we end up with a tornado warning there too. They were talking off and on again about how this was a confirmed tornado near Sulphur Springs, that it was doing damage. And I hope I talked about this. There was a small area there near Brashear that would show up on the CC. This is a correlation coefficient, and that looks like tornado debris. It was an anomaly that showed up, but only for a moment. And then it was gone. You can see it sort of broadened out in the whole mess of things. I don't see anything that looks like it's an organized area of debris. That doesn't mean it's not happening, but I'm reaching for something good. And what sounded like a horrible situation there to begin with, and still may be, because they did report a tornado there just not that long ago, a tornado warning that was issued there. And you can see them. They're lined up here. They go all the way down to the south. And then to the north, we have a few as well coming into the western side of Arkansas. But right now, in the eastern sections of the state of Texas is where the abundance of warnings are. Tornado warnings are. I'll put the radar back on. We'll go south to north. And let me check one more time and see if I got Brett's. His GPS doesn't work, I know that. And at the moment, his feed doesn't either, so. You can see the other thing that's happening here also is that the cold front is moving on through. Pretty easy to see. That is the front. Winds behind it coming in from the west-southwest. Everything's driving in this direction. All this is in advance of it, so this is where the warm, moist air, the dew points are high in this region, and as a result, you got the lip and the shear that's ongoing. Winds coming in from varying heights, different heights is the reason why these thunderstorms are now tornado warned. This one coming out of the eastern side of Dallas. This is going to be one of our stronger ones at the moment that's still producing quite a bit of high wind there into the area, even if you're just talking about wind in Dallas. That's one of the things that we'd certainly be watching as we go through the rest of this evening into the next couple of hours. So we'll keep our eyes on that for you too, as most everything does drive in that general direction. Now, we're looking at the camera right now. This is the Dallas skyline camera. A little bit of sunshine beginning to show up. I think actually you've seen the worst of everything moving through Arlington on the west side of Dallas. West of 35, actually. You're probably already into the dry air. Notice the temperature is now at 70 degrees. That's probably going to change. We'll see temps into the 60s very quickly. You got a 10-degree temperature drop that'll take place in a very, very short amount of time once the front goes on by. You can see the component of the wind is all out of the northwest at every location west of I-35 or I-45. And pretty much the case overall. You don't have to travel too far to the north, though, to find the next tornado warning that remains in effect here just to the east of Dallas. That is a tornado warning storm that we've been watching there. National Weather Service says for the next 20 minutes, it's going to be Hunt County, Kaufman County, Collin County, and also Rockwall County. You're underneath the tornado warning near Forney and Heath. And that's moving off northward and eastward at about 50 miles per hour. The Canton storm, not what it was a little while ago. Still has some inbound and outbound with it, just south of I-20, but nothing like what we saw 30 minutes ago or so. Nonetheless, we don't issue the warnings. I pass them along to you. The National Weather Service, again, says tornado warning. This is out of the Dallas-Fort Worth office. Tornado warning, southeastern Kaufman County, Van Zandt County, underneath a tornado warning 7 miles to the north of Purtis Creek State Park is where the possible tornado is, along with quarter-size hail being involved there with the system. Further down to the south, we still have some rotation near Athens. This is going to be right along 175, I think it is, US 175, County 31, that comes in from the western side near Malakoff or just outside of Trinidad as it comes on in. This could be producing some high winds here and maybe the tornado right there. Looks like it's just south of Crescent Heights and Malakoff. So I'd watch out for that because it looks like it would be coming into the city of Athens if it continues on that pace and trajectory. South of Teague, we still have a tornado warning here, albeit there's very little showing up at all as far as precipitation goes even. But if there's a tornado, it would be right in this area, right about there. And this would be moving in and along 84. That's going to be US 84 on the southwestern side of Teague as it goes northeastward. Down to the south, we are in the drier air down here, so we don't have any tornado warnings overall, but an abundance of them to the north. And in fact, they just reissued and now moved this a little further to the north and put a marker here. This is going to be at 5:40, a new tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service out of Fort Worth. This is going to be for northeastern Hopkins County, central Delta County, and southeastern Lamar County. You're underneath the tornado warning. Goes until 6:15 with a severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado near Cooper Lake State Park. This tornado would be moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. Golf ball size hail reported here not that long ago out of this particular storm. And that is a brand new continuation of the old warning that we saw just a few moments ago and that we were following. Again, watching Brett's camera, that's a pretty good look at his windshield wipers and nothing else. The camera is not doing well today. Again, pretty far away from the city of Dallas, so not really having that good a cell signal at the moment. Let's see, out of Shreveport. All these look kind of the same as we get closer and closer to Shreveport now. I don't really see anything in particular that looks any different than that, so kind of what we were watching overall. Just to get the update on where we are. It is 5:44 Central Time. We've been watching live radar. Been talking to Brett Adair, who is live out and about into the eastern sections of Texas, north and eastern Texas. We appreciate you joining us here. Still kind of in our beta stages, if you will, of live coverage our way. We're going to be doing this a little bit different. Actually, we're going to be doing this a lot different than I think most everybody out there who does it. There are a lot of people who are trying to say they are covering weather, long-form weather, and are actually just trying to get you to watch in many other ways that aren't reality. And so anyway, we're working on some new things. Brett is right now he's handling a drone, which we're going to be showing you those live from now on here pretty soon. In fact, there's going to be a big difference between us and anybody else. Is that you're going to be watching live drone footage here pretty soon from all of these storms. And so we should have a better handle, a better fix, just like you had a helicopter. When I first started in the business, we used to helicopter around to different places. Well, now it's all about drones, which seems a whole lot safer to me, does it not? To you as well? So that's where we currently are, and we wanted to get you updated. We knew this was coming all along. We knew something was going to happen early in the week. There was a slight risk for the area, which today, right after noontime, was lifted up to a moderate risk. And although we've had probably quantity-wise, numerically-wise, enough to fulfill that moderate risk, thankfully, I don't think we have as many of them on the ground as was first of all thought. I hope that's the case. Brett is out and about. He's running around, so he'll have information about reality, about verification, about what we've been talking about through the last couple of hours. Right now, the tornado warning off to the north. I want to look at it from the radar side coming in out of Little Rock. And this is still for northeastern Pushmataha County and also LaFleur County. You're still underneath that tornado warning. A tornado was being produced there just to the south of Neshoba that was coming northward, and the indention right there would tell us where we still think we do have a tornado. Actually, we probably do have a tornado right there. This would be north and west of Pickens, south of Powell, and that is an inbound and an outbound. It's a little broad. There's a little area here in between, several pixels wide, indicating to us where we don't have a flow in either direction. But nonetheless, the Weather Service does believe that we still have a tornado warning there, so we'll keep that into effect, as well as what's happening down here further to the south, just to the north and east of Sulphur Springs. Tornado warning that we've been looking at for a while. Meteorologist Brett Adair is now in the area. He's following this. He was going to let us know should we have any indication of damage that might be into the region there too. It was reported as a large tornado a little bit earlier in Hopkins County. It was a PDS situation. PDS meaning particularly dangerous situation, which means normally it's on the ground and law enforcement has seen it tear something up. So it's not, when you see the PDS, it means not only is there a tornado warning, but there's a tornado warning right now, and you need to be in a safe place immediately. So that's where that was, and kind of having outrun a little bit of everybody here at the moment. I still see Brett's frozen. His image there is frozen, and he hasn't gotten back on with us in a little while. South of Greenville, tornado warning still exists here. We'll change and look over. I don't see a whole lot there. Near Cato Mills, just to the east of Rock Wall on I-30, that would be the tornado warning. There's a lot of lightning there, but that's really about it. That would let me know. If Brett is still there in that area, he's going to pick up on this one. This is the new tornado warning down to the south. It's Lawrence Springs and Fruitville. So this tornado is actually going to be just to the south of Grand Saline, moving northeastward, 25 to 30. You know, a little bit north of I-20 here, actually, where all this is going on. That's going to be for the northeastern part of the county. Still have 11 minutes on this one for Van Sant and Kaufman counties. This is near the Purtis Creek State Park, 8 miles to the southwest of Canton. And quarter-size hail being reported there, along with a possible tornado down to the south of there. Into Athens now. We still have this tornado warning. It's going to be on the western side of the Beltway, coming in on the loop. And that is going to be Corsicana Street, where we have a possible tornado crossing over near Crescent Heights. I don't see anything that makes me think that's imminent, but we always err on the side of caution when it comes to tornadoes. And Teague, the very last one that we have, we still have 10 minutes on this tornado warning. $50 size hail being recorded. Northeastern Limestone counties, southwestern Freestone. This is going to be a tornado warned storm that will go until 6 o'clock, till the top of the hour. We're right now at 5:50 this afternoon with strong thunderstorms coming across eastern Texas, destined to be moving on to the east, over to the western portions of Arkansas, even Louisiana a little bit later on. As we go through and see this cold front that'll be moving on eastward, and it's going to keep us on our toes here for a little while longer. Now, the western side of the state has already dried and cleared. Much better news going on here for the western side of the state. I think I can show you some of the satellite imagery here will sort of back me up on that for the most part. And you're going to get the last few images here right before dark, which kind of tell us the entirety of the story, because this is the cold front. This is the actual cold front coming on by right there, which goes down on the eastern side of Fort Worth. This is clearing. This is back here. That's not a good way to draw clearing, but nonetheless, that is where skies are beginning to clear out. And then this is the whole area here that says, you know, if you squeeze me too hard, I'm going to produce a severe thunderstorm warning that might actually end up being a tornado warning. And as my grandmother used to say, it is so thick there that if you hit a cloud with a stick, it's going to end up raining or storming. And that's going to be the case here because the dew point conditions are so super high into the area. We have dew point temperatures that are sitting up there into the 70s across most of this region, which is kind of unheard of. Well, it's not unheard of, or I wouldn't have just told you about them, but you can sort of see here what I'm looking at. These are the 70s on this side of the front. These are the 40s dew points, the actual way it feels on your skin, where you have to point. This is the temperature you'd have to go down to in order to have complete saturation, or the fog point, as we often call it. Into the 70s out on the eastern side of the front are where you see these clouds here that go all the way over to Texas, to Dallas, and then back to the west. We got some dew points in Abilene that are already like, hand me the Corral. It's right there in that area where you're just going to be super dry and be that way for a while. The low pressure, the big low, is sitting back here over the panhandle at the moment and sliding on eastward. That is a big low pressure there. And then everything includes over here in this area here too. And so it's pretty messy here. And when you look at it, you see these temperatures are into the 70s. The actual temperatures are much warmer than that, to be honest with you. The actual temperatures can be into the 80s. Anywhere you see an orange marker indicates an 80-degree temperature, but you don't have to travel too far to see it drop off pretty quickly behind that. See those temperatures go down quite a bit. Now, I can put all the detailed information in here and just kind of show you. I know it's very, very small. Green is indicative of the green squares telling you where the dew points are. So we got like 70s and then 50s over here into Fort Worth at the moment. And the wind direction is the direction that the barb is pointing in. You can see all these barbs over here pointing in from south to north. There's a southerly wind. It's a westerly wind behind the front over into these regions. And just gives us an indication of what is actually happening here. So let me just turn these off because they kind of get in the way when we're looking at some of this stuff. But that's the satellite image. The last one that you'll get before the sun sets. We can look at long wave information and see how thin this line is now. And so the most volatile area is going to be out in advance, right in here. It's going to be what's most volatile, which is where our moderate risk was earlier in the day today, where the National Weather Service Severe Storms Prediction Center, actually out of Norman, Oklahoma, had projected that we were going to have that kind of a risk that would be ongoing. And if I let me do one more thing and just kind of show you, because I haven't talked about it in a while, but this is the remainder of the moderate risk area is right here in the middle. Is that pink? I don't know if it's pink or what color the line is. I don't know if it's pink or not. I'm going to have to get some comments about that. It could be. And I don't think that's official. I don't think officially it should be pink. But anyway, this is going to be a moderate, an MOD. The only one above it is a high. So that's a moderate. This is enhanced. This is slight in the yellow. This is more slightly enhanced than just slight. So those are the levels that you can see of expectation, if you will, from the Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. They put that forecast together. Everybody brainstorms that, and that's what we currently have. Now, for the moment, it still works out, although they can probably chop off the slight from Fort Worth, and they'll do that shortly. They'll update that. They got quite a bit of stuff going on, if you will, this evening. So kind of watching all of that take place. Certainly, they'll be paying attention to what is happening. I want to look quickly. One of the models, one of the forecasting models that we look at. Now, I got way too much stuff. Get rid of that. Close that out. Do that. Pardon me. Let me get... I'm just going to have to take that out too, I guess. So one of the computer models, again, and this tells us what to expect. This is a forecast, a futurecast. It updates hourly, so it lets us know. It grabs the information from the last hour, so it sort of keeps a running total and a fix, if you will, a readjustment every hour. And this is now the new, what is considered the new forecast. This is for the 6 o'clock hour, so 4 minutes away is what this thing is thinking about. If you don't look at all the current tornado warnings, let's just talk about it. Now, this is brand new, so it only has like 2 scans, so I'll have to back it up. But you can still see there's plenty of cellular activity there at 7 o'clock. This is a 7 o'clock projection, so it says there's still more cells out there. The other thing of note that I want you to notice is that we go from right now, this hour, down to the south of Dallas, College Station, Austin. Watch what happens when I move 1 hour forward. So I'm going to go 1 hour forward. Did you see what happens in Austin? It's actually filled in 1 hour. I can back it up an hour and get all 18 hours, though. So there's going to be an explosion. There's still projected to be an explosion down to the south. Let me load this up again. Now we'll go. and look at it and watch Austin again. This is Austin, Texas. Watch as I go forward 1 hour. There's the line starting to form. And now you got big storms. These are severe thunderstorm warnings that'll be coming into Austin around 7 o'clock in an hour. And I know you got nothing there at the moment. And then this thing really beefs up as it goes all the way down to San Antonio. And then it's still, look, it's going to go down into Mexico. The southern part of this front will really pick up steam. It's really going to pick up a lot of support and then move eastward. Now, where's it going? Coming across Louisiana, Shreveport. We're looking at it moving in there about 10 o'clock tonight. Shreveport, the leading edge. We still may have tornadoes down to the south in this area here. These are single-cell, supercell thunderstorms that will be showing up down into the woodlands throughout that Beaumont, Port Arthur area. And then northward, this all heads on to the east, 11 o'clock tonight and midnight. So moving eastward, this is midnight. The Mississippi River at 2 a.m., raining heavily there, coming eastward, coming across the Mississippi River at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. By 6 a.m., we'll be into Jackson, Mississippi with the whole line moving through Memphis. And then back to the west, some more of those thunderstorms. They'll make their way eastward across into eastern Mississippi, moving through Memphis and on the western side of Nashville at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. Headed on to the east, coming into Birmingham, later on into the mid-morning hours. I think about noontime, we get into Birmingham, Alabama. Right there, it's 10 a.m. So it won't be long, much longer thereafter, where it would be coming in. And then moving on to the east. That is the short-term look of everything. And, gosh, the warnings just continue. So I'm going to have to go back to the live radar now. We'll take a look at that. Live radar indicating to us again where we have the big bulk of thunderstorms that still have been popping up over the last few hours all across the south are now moving from that direction off to the north as well. And keeping that in mind, we still have all those other thunderstorms that we'll be looking at also coming into the picture as we go through the next several hours. Getting dark back to the west, getting dark back into Dallas. Let's see here. Yeah, we got a partly cloudy sky now back into Dallas, into the Fort Worth area. These are going to be some of those areas that we were watching a little bit earlier that were producing some of the highest winds. I'm not sure what happened there. And then we got all this still ongoing. Out in front, out ahead of everything. And I want to go through this with you because it's been a little while since we've looked. We'll just take it sort of step by step here. We're going to go, first of all, to the Fort Smith radar to take a look at this one. This is, in particular, this is a thunderstorm still producing a possible tornado that's just outside on the western side of the Ouachita, the National Forest there, the Ozarks, the northwestern corner of the Ozarks, the Ouachita National Forest. Beautiful, beautiful part of the country over here near Heavener and Wilburton. And that is a tornado warning here that lasts for another 14 minutes. Tornado warning storm out of central McCurtain County, southeastern Oklahoma, goes until 6:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado here into the area. That's going to continue to move northeastward. Do we have any kind of a couplet on it? Yeah. I mean, this may be a legit tornado as you look at it. It certainly has inbound and outbound. It doesn't take a meteorologist to look at it and tell you there's something different about the area that you're looking at here near Ludlow. And just south of Whitesboro, a possible tornado there. Tons of lightning associated with it, which is another indication there that you might have the genesis of a tornado or tornado genesis taking place there overall. Back down to the south a little bit further, we get in and along the Red River Valley. Still have these thunderstorms that are producing a possible tornado as well. I want to go to the radar out of Dallas-Fort Worth, though, to take a little bit better look at what's happening here. This is going to be just south and east of Paris, Texas, and Clarksville, then the Red River just to the north, but this is still being touted as a tornado-warned storm. It was a confirmed storm a little bit earlier. Do they still have a, I don't think for 43 minutes they have a confirmation. It's radar indicated out of Shreveport, northwestern Red River County, I said it's slow. Red River County and northwestern portions of the state until 6:45. Severe thunderstorm there near Hagensport, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. The storm, that is the one that came out of Sulphur Springs that had the tornado. Now, I don't know if it has a tornado warning associated with it any longer. There was a confirmation, or at least a report from a train spotter that said several reports of tornado moving to the northeast toward I-30. Near Sulphur Springs. That was at 5:20, so we're still looking at about 40 minutes ago. That thing blew right on by, so it's no longer a threat there into the area there at this point. I see we've got Brett's video back up. At least some of it is popping back up here as he moves along through the area. We do have some visual... Some of it is visual there. So, again, we've got a possible tornado associated there with that near Alba again, and just outside of Grand Saline, moving northeastward, 35 to 40 miles per hour. I don't know. I don't think Brent's GPS is on any longer because it's not moving. And so he's pretty close to this, probably, is all I really know at this point. So, as we follow that northeastward, we'll keep watching him to see if he does reappear here in my screen as well, so he can talk to us, because he's got a lot of splaining to do about where he's been. If I would know better, I thought he would have stopped off for food, but doesn't really look like he did. Another possible tornado warning here near Holly Lake Ranch. National Weather Service is indicating near Shreveport, Louisiana, that southeastern Wood County, Upshur County, Smith County, you're underneath a tornado warning located over Hawkins, moving west or 15 miles to the west of Gladewater. It's moving northeast at 40, so possible tornado there. In fact, with that polygon as it goes northeastward across that portion of the county, that is north of Tyler, Texas. Down to the south of there, another tornado warning here near Murchison, and this is coming out of Athens, the one that we looked at a little bit earlier. Well, it still has some rotation associated with it. It's north central Henderson County. You're underneath a tornado warning in Henderson County because of this storm coming on northward, eastward across that portion of the area, and it may be a tornado there near Fairfield. We still have a tornado warning there as well. No, we don't. I'm telling a story. That is now no longer a tornado warning. They did allow that to expire. So there should be a cheer. We should be doing something for that. Other thunderstorms back to the west over to Waco and beyond, but none of those are warned at the moment. Those are all going to be linear thunderstorms that will be passing on to the east. It may, in fact, be severe from time to time, but at this moment, we don't have anything on them. The one thing I want you to notice, though, this is a little outflow. This is a little dust area here that's occurring. This is a little outflow right in here. These are the triggers. This is the trigger that may bring thunderstorms along this in just a little while. I'll go back in time to show you where that was. I think this is the front. This is the actual front. So it's going to trigger thunderstorms, or at least the model said it would trigger thunderstorms a little bit later on. And if you look, like right in here where we don't have one, watch what happens. That's 15 minutes ago. Now watch what happens when I bring it up to date. Now we have one. So I think that's going to extend further to the south. We'll probably see thunderstorms. Other thunderstorms make their way southward down into this area here too, as it all starts to fill in a little bit more with time as we do so. Still again watching Brett as he's moving through the rest of the eastern part of the state. We've been following him for a while as he's produced several times. We've been watching his shot there. Let me see if I can. Again, cell service is very difficult there into the area. You can see a bunch of dark clouds that encircle him, and Heath Lawler is there out and about this evening trying to bring us severe weather visuals as we're going through the day today, but it's a very difficult place here at the moment where a lot of those thunderstorms are just out of reach from really good cell service. So keeping that in mind, we just want to keep you up to date on what is happening as we go through the next several hours here as well. And that's a quick look at his image there overall. Embedded within the other thunderstorms, plenty that is still going on there across most of that area. And we'll have plenty more as they pop further and further down to the south in the hours to come. One or two other things I can do here for you is look at where we are with some of the modeling here, and we'll go back, we'll take a bigger view and talk about the ramifications of what is going to be happening in our long-term forecast here overall, which does say we have some much drier, cooler air that should be filtering on in here. This is from 18Z noon today, and this is called the GFS model, which indicates to us that we're just still going to be looking at the rain. And this is the front that's bisecting the country that goes all the way up into southern Wisconsin here at the moment. And as I move forward, I want to make sure that you can see the time here, because it's essential that you do so. So let me back over here. I'm going to have to do this on the fly. Please forgive me for how horrible this is, because I'm doing it on the fly. That didn't work, did it? I don't know what it was. There we go. All right. I apologize. Just give me one more minute, please. I'm almost there. I can't read your comments. I apologize for that too, by the way. I don't have that pulled up. I don't have the YouTube pulled up. Okay. I hope this works. So this is again talking about modeling here. This is the model that we are talking about, which shows us a big low pressure and an adjacent low that's making its way across the country here at this point. Another one coming into the western side of the U.S. that has the a big low pressure center there in the southern Saskatchewan. That's going to move on to the east too. And I'm only talking about that because these are going to be players now. These new mid-latitude storms, mid-latitude low pressures that'll be moving across the country, they will have an effect, especially when you start talking about temperatures, because temperatures are going to change quite a bit as we go through and into the next few weeks. And if you watch the blue here indicating where we have the colder temperatures that are going to be occurring, you can watch the time as well. So we're looking at hour by hour some of the timing as this all happens. That is going to be the 18Z that you see there is indicative of not the time of day, but of the actual time the model ran. So it's still going to be an indication that things are going to change overall into the short term. So we'll be watching out for that. Long term, it goes right back into a pattern that you may not like, especially if you don't like temperatures warming up, because it looks like it is going to warm again as we move through and into the rest of the week beyond, but especially next week. So here we are sitting here with some of these temperatures that are going to be 10 to 15 degrees above the norm, I think, moving on through and into next week. Right now, we're looking at the 4 p.m. slot. This is what is projected from the 18Z this morning. And again, I just want to show you these temperatures. Now, up in here, the blues, this is where it's really cold. This is the Arctic air coming southward. And if you watch, you'll start to see some of this changing over, going southward. There's another Arctic air mass that comes through. This is going into Tuesday of next week. This is going to be the 8th. On Tuesday the 8th, by 8 p.m., you'll start to see a surge of really cold Arctic air. Look at this coming southward. So you got a huge boundary there. You have a huge changeover where things are taking place across Nebraska. You get into some super cold air coming southward. Look at it dive all the way down through Kansas and into the area there too of Wichita. Another cold front that'll be headed southward. Is this going to bring some more severe weather with it? Well, it's very cyclical for us. The weather runs on cycles, so it's possible. Just how cold is it going to get? That is the big question, because temperatures, when you look at it like this, are not oftentimes do they verify, because we don't have any snowpack on the ground. We don't have anything like that that would change things very much at all. But in the short term, that's what the temperatures would look like as we go into next week. As far as precipitation goes, got a couple of rounds of that coming up, and I can just show you as we go through time. There's the first batch that goes on by. That is our system right now that we're looking at, leaving in its wake high pressure into the short term. Here comes some more precipitation moving across with the low pressure coming out of the Pacific, but moving and regrouping over the Colorado Rockies. And then we'll see the tail end of that move through too. An annoyance that really just drives me insane and kind of ticks me off is that if you look now, the 18Z, there's something going on out here just east of the Bahamas. Tropical weather season is not over with just yet. November the 30th is when it goes to. I remember several storms taking place at the end of November. And check this out. This is the model, the GFS model that shows, once again, right there, see the spin that's occurring north of the Bahamas. Watch where it goes. This is into Tuesday of next week on the 8th, Wednesday the 9th, Thursday. This comes in as a hurricane near Port St. Lucie, Florida, or at least maybe not a hurricane, but at least a rotate. Yeah, it's a hurricane. It's got an eye with it right there. So there'd be a hurricane on Wednesday the 9th, if you believe this, with a huge donut over central Florida, exiting back out into the Gulf of Mexico and coming ashore as maybe a hurricane again. Do I believe this? Absolutely not. I don't believe this, but is it possible? Yeah. It absolutely is possible. So that's what it shows, dominating the eastern half of the country to begin with. And if you go to Saturday next week, well, we got the next system coming on out as well. And then that brings yet another round of severe weather possible to the same areas in Texas, and moves on that to the east as we go through time. So that's a look at the long term there overall, what we might be seeing as we move on through and into the rest of the forecast period here. Now let's go back to... it was just disturbing seeing another tropical system. I'm done with them. Back to radar here. Turn that back on. Turn that off. And probably that. There we go. Back into the radar. We'll go back out over to Dallas, Fort Worth, and take a look at the storms that are sitting over there on the eastern half. And those are still at the moment producing some possible tornadoes. Tornado warnings, at the very least, are occurring there across that area. Got a little bit better image here of Brett at the moment. And that is him as he is still driving along right there before dark. Where is Brett? If you see him, let me know. I lost him on GPS a little bit earlier. He no longer shows up, but nonetheless, looks like he's there near an interstate, quite possibly, and going underneath the interstate. I couldn't read that right there. I can't read any of it, actually. In a rain cell that is occurring there at 6:16. It is now 6:16. It's still Friday, November the 4th. 6:16 is the time period that we're talking about. A lot of lightning. In fact, I froze that right about the same time that there was a lightning strike there with him. So keeping an eye on what is happening with Brett Adair there and Heath Lawler as they travel across that area of the country. Now on the eastern side, we got tornado warning still in effect here. I'm just going to run the mill for you. Tornado warning now for northwestern Red River County, and the northeastern part of Texas goes until 6:45. Still have about 30 minutes on that tornado warning. Moving on eastward across Clarksville and US 82 from west to east. It's going to be right across the Red River there into Oklahoma. Still to the south, weather's cleared in Dallas. We no longer have any precipitation there. None is expected in the Big D throughout the remainder of the night tonight. Everything is going to be far to the east of there. But the cluster of thunderstorms that still has tornado written all over them are sitting right here. There are 3 tornado warnings, one here for the next 13 minutes that's still in effect for this portion of Upshur County, with a tornado near Rosewood, 8 miles to the northeast, if you will, of Gilmore, and that is a possible tornado there. With that storm, let me put the velocity data in. I don't see anything with any of that, and so don't really expect there to be much other than that. All right, tornado warning there. Back to the north, 20 more minutes, 28 more minutes actually. Out of Shreveport, Louisiana, it's Wood County. You're underneath the tornado warning here with a storm near Grand Saline, or about 11 miles to the west of Mineola. That's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. A possible tornado there just to the east of Grand Saline. And south of there, we have another tornado warning, too, into the polygon that is out of Fort Worth, Texas. It's Van Zandt County. This is the Fort Worth office. Shreveport and Fort Worth are swapping over right here. This is where that transition takes place, and one hands over to the other. A severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado near Edom, 13 miles to the northeast of Athens. And that is moving at about 45 miles per hour. Got a couple of thunderstorms there of note that we're looking at near Murchison. That is going to be one area of spin. We have some little drier pocket, if you will, trying to move into that area there too. And then a few more that are further on to the south. Severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning winds are still capable of producing winds up to 60 miles per hour in some of these locations. 60 mile per hour gusts, in fact, near Dodge City at the Greenville Club Lake region of the central part of Hunt County. Hunt, Hopkins, Lamar, and Fannin County, Delta County as well. Hunt, Hopkins, Delta, Lamar, Fannin County. You're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning due to 60 mile per hour winds or greater coming out of Commerce. There's also the possibility of a tornado at about any time that could take place. You never count them out within this area, especially as you can see. We got a little twist turn going on here near Commerce. Just across 24 as it goes eastward throughout the rest of that portion of the county. And then down to the south, some other thunderstorms that we're still looking at here, too, that are note. One or two on the western side, if you will, of Dallas County, down to Waco. A few more thunderstorms that travel further down to the south. We were talking about, would there be an uptick, an upswing of thunderstorms down into Austin, Texas? Let's just take a look. And you can see there was nothing there. And then there's starting to be something. And I told you it was going to be along this boundary. This is the little boundary that you see. That's just a little wind shift that's occurring. Probably dust for the most part. But you can see now near Dripping Springs. I always think about these towns that I see, and I wonder what I would sound like if I was on a game show. And they say, "Where are you from?" And I'd say, "I'm from Dripping Springs, Texas." I'd love to say I was from Dripping Springs, Texas. Can't say that. Can't say that. Probably can't say it. I could say that, but only one time. Gonna move away from there. Woodland, Moffett, just to the north and west of 217 or 317, I think. That's going to be near Belton. That's a possible tornado there. You have the inbound and the outbound that was associated with it a little bit earlier. All this is now linear, though. That shows it going from west to east. Back over to Waco and beyond Hillsboro. Still got a little bit of stuff going on there, too. But the most congested area are these tornado warnings that are still sitting here on the eastern side of the state that will likely hit in that general direction, too. I think, let me see. Yeah, we do have a brand new, these are discussions. This is how they keep you updated on what's happening in their thoughts out at Norman, Oklahoma. So they'll issue little thoughts as they come along. And this one is the newest little thought that they're having. This is a mesoscale discussion, number 1920. When was it written? 5/13. So it's been an hour since they wrote this, actually. But they're still talking about the tornado watch concerning the tornado watch and the threat for tornadoes. Severe weather threat watch 560 continues. Tornado threat will continue across portions of northeastern Texas or western Arkansas, Louisiana. Downstream watch issuance is needed soon. So they're going down. What they're telling us is they're going to reissue another tornado watch for Louisiana or Arkansas, or maybe both, downstream a little bit. So the radar trends continue to show rotating cells from Choctaw to Limestone County in Texas. A confirmed tornado being reported there in Choctaw County. That's the one we've been talking about for a while, although we haven't seen anything of it just yet. The most favorable corridor for the supercells continues along the axis of surface moisture convergence within the warm sector where dew points are in the 70s. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Fort Worth showing deep layered moisture shear at 40 knots. The threat will continue to translate downstream to the north and to the east, and the potential for tornadoes continues. A few inch may be strong. So that was the last thing they actually issued there as a discussion for the possible tornadoes still occurring there into the area. So the mezzo is now turned off. Because I think we have a new tornado warning up here. We're looking at the radar again coming out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, telling us that there could be a tornado that's going across the border. Now over into the western side of Arkansas, Sebastian County and LaFleur. Sebastian and LaFleur counties, you're underneath the tornado warning at the moment that's coming in from the west. The storm has a history of producing tornadoes near the town of Big Cedar, northeast. At about 45 miles per hour is our trajectory and speed of tornado. Quarter-size hail being reported in that storm. Stay away from it if you possibly can. Where is it? I'm not positive where they're thinking. Let me back it up a minute, see if I can see anything back in time a little bit more. Yeah, there it is. All right, so this was the tornado one. This is why they issued it right here when it was near Lenox. So this was where the tornado warning was issued for. And now if you put it into motion, you can see it's no longer there. So it's kind of diminished. It died out pretty quickly, and now we've just really got a glob of stuff moving around. There's still a little spin right there near 59, just to the west of 59, south of Reichert. But it's not tornado warning worthy. So I can see them possibly canceling that pretty quickly. Now this looks like it might be a tornado near Clarksville, and this could be on the ground. That looks ugly. What did that say? Yeah, this is a confirmation. This is a confirmed tornado located near Bagwell, 7 miles to the west of Clarksville. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. A damaging tornado. Quarter-size hail being reported there. And there's not a whole lot you can get better than law enforcement confirmed or confirmation. Law enforcement confirmation of a tornado. And you can certainly see there the inbound and the outbound is there. And it's very likely that we have a tornado there on the ground. Just to the west of Clarksville, Highway 82, just outside of Detroit, and Blossom moving northward. Eastward across this area of northern Texas. That's going to be crossing over the Red River in the next few moments. Watch out. I think that's going to be the same cell, by the way, that went through Sulphur Springs and produced the tornado confirmation there. Sulphur Springs, that particular cell, which also is the one that was way, way, way down to the south a little bit earlier. Still tornado warnings in effect here for the next 35 minutes. They reissued this out of the Shreveport office for Upshur, Morris, Titus, and Camp counties, with a possible tornado there that's moving northeast of Gilmer at about 50 miles per hour. So the tornado warning there. Down to the south, we still have this one in effect for the next 19 minutes coming out of Shreveport again for Wood County. Tornado warning there. Get in a safe place immediately if you possibly can. Make sure you and your family are safe from that storm. Shreveport radar is doing better than any of the others for this type of a thing. That's a big storm. Now, I don't know. So this is outflow here. I don't know if this near Chandler is going to be a tornado or not, but that is a huge storm nonetheless, producing some really high winds in advance of the storm right in that general area there too. I don't see anything that looks like it would be debris at the moment, but man, we're talking about a big honking storm right there. Now this thing's really winding up. What looks like a ball, a debris ball here, is where the tornado is likely occurring. It matches up very well with all the products. So this is the reflectivity, which shows us that's a dry slot right there. Down to the south with velocity data, inbound and outbound on the marker. No reason why that would change just yet. Correlation coefficient, I don't see. This would again tell me if there's debris aloft, and I don't see anything that kind of looks like that at this moment, actually. And then the stuff down here near Tyler is a confirmed tornado that was reported just moments ago into that area there, too. Other thunderstorms over to Palestine down to the south into Crockett. There's a strong thunderstorm occurring near Crockett. And this is the southern part of this whole system that we were projecting to fill in a little bit more as we go through the rest of this evening. Still some thunderstorms down here east of I-45, but really the thinking is that we'll see, and you can just now see them, beginning to take shape. These over here near Dripping Springs and right there, those are brand new. Those just started, I think, maybe a scan or two ago, which is what the modeling was telling us, that we'd have nothing down there, and we didn't about 30 minutes ago, and now we're starting to see some development. So that is going to be the case for the next several hours, is new development down to the south that'll make its way around. We're not into the tornado watch at that point, but where are we into the tornado watch? Look at all these warnings now. We got quite a few warnings further to the north. Now, some of them are overlapping. Let me just say that, but some of them are not. So, underperforming? I don't think so. I don't think it's underperforming at all. Let me see if I can find Brett. Frozen windshield. So he must still be caught up into the back side of all that. Can't really get out of that area there just yet. Tyler, Texas is where our southernmost tornado warned storm is. The southernmost storm is in Tyler, Texas, just to the southwest of Texarkana. Other not thunderstorms, but a few showers beginning to develop out in advance of all this, coming along 82 out of Texarkana and Shreveport on I-20. We'll see more and more of those expected as we go into and through the next several hours. We still have the possibility of having a tornado warning or two showing up. And let's see here. Let me figure out how to do this. Put you on hold for just a second because I got to load a photograph here. Hold on. So I did get a photograph. Brett sent me a photograph here of the storm that produced the tornado. And we had a confirmation there a little bit earlier, confirmation on a tornado that was sitting there near Sulphur Springs. And Brett was just off to the south of there when all this took place. And then as the storm worked its way a little bit further to the north, it did in fact produce a possible tornado. So we were looking at that a little bit earlier. And if I can pull this out, don't stop. And we'll try this right here. So if you look at this photograph, you can see a couple of things. Do you see it? So there's the lowering of the cloud deck as it took place. And then if you watch close enough, you look close enough. This is from Brett's drone. Wow. That's a tornado right there. Left-hand side, do you see it? Kind of hard to see. Getting out of my picture there a little bit. But that's the tornado that took place. And Brett got drone footage of it. He's going to be uploading that to me here shortly. He has a lot of different hats on at the moment, Brett does, so he's just now trying to get some of that information out. But a tornado there, you can see it off into the distance, small one. And that was a confirmed tornado, by the way, that we had heard much about a little bit earlier in the day today that was taking place as it moved across Dallas and then into the area there just north of Mineola and produced a possible tornado. Well, it looks like a tornado from here in Sulphur Springs, and was moving on eastward, northward, and eastward throughout that region. Right now, we look back at the radar site, and all these boxes, all these red boxes are still tornado warnings that are occurring. We were talking about whether the fact we thought we were going to underachieve. We didn't underachieve at all. We got the quantity. All the tornado warnings that you see is what you would expect out of a moderate risk for severe thunderstorms. Well, all these tornadoes that are occurring here is kind of what you would expect. I guess in my mind, I thought there'd be, sometimes you go through tornado events and you end up with tornado warnings and very few actually verified tornadoes that touch the ground. And sometimes you go just the opposite way. You end up with 80% of every tornado warning that occurs being a confirmed tornado after the fact. And I don't think we're that high in the ratio at this point. But we have had a couple of confirmed tornadoes. And we've had numerous. We're probably up into the 80% non-confirmed range here at the moment when it comes to all of these warnings, because there are quite a few of them, and they go as far to the north as just outside of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Right now, we still have a tornado warning here. I'm going to go from north to south and work my way all the way down the line. The tornado one we currently have is near Heavener, and for good reason. We still have inbound and outbound there. The red indicating what's moving away from the radar site. The blues indicating what's headed in the other direction. And there is a little bit of a couplet there just outside of Petros and Heavener near Forrester. And that is going to be a tornado warning that does still exist there. The National Weather Service office, let me see what they have to say. Sebastian County, LaFleur County, underneath a tornado warning near Big Cedar. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We don't have a confirmation on it, but we do have the likelihood of a tornado there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning up here. It looks like for the next 26 minutes it does continue. The Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, Crawford, Sebastian, Sequoia, LaFleur counties. Near Padu, it's moving northward, eastward there in that region. We do have confirmation of a likely tornado and an injury. McCurtain County Sheriff reports a house was destroyed in McCurtain County. That's in Picken Road of Oklahoma. McCurtain County, one injury, and there is a sheriff's report of a house being destroyed there. That's when this, well, let me just do it. That's when this was way back here. And we had the likelihood or confirmation, if you will, of a tornado back here when this did occur. I didn't go back far enough. I only went, let's see, let me do this. Go back about 30 frames and see if I can find it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Watch this. So we go back in time. We look at when the tornado moved across there. There's the tornado. You can see it right there. Here is the triangle that indicates where the actual confirmation just came from, and right there we had a tornado. So the National Weather Service did in fact say that we had a building that was destroyed. I say a tornado, maybe, you know what, I think there were two right there actually. If you kind of look at it, there are two separate rotations. One's there and one is up here, where I think the first tornado warning that was issued came from that storm in particular. But there was an injury there from the Sheriff's Department saying there was an injury in McCurtain County. McCurtain, and that was just outside of Picken Road there into the county. Then down to the south, we go a little bit further. We run back into a tornado warning in Clarksville. This is going to be northern Texas. Clarksville, northern Texas. The National Weather Service office there telling us that there was a tornado warned storm there. Still is. This is on the northern part of the county, and as it goes northward across Clarksville, we're getting pretty far away from the radar site, but nonetheless, the thought is there is a tornado associated with that storm. Still has 9 more minutes into this. Actually, now they're saying a confirmed tornado. This is a confirmed tornado near Bagwell, or 7 miles to the west of Clarksville. It's moving northeast at 50. Law enforcement having confirmed a tornado there not that long ago. When did they say this was for? It's 6:17. It's 20 minutes ago, actually. There was a confirmed tornado, and it'd been nice to update that. But anyway, we still have another tornado that is radar indicated. This is going to be for the Next 23 minutes, that's going to be Hunt, Delta, Lamar, Fannin counties. You're underneath a tornado warning there for a little while longer. Then down to the south, tornado warning here for the next 23 minutes into Upshur, Morris, Titus, Camp counties. You're underneath tornado warnings near and northeast of Rosewood. That is a tornado warning there just north of the lake in Dangerfield. The likelihood of a tornado, I don't know if that's a little donut right there is where it is. Yes, it is. That's a tornado that's embedded within. This is a rain-wrapped tornado that is embedded within this whole area. And if you put the velocity data on there, you can see there is an inbound and an outbound, a gate-to-gate shear marker that shows up there that indicates the same. From what we were talking about a little bit earlier. So got to watch that. That is a tornado warning that is not confirmed to be on the ground at the moment, but is confirmed from the data that we have to be, slow down, Dave, here we go, is looking more and more like it might be confirmed. I really don't have a debris signature that shows anything up into the atmosphere at the moment. I do hear this is a debris signature, very vivid one, actually, and this is with our confirmed and observed tornado warning off to the north for McCurtain and Red River County. That is debris that is aloft, that blue color right there. And I know this because if I take this back and I put it in motion, watch what happens. It moves. So when it moves like that, that means it's still aloft, and the next scan shows it somewhere else. If it was staying there, if it was stagnant, stationary, we'd know that that wasn't actually a tornado at this point. Coming southward down to Tyler, Texas. Again, still out of the Shreveport office. I want to look at this. This is going to be 2 more tornado warnings. Both have that little signature mark. This one has tons of lightning associated with it here at Tyler at the airport with a radar-indicated tornado here for Tyler, Texas. This is going to be central Smith County. We have a possible tornado there 8 miles to the west of Tyler. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Just bucket loads of rain and a lot of lightning associated with the whole system there. And yeah, there are 2 places here, folks, where I think there might be tornadoes. One's near Winona, south of 80. There are 2 very distinctive spins, motions that are occurring here within this storm. Both of them are indicative of what a tornado would be looking like. Near Winona here, over near Swan here, we have 2 of them, separate situations where tornadoes might exist as you go through that entire area. Southward we go. I don't see anything else down to the south that might concern me at the moment, although there's still some new growth that'll be taking place here as far as the models are concerned. We'll have thunderstorms that really start to develop into the next hour. Remember, we had nothing. Now we do have something. Austin down to Kyle, throughout that Dripping Springs area, Leander. Now we have thunderstorms that have just developed here right before dark, and notice the boundary that's going to be the trigger. This is it. This is what's going to trigger more thunderstorms going into the rest of the evening that'll make their way down and over to San Antonio, the tail end of our cold front. This is a mess. This is just a huge mess. Look at all of these tornado warnings that are still popping up here tonight that are moving through eastern portions of Texas. The moderate risk is going to uphold. And as everything goes eastward, it's going to still be moving into a very juicy atmosphere. One moment. Sweet tea. Thank you, Lord. All right, so that's what's happening there. With all that, these are tornado warnings, very numerous. Quite a few of them still working their way onto the east, as you can see. Let me see if Brett has some. Well, now that it is dark, that is sad, because darkness is going to prevent us from showing you a lot of what we'd like to. But nonetheless, darkness doesn't evade the radar beam, so we'll be able to keep up with those more or less no matter what they do tonight. And that is the deal there in the eastern side. This is Idabel over in the southeastern side of Oklahoma. Idabel, you're in the tornado warned area now. This will continue for the next 34 minutes, and it is observed. This has been visualized, been seen by law enforcement. They're saying it is a large and dangerous tornado. If it's large, it's dangerous. Dangerous. Is there any other kind than extremely dangerous? Southeastern McCurtain County, Red River County is where this is. Coming in from the National Weather Service out of Shreveport, Louisiana, saying this is a observed tornado that is on the ground at the moment. They're into the region. The National Weather Service office having been following all of this over the past few hours. Again, the radar now out of Shreveport is the best one to look at. We're going to actually be moving away from the Fort Worth radar, although there's still reason to use it. As you can see here, that travels on down to the south. We still have individualized thunderstorms that go well down to the south. Over to Crockett and eastward to Rusk and Lufkin throughout that region. We have plenty of them. And then, as you can see, it's a cluster of thunderstorms here that runs roughly from Mount Pleasant to Dangerfield, southward to Mineola, and throughout the rest of that area where some of the heavier thunderstorms are going to be occurring. Now, what does a tornado look like? It looks like this thing up here in the upper left-hand side of the screen. It wasn't a big, huge wedge. It wasn't anything like that you could see. It kind of looks like just a little smoke that's occurring, but it's actually a tornado there on the western side of the picture, the left side of the picture. And I'm sure Brett will effort getting me that in some other fashion than just a photograph. And I will pass that along to you when I get it. He sent me that photograph. Let me see. All right, here we go. I'm going to add, let me add some of the Mutar data here because I want to get back to dew points again to look at what's happening into the upstream here with the dew points. We're still under the conditions of having 70s. The dew point, the way the atmosphere feels outside, this would give you the feels like temperature, the temperature that it feels like on your exposed skin, which works both ways. It works during the summer, it works during the winter too when it comes to wind chill. Well, right now the dew points are all the way down into the 50s back here to the west. 51 now in Dallas. If you didn't put a jacket on when you went into dinner in Dallas, you need one now. Then you move on to the east. On the eastern side, we're into the 70s here for the eastern side of the state of Texas. Ida Bell southward, just numerous, a cluster of tornado warnings that occurs within the moderate risk area that was projected earlier in the day today. So this is going to be fulfilled. This is from the National Weather Service offices, again, out of two different areas. One's out of DFW. The other one is coming out of Shreveport, Louisiana. They'll be following the ones that are further east here into Texas. And they do concur that there is a tornado warning here for each one of these counties or polygons that they put out. It's no longer just a county. It used to be just a county. They sent out this county is underneath the tornado warning. Now they get more succinct and they put out polygons, which are normally small at the beginning and then widen out with a window of opportunity about where these things are headed. And so that's sort of how you can tell what's happening. But you can see numerous tornado warnings that remain here, all of which are still moving northward and eastward across this portion of the area. And we'll be doing so for the next little while here as well. I apologize for taking a few moments here to check over data too, because did I just see where Brett might be popping back up? Let's see here. We'll give him just a second to catch his wind and see what's happening.
Check. You there, Dave?
I got you, B. So listen.
Man, we've been out of signal here in North Texas for a minute.
Yeah, and we didn't quit. So we kind of hung in there with you. We watched from time to time. I get a little bit of your dash cam, so we saw a little bit of that. But the photograph of the tornado. Let me throw it back up there just a second. But sort of tell us what's been happening.
Well, now we just crossed a debris field here west of Clarksville. That tornado's moving and crossing the Red River, going to make it really hard to try to keep up with. So I'm moving to get into position to this really significant looking tornado that is coming at me from the south. It's going to move up toward Interstate 30. Looks like it's going to move toward DeKalb, New Boston area. And it looks like it is likely on the ground eating right now as we speak. Looks like I sent a report in, and it looks like a tornado emergency is now in effect for Ida Bell, Oklahoma, with that major destructive catastrophic tornado that crossed north of Clarksville. We did see a picture of it. It was a very large wedge tornado.
Yeah, you can see it right there in the scan.
Yeah,
it's still a little bit hard because it's out of the reach, but
Well, David, I mean, honestly, and this isn't an attaboy or a pat on the back, but I don't think we could have called it any better earlier, mentioning just how much more potent it seemed like that the environment was across the Red River area up in northeastern Texas, which is, again, perfect example as to why those guys at the Storm Prediction Center get paid to do their job, because they called this one pretty good, except I did not expect to see this many supercells at 7 p.m. almost local time versus a line. Matter of fact, we don't have much of a line at all. It's more of a broken line of supercells.
Yeah, we just went through the her a little bit. Now the line really looks like it fills in, goes way down to San Antonio here. There's a boundary down there that I don't know if you've been able to notice or not, but it's going to fill in. It's already beginning to show signs of filling in far to the south, and I still think we're going to end up with a honking line that comes on through a little bit later on through central and southern Texas in particular. I think that all fills in because we've really seen it happen over the last 30 minutes. We went from having nothing in Austin, and now we have a cluster of thunderstorms in Austin. So it is beginning to happen down there as everything begins to catch up on the southern side. But certainly the north end of this has been prolific as far as the warnings go. They just dropped a bunch of them, by the way, Brett, bunch of the warnings that were there in the east. And by the way, there's another, I see the tornado emergency that still they have here for the storm that's coming through Idabel at the moment. But there was a tornado that was on the ground for a while as well. And there was the Sheriff's Department reporting an injury there further to the north in McCurtain County. And we watched that on the ground with a CC drop for a little while there. That's now well up into Heavener. Doesn't have the same signature that it had a little while ago, although there's still some inbound and outbound there that you can see, but it's kind of broad here at the moment.
Right. Hold on one second.
Yeah, let me get back to the tornado emergency here too. So I'm gonna it's hard to find the right radar for that, but if there was one going to happen, that's a horrible place for it to happen. Still 73 over 72 in Idabel, so they're right there in the soup of things. That's where the atmosphere is just completely saturated south of Broken Bow, right there along Highway 70, US 70 that goes west-east across that portion of the county. But this is filling in as a tornado emergency, as Brett was just saying moments ago. For the next 26 minutes, the National Weather Service Office has issued a tornado emergency with a confirmed large destructive tornado located 9 miles to the southwest of Idabel. It is moving northeast at 45. Take cover immediately. A particularly dangerous situation occurring there. Other storms down
It's going.
south.
They're saying just got an update. They're going to continue that it's going right into town.
Into Idabel.
Yes.
Yeah, right there. We're at the
edge. Radar coverage. Radar may not look that great there. That's because it's so far away from the radar.
Yeah, we did a little scale there to show everybody how far it was from Fort Smith and Shreveport. That's no man's land. We've been calling it for the last 30 minutes or so because we just don't have good coverage. But they're having to do a lot of this just due to observation, I'm sure.
Yes, danger field with the storm in Morris County that we're going after. It's just to our south and east. We're working quickly to get down to toward DeKalb, New Boston area down there. That is a very stout looking signature. That's probably one of the better signatures, other than the Idabel signature that I've seen today. In terms of, they look very similar actually.
Your GPS has you in the same spot you've been in for a couple of hours. I don't know where you are. About where are you right now?
So, David, if you look at the mapping, I am in the town east of Clarksville, Anona, Annona, approaching Avery, up there on 82, in between Clarksville and DeKalb.
Okay.
And you can see that storm to the south that's approaching. That thing, They just upgraded the warning on it. Confirmed tornado, large and extremely dangerous near Carson with debris.
Carson or Kaysen? Is that near Dangerfield?
Is that Kaysen? Yes, that's
Okay.
Kaysen. I'm sorry, not
No, that's
Carson.
fine.
It's Kaysen.
Okay, Dangerfield. A lot of lightning there. Yeah, that thing's all over the place at the moment still.
Yeah, that storm though looks to be they actually just pushed that tornado warning up toward that Boston area up there that I was talking about, New Boston, DeKalb, right there on I-30. I think that's really where we're going to go to set up because it's a pretty populated area. You're coming into the western side of Texarkana at that point.
Yeah.
So if that storm continues to have that look, it's not a good thing at all.
Can you still see me? Can you still see us?
Yes, I can see you, Dave.
So that's the drop.
Oh, huge CC drop, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've kind of been following that for a little bit. This is just crossed over 11 there near Kaysen a few minutes ago. That's a drop that just sort of began to happen there coming on northward toward Omaha and Naples, south and east of Mount Pleasant. And there's a new warning there. I think they just, overrode that one with a brand new warning that goes a little bit further north. It's Cass County, Bowie County, Morris and Titus County. A large tornado near Kaysen now being reported, which is what we just saw.
Yep, that is the one that we are going toward right now. We're on 82 and rolling pretty fast to get down in that area as this tornado approaches from the south. These things are moving along. We saw moving at 45. They
Yeah, we lost Brett there in an area where it was likely to happen. But what we are again seeing here, this is the tornado. This is what you don't want to see. Now, of all the confirmations, out of all the ways to confirm a tornado, this is the one that makes you feel the worst, because when somebody says they saw a tornado, sometimes you're like, okay, maybe they didn't. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it was, something over the tree line or something that they didn't really see. Well, this just says not only is there a tornado for sure, it's already damaged something. In most cases, I don't like this because we saw the CC take place after it went over Kaysen, the town of Kaysen. Let me, sort of back this up here by what I was trying to say. You don't have a drop there, an anomaly. There's not an anomaly that says, okay, there's debris aloft. So I backed this up 3 scans ago, which was at 6:44, and this is the town of Kaysen right here. So I back this up, and then I go forward now, and the first drop or the first indication of something different is right there, right after it passes over Highway 11, which is over the small town of Kaysen. So the debris that was there didn't show up until it had gone through the city, which is normally an indication of, all right, the tornado hit something structurally. Hate to say it, hate to think of it that way, but that's the reality of it all, is that it probably hit something structurally there in the town. May not have been a whole building, may not have been a whole house. It may have been, something partial, an outbuilding. It may have been something like that. That's what this doesn't tell you at all, is what that is. But you can certainly see, if I put it into motion, let me just kind of draw a line here to show you what it all looks like. But this, if I draw this line there, you can see if I back the radar up now, that it follows that line. So whatever is aloft is traveling in the same direction. It's the law of angular momentum. When once thing is put into motion in a certain direction, it doesn't stop until there's a force that requires it to stop. In this case, it would be coming down to the ground. So that's kind of disheartening. That'll take the wind out of your sails, because it did hit something. And it's headed near the town of Omaha, Naples, up through that area right there. And if you know anybody there, I'd like to give them a call, tell them, hey, There is a tornado that is on the ground here in this area. Hope you can take cover here, because that is the case. That is what we know at this point is happening there. So certainly not a good deal there overall. Down to the south in Gilmore, couple of more thunderstorms here. The one moving through Tyler, Texas is still a tornado warning, although it is not a confirmed tornado warning at this point, but nonetheless requires watching very closely. And then we still have this situation here. Don't want to forget about this at all. This is a particularly dangerous situation from the National Weather Service, saying, hey, you folks in Idabel, southeastern portions of Oklahoma, in Idabel, that is a tornado warning. That is moving right through the middle of town, actually, at this moment, and was confirmed as a large tornado that was on the ground there for a while. Still has 18 more minutes in this. The National Weather Service office says confirmed and large moving into Idabel, and you should take cover immediately here, because this is a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS situation where you should, just make sure that you have a safe place to go at this point, and that you can take cover your head. So many studies being done about injuries coming in after the fact, after tornadoes. Excuse me, I had an itch. After tornadoes, well, head injuries are the biggest, the most predominant that come in. If you didn't cover your head, everybody doesn't have a basement. I get that. If you don't have a basement, make sure that you can grab a pillow cover or something, something soft off of a couch, a cushion, and cover your head as best you can. Central part of your house, away from all the windows, and bathroom sometimes is going to be that central most located place. And where can you go in the bathroom? The bathtub is always going to be the best. Make sure that you can cover yourself within the bathtub. You can cover your head. And the other part of this is the psychology behind what do you do about your kids, and we'll get into that another time, because I got the man who is a wonderful terrific man who does that very thing, talks about the fear of weather, and we'll get him on here to talk about that pretty soon, because again, what you're looking at here is the likelihood of a tornado that's hitting the ground. Sounds and sirens are going off, and it's got to be a situation that concerns your children and everybody else actually who is involved. Once again, the tornado down to the south of Omaha that we're looking at is an observed tornado. The National Weather Service says this is a large tornado near Kaysen. It's going to be Cass, Bowie, Morris, and Titus near Pittsburgh. So this is a confirmed large dangerous tornado. We know this because you can look at it and see there is still debris, or a correlation coefficient, a debris signature is what we're just going to call this, and it's in between Omaha and Dangerfield, indicating to us there is a tornado right there in that area south of Omaha near Naples. Looks like it might go just south of Omaha back over to Naples into that area there near 67, and then go northward. Could make it up into the New Boston area there. I don't have Brett. Brett is up here near DeKalb at the moment, though, in New Boston, somewhere in between. I hope he's going to be on I-30 so he could exit pretty quickly. He knows what to do. But that is also another tornado there that is likely producing a tornado on the ground. I say a tornado warning that is likely producing a tornado that is on the ground, as well as this one near Gilmer. Hey, look. This one near Gilmer, and then there's another one south here near Hawkins that isn't even in the polygon. So there are pockets here of spin and rotation across all of these areas, pockets that we'll be looking at and following. Brett, a little while ago, actually did take an image, by the way, that had a tornado recorded within. This was a tornado that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. I don't know exactly where this was. We didn't have him on the air long enough to find out, but this was going to be a tornado that occurred a little bit earlier, and I think this is going to be the one that was recorded right here near Sulphur Springs, where we did have a tornado reported there near Hopkins. Train spotter reporting this tornado warning there at that point, and so we definitely always want to pass that information along to you when we have that sort of a situation. But the tornado that we were seeing there, I think, is that one that Brett took. This is a big circulation that's occurring here, and I hope this isn't a whole tornado. Let me just look again. No, So this is a tornado. This is for sure a tornado. This is the spin. Let me just show you some of these winds aloft that are occurring here. Winds inside of the storm, actually, that are occurring. Get rid of that, and let's try this. See, there's some 100-mile-per-hour winds. There's a 105, 107. Some of these yellows here are indicative of greater than 100. Oh, let me show you this, too. Greater than 100 miles per hour. Some of these winds are. Right there, we got 100 miles per hour being reported. That is going away from the radar site. Meanwhile, right close, gate to gate, we've got negative numbers, negative 20s and 30s. That gives us net shear of 120, 125, something like that, which means it is spinning, it's rotating. There's no doubt about that at all, that is a rotating storm. The Severe Storms Prediction Center was talking about the fact today that we have a couple of large tornadoes. This may be one of them as it occurs and moves across the rest of the county there. And still, as it comes in south of Omaha, we've had a prolonged period of having a drop, a CC, a correlation coefficient drop. You can see that very well if you just watch it, eyeball it with me. That is the blue area right there. The blues that are showing up within an entire red region indicates to us that we have an anomaly, and the anomaly is going to be some sort of debris that is aloft going across the roadway there on 259 just south of Omaha. If I lived in Naples right now, this is not a possible, this is not a this one isn't going to hit me. This is a tornado that is on the ground, and it's going to cross over 77 and 67 the next scan, probably 2 minutes from now. I'm looking forward, but the scans come in at 5 to 6 minutes, and this next scan is going to show that debris signature there near Naples. It's going to be just to the east, but near Naples, coming in between there and Dalton. And so you should take cover immediately if you live there into that area. A broad circulation that is honking. This thing is huge now as it's coming across the area here. And so certainly you need to pay attention to what is happening here, as well as now the Idabel tornado warning is still a PDS situation. It's moving across Idabel off to the north. 2-inch size hail is possible here, and a damaging tornado is occurring here as well. These are our two biggest tornado warnings of the day, really. This is a tornado emergency right here with the storm near Idabel. I'm not positive why at this point they don't consider this a tornado emergency also, because it does have debris that is showing up. This one is concerning near Gilmer, although it is a broad rotation. It's not tightly packed. This is broad, so you got stuff coming toward the radar, going away from the radar, but it's a broad rotating storm. It has more of like the potential to produce a tornado than I think an actual tornado at the moment. But north of the area here near Rocky Branch, coming into Naples, and I know Brett is close, because he was going to be up on 82 right in here. This is where Brett was the last time we spoke to him. Let me see if I can find his. I don't even see his locator anymore. He was in this area. So that's the likelihood, again, of a large tornado coming across that portion of the county and moving on eastward. Now, they did just issue that's different. That's going to be for Oregon. Let me see what we got here. Correlation coefficient. It is damage. You see the next scan just filled in, which says there's still damage. There's still something aloft up into the air, up into the atmosphere, south of Omaha. I told you it might be south of Naples. I shouldn't have said that because it is, but you never know where the actual tornado is going to be. This is the debris that is aloft, and it may be in advance since we got a southwesterly flow. The debris may actually be well ahead of the storm. Tornado is rotating counterclockwise. The actual debris may be thrown in front of the tornado, aloft. It may be thrown pretty far up in that general direction. So it's south and east of Naples, south of Dalton, and in that area there, in and along 77 coming in from the south side. But that's debris, and that is going to be crossing over the roadway there at 77. A brand new scan just came in. Still have some sort of anomaly or debris that is aloft in this storm that indicates to us it is a tornado and it is on the ground. Again, these wind speeds located within this storm are astronomical. These are in the 100-mile-per-hour range, so this could be a very large tornado. Check this out, 89, 96, 96 again, 96.9. These are not radio stations. These are wind speeds that are in and along this area here within the storm as it goes northeastward. That is a tornado warning storm. It is observed. It's nighttime, makes it twice as dangerous with these being nighttime storms coming across this region here. And the 2 or 3 that we still have at the moment are confirmed tornado warnings. I haven't been up into Arkansas here just yet. 2 more tornado warnings. This one looks to be confirmed again. This is an observed tornado, damaging tornado confirmed near Huntington. See right here in the wording where it says radar confirmed tornado? I'll show you why. That means they didn't observe it, although somebody may have observed it. But even better yet is when the radar looks and confirms a tornado. And the sad part about that is what they're talking about again is the debris deal that we're talking about. The high-res correlation coefficient should show us that there is some sort of debris aloft. And I think I see it right here coming in out of Hartford. Yeah. So it wasn't even warned at this point. There's the debris. This means there was a tornado. And it crossed over and went eastward, came out of Oklahoma and into that western side of Arkansas there, and is still a debris signature. So a confirmed tornado because of the fact we know it's hit something. And that's what's currently showing up there. This is huge. This is a huge circulation. My gosh, check this out. This is unbelievably large, this whole circulation that's occurring here. Check this out. And it goes into this point right there near Huntington. But this is amazing at the way this thing is being fed. From the south, it's bringing in all these dew points that are so incredibly high. That is a nutty, nutty situation. That's going to be a damaging, large tornado right there. Gate-to-gate shear that's occurring. What do I mean by that? Well, that just shows us that we have wind speeds that are super high within a pixel or 2. It's a very tightly packed situation, so you know there's a tornado there that's associated with it. That is wicked. That's about as bad as they look, folks. And there's another one down to the south that they're thinking might still be involved with this near Elm Park, or some sort of new generation that might be occurring. But the main tornado is that right there. That is just ugly. A horrible looking situation there. And the correlation coefficient says it is on the ground. That's what we're seeing right there, is the damage that's being done just to the east of Huntington. Did it happen in Huntington and just now make its way across? Maybe. That could have been what happened, but oh my gosh, what a horrible sort of situation there that we're watching unfold before us. On the Red River side of things, Broken Bow, we still have a confirmation there. I think they're saying radar indicated now as it moves a little bit further to the north. Again, this is that horrible area there where we don't have a lot of radar confirmation available because the radars are so far away. We're going to go down to the south here, though, and look at the Shreveport radar, which has a little bit better view of what's happening for us. And sadly now, at this point, we're talking about confirmations. I don't see Brett, but he's got to be in line, I think, from what he was telling us the last time we spoke to him. He was up near DeKalb or New Boston. He's in the northern part of this, but there's still, all indications are that this tornado that we saw a little bit earlier is on the ground. That is what this is right here. The blue area, that's indicative of the debris that is aloft up into the atmosphere. Just how high, I could do some work and find out, but we just don't have time for that because we've got to keep up with everything that is happening. I know this is crossing over 77. It's going to be US 67 on the western side, but bounded on the south side by 77 going northward, doing so in the White Oak Creek Wildlife Management Area there and beyond, where the heaviest precipitation is coming down there too, but a cluster that is just ominous looking on the radar site. If you look at it from just a purely reflectivity point of view, yeah, there's the tornado. The little weak echo that you see right there, that's going to be the tornado that is embedded within this whole thing, and I can sort of line it up with everything else, and it matches perfectly. So all the way up and down is what we're looking at, and the likelihood of all these coming across this area. Radar indicate. Okay, brand new tornado warning. I'll get into that in just a couple of seconds, but a new one just issued now. Also, so that is very disheartening and ugly picture that's occurring. This is brand new tornado warning now for Gilmore County observed. Remember how we were talking about a little bit earlier how 80% or so, I thought 80% of the tornado warnings were not going to verify. We're not going to be actual tornadoes. It's going to be a high verification count at that point, or a miss, if you will. There's a hit and there's a miss, verified, unverified. Now we're on the other side. About every tornado warning we're seeing has a verification with it. It's just sad. It's just, I sit here, and there's a tornado on the ground there, and people are having to go through this at the moment. Hopefully they had word. I know this is Eastern Texas, and they're very familiar with tornadoes. But this is, if you just look at this the way it is right now, this is sad. This is horrible to sort of follow and watch here. But there's the one to the north there. Maybe another one trying to form down to the south. Again, the different colors that you see indicating to us where we have the spin or the rotation that's still occurring there. This is all on the eastern side of the state of Texas now, about to move into northwestern Louisiana. And coming into the western side of Arkansas also, up here into the region that is the Ouachitas, the western side, the Ozarks, if you will, on that western side. Brand new tornado on to the north now. This is going to be an observed tornado. How many? We had 5 or 6 of these now showing up. Another observed tornado warning. And whose radar am I going to have to use here? This is going to be the radar site coming in as, it'll be SRX again. So now they're saying on the northern side of this is a tornado warning here that is observed. Velocity data, I don't see anything there that makes me want to scream about it, but see how this matches up. Yeah. Again, so they took the radar site, they looked at it, and it's easy to see. You can see it with me. Watch this. See this area right here? That's the anomaly. This is all rain. See, it's just rain because it's the same color. But when something shows up that's a differing color or shape, then this is a loft. This is something that wasn't there the scan before, and it's in a different position. Watch when I move forward now in time. Watch that move forward too. There, it's small. It's like a mile or two. It's not that small. But here's indicating again where we have tornado right there, and then I can move it forward again, and you can see it dissipates there toward the last couple of frames, but nonetheless a confirmed tornado. You can't get any better as far as knowing for sure it's happening than a confirmed tornado on the radar site, from the radar site like that one. This whole mess is moving on to the east. Check this out. This is just a huge region here of wind that's blowing out, gusting out in advance of this. But the velocity data, my gosh, it is a scary, scary sight what's happening there. Let me go back a little. Look at this. Unbelievable. This was the tornado. Look, this is the tornado within the line, and then watch it merge. Holy cow, it merged with that cell. That was amazing. Still keeps all the tornado warnings going up there. Here's the one coming out of Broken Bow. Is that obvious? Yeah, it's very obvious that we still have a tornado there. Pretty far away from the radar site, but it's easy to see that is another tornado warning there. Just to the east of Broken Bow, the National Weather Service has a tornado warning there too. Then we go further down to the south. We'll get back into the Shreveport radar to show you these thunderstorms moving on eastward. Still have some likely confirmations here too. This, look, there's You see the little donut hole in the middle? That is an area of weak echo, which is the central part of where our tornado is. Watch, I'll put the velocity data on top of it, and it'll match up perfectly with the tornado, and you can see it does. So we have a circle even in the middle of where our tornado warning is, right here. Unbelievable. These winds are coming in just like this. It's an anticyclone. It's a cyclone, and so it's producing a direction that still is going to give you some of the highest winds on the east side of the storm. Very similar to a hurricane at this point. A wicked-looking storm there overall, and a tornado warning there too. And then back down to the south, we still have this tornado warning in effect here as well. Coming through, I think there's coming through the southeastern side of Marion, Cass, Upshur, Morris, and Camp counties, underneath a severe thunderstorm / tornado warning there, with the likelihood of a tornado being very near the town of Gilmore. Gilmore right there, and it's a mess. That whole thing is a mess. This is a boundary down to the south that might have a tornado embedded within, and this little boundary right here that goes outward. But I think right there is your tornado, the main area. I don't know, maybe not. It's a mess. Yeah, it's just a mess. Back this up a little bit, see if I can see anything overall here that might have. All right, so there it is. Here's what we're talking about. Here's what we've been talking about for a while, is the fact that we've got tornado warnings that have popped up here and there across the area into eastern Texas now, really located across that eastern part of Texas, Louisiana, southwestern Arkansas, even into the Arklatex. We still have the situation unfolding. Confirmed dangerous tornadoes ongoing across portions of the Arklatex region. The threat continues over the next couple of hours. Radar trends continue to show an uptick in the intensity of supercells into the Red River area. Several confirmed have been reported with this region and continue. The profiles from the radar sites out of Shreveport and Fort Smith say they're still veering aloft as you go up into the atmosphere. There's still reason to believe there's going to be some spin that will be occurring as we go through the next several hours over to western Louisiana as well. Organized supercells, strong tornadoes in the next couple of hours ahead of the cold front become more and more likely. It is not a bust. It is not a situation that did not unfold. It's still kind of crazy here. Look at these temperatures. We got 70s along this line just south of San Antonio and Austin. We got 40s that are just back to the west, 40-degree temperatures. It is a very marked cold front headed on eastward, the bulk of which seems to be dropping tornadoes on the eastern side of the cold front, moving over into the Ouachitas, the northwestern part of Arkansas, that we call the Ozarks up there, the National Forest there, the Ouachita National Forest on the western side, and all points southward, still producing possible tornadoes. Now, these little triangles here, these are indicating where we had confirmed tornadoes. We did have a confirmed tornado near McCurtain County there. The sheriff's office reporting that. Law enforcement says we had an injury there as well that did occur. And then further down to the south, we have additional tornado warnings all in the northeastern corner of the state, actually. These are going to be north of Mineola into that area there near Longview and above. Excuse me. Gilmer, that is where we have the southernmost tornado warning at the moment that we're still following there, going northward and eastward. It's certainly a rotating storm that might be capable of producing a tornado. And the one up here that was so horrible looking a little bit earlier, well, it's still horrible looking. It still has the possibility of producing a tornado. The correlation coefficient, it's a little different than what I saw a little bit earlier. Hold on. Let me look at this again. So there was your tornado for sure, south of Naples. We'll move forward in time and see what happened to that. Some of that dissipated. A lot of that dissipated, actually, as it is moving northward now near New Boston and throughout the rest of this region. I got to believe Brett's on the east side of this. He's kind of following this and watching what's happening. There again is your tornado just north and east of Broken Bow. That's along 70. 6, is it? 70. US 70, it looks like, in 259 on the eastern side of that. We still have a tornado warning there with a likelihood of a tornado just to the northeast of there, or just to the west of the Queen in Arkansas. That'll be moving on northward and just off to the east. So we're going to go into the radar here for just a moment out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. We'll put this back into the reflectivity mode for a second. I'm going to put it into motion for you so you can see where this is generally headed. And I'm going to take 30 seconds to get me a... Hey, Brett? I see you, but I don't hear you just yet. We'll get you your sound in just a second. Brett Adair, who's been out and about following these storms over the last little while, is still monitoring what's happening. I'm very anxious to find out what happened because he was just north of this confirmed tornado where we saw the CC drop just a few moments ago, and up into that area. He's having a very difficult time keeping his signal, though. We just dropped out once again because he's having to move. If he were sitting in one spot, he'd find a signal and keep it, but he's having to move to get the best signal that you possibly can. Tornado right there. Certainly, you can see it just north and east of Broken Bow. That is a tornado that is likely on the ground at the moment. Had a confirmation a little bit earlier with it. It does not any longer. Super big. This is a big storm that had a tornado with it not that long ago either. Watch this thing come in. That was a massive storm right there that's now wrapped around itself, but could produce another tornado there into the area before it's all over with.
Check.
Here you come back. You're coming back right now. Why don't you just go ahead and start? Tell me where you are and what happened.
All right, buddy. I am nothing happened yet. I'm just about to be in Boston here, New Boston, the area where this large tornado, is about to come into town. I am there. Is that a tornado emergency, David, or what is that for the area here now?
I don't see a tornado emergency just yet, but it is a tornado warning. You gotta, they're out of Shreveport. Okay, they just reissued this as observed is what they did. So it's Little River County and Bowie County. Confirmed large dangerous tornado near New Boston, Brett.
Yeah.
But you can see it on the radar. I mean, you can see right where it is. I just don't know where you are. You're... I'm going to hang tight here with you and see if it clears up. Again, Brett Adair has been with us live here. He's in the area there near New Boston, working his way along 82, I think it is, Highway 82, that runs from DeKalb back over in that general direction and then into Texarkana. Off and on signal there, obviously. Tornado just off to the south and west that we're looking at. We see that on the reflectivity there. We had a confirmation because we had what we call a correlation coefficient that was associated with it. In fact, we'll go back to it right now to show you there's still a correlation coefficient, meaning there's debris aloft near the Siloam area there coming out of Bassett on 47. That is a debris signature. That is indicative of a tornado that is causing damage there. Some of that damage is aloft, able to be picked up by the radar at this point from a distance. The National Weather Service telling us that this thing has been observed, so they've had eyes on it at some point, although it's very, very difficult at night. But it's pretty easy to see where this tornado is from whatever product I throw up there that seems to be whatever the worst could possibly be. Velocity, though, tells us that this thing is just to the southwest of New Boston. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour coming in from the southwest side or just to the east of I-30 or south of Hooks and New Boston DeKalb area, and you should be in a safe place immediately if you live in this portion of the county because that is a tornado coming in from the southwest, almost parallel to I-30, if you will. As we have seen it in the last few hours coming in and working its way along the interstate. The southwesterlies are really blowing here, so that's the predominant wind direction and the predominant direction of our storms. The vector is out about 30 degrees and going northward or so across that region, which is the cause for what we are talking about here overall. Still have this tornado warning down to the south for another 20 minutes. This continues from Marion, Cass, Upshur, Morris, Camp counties. You're underneath that tornado warning. I don't see anything imminent. There is some high wind here around Lone Star, but I didn't see anything that looked like it was going to be a debris signature of any sort, which is sort of what we're looking at the moment. If it has a debris signature, then we're very concerned about there being a tornado that is on the ground. Observations are going to be very difficult at this point. You're in the Ouachitas, for one. You're in the National Forest. Trees are going to forego visually seeing what's going on. It's nighttime. You might get a lightning strike that helps you out from time to time. I actually confirmed a tornado for the National Weather Service in Huntsville one time. Brett and I were together, actually. And I had a slow motion camera, and I was taking video of lightning strikes, and I saw a tornado just off to the southwest of Huntsville, actually. So you can do that, but it's not likely that that's going to be the case either. And then in the other thunderstorms that we're looking at, we still have evidence of seeing some of the bigger ones here that are not only producing possible tornadoes, but some unbelievably gusty winds. This is going to be one of those that's coming in near Boonville. Tremendous amount of wind coming in on the southwestern side of this, coming northward and eastward across that portion of western sections of Arkansas. What county is that going to be? I think that's going to be in the eastern side of Boonville, or Logan County. That's Logan County. So it's going to be on the eastern side of Logan County. Big honking line, if you will, coming in on the western side of this and moving on eastward. That's Branch and Charleston there off to the north. Still a radar-indicated tornado there possible as well. And everything is headed off down to the south here in a linear situation that now it doesn't really matter. The linear part of this is catching up to the supercells, but there's still enough individualism here for them to keep their own characteristics, keep their own sort of a situation here. And Brad, again, is up here near New Boston. He said he was in New Boston. How old is this image? That is 7:25, so 3 minutes old. And there is your tornado. So it's we're only looking at a couple of miles south, if you will, of New Boston, like 2 miles south of New Boston. Would cross over there on I-30 and 82 at that intersection there. In the next scan, I believe that would be taking place. Did we still have evidence of a tornado there? Yes. We have strong evidence of a tornado there. So we don't want Brett anywhere around there, because this is definitely a tornado that is on the ground right there, just to the south of New Boston, by not very much at all. And Brett is going to be close. I'm sure he's going to wait this out somewhere on the east or west side, and he'll go back in and kind of fill in the pictures for us here as to what is happening or what has happened. But that's a tornado that's on the ground. And it's a fairly large area, by the way, of correlation coefficient. By that, I mean the anomaly, or the thing that is, excuse me, the thing that we're looking at. Let me do this. I'm going to have to do this for a second, just to kind of show you what I'm talking about. That's the tornado, by the way, that Brett saw just a little while ago. And I'm going to take the picture down a little bit and go back over here. Let me go back over. If you look at the top, we have a tool in here that is a distance measurement. And so I can go to the left-hand side of the debris signature and go to the right, and that's about 3 miles wide. See the 3.4 at the top of the screen? 3 miles wide of a debris field that is aloft. It's into the upper atmosphere at this moment. It's up there high enough to where it's still being picked up very well, as you can see. And all indications are that we still have a likely tornado occurring here into this area. Now, this is going to be, hang with me here for just a moment. They did go PDS with this. Brad, I wish you could hear me now, but this is now considered a tornado emergency. And it's because of what we just saw. It's because of this right here. It has them all up into concern about this. It's a tornado emergency that is now an observed tornado. New Boston, a PDS, a large confirmed tornado located near New Boston. Tornado warning here. Little River and Central Bowie counties. you're now under this tornado warning with a likely tornado coming across the area in about 4 or 5 minutes or so. Now, I talked to Brett just a few minutes ago. He's Brett. He knows what's happening. He's got information there, so he's going to keep us tuned in as to what's happening. He's going to wait for this to go on by and then probably fill back in on the bottom side of this. But nonetheless, a tornado here that has all signs of being a large tornado is on the ground coming into the western side of New Boston, Texas. That's going to be west of Texarkana. All indications show you right there what we're looking at. The actual wording from the National Weather Service office says Central Bowie County, you're underneath a tornado warning. Confirmed large destructive tornado near New Boston. It's moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. A PDS situation, particularly dangerous situation, is lining up. Is there another kind? I don't know. Is there a sort of dangerous tornado? I don't think so. I think they're all going to be a particularly dangerous sort of situation at this point. So the National Weather Service office there certainly is watching out for that one. The second one down to the south here that looks equally as impressive is one that has two different signatures with it, actually. This is going to be a tornado warning that's in effect for several counties. Cass, Marion, Upshur, Morris, Camp counties, you're underneath tornado warnings here at the moment. Out of this situation, here's why. Because we do have spin rotation right there. We also have it right here in the Lone Star. That looks wicked as well as it goes northward. I don't see the same kind of, well, I do too. Spoke too soon because there is confirmation here that shows up there just to the south of 155. That is going to be some sort of debris that is aloft there as well in that storm. And maybe even this Dangerfield stuff right here that's on 11, that's new. It'd take me one more scan to decide whether or not I believe that that is debris, but it likely is because it does line up well enough. Yeah, that's going to be debris. Actually, folks, this is going to be debris that's well in advance of the actual tornado, which I want you to think about this. If you think about, you got to think about weather three-dimensionally. If you don't think about it being A, a liquid, or B, three-dimensionally, then you won't be able to figure some of this out. You have to sort of look at the whole. It went away, which is good, which is also good. It doesn't mean that it wasn't debris. That scan right there, it was debris on that scan. But maybe it was something really, really small. There's a lot of, not misinformation, but a lot of information we still don't know about confirmation when it comes to that debris signature about what it really is. That could be a big wad of leaves. You know, leaves are falling right now. So that could be a conjoined area of leaves that were picked up by the winds in advance of this whole system coming out. Could have been. Small limbs, that kind of thing. It could have been. Especially for this time of the year. That could have been the case. So moving on eastward here is that one storm. Then down to the south near Rusk, we got a continuation down here too of the thunderstorms, but I don't see anything that looks to match what's happening a little bit further on to the north when we get back into the soup there across that area of northeastern Texas coming in now north of I-20 and through the rest of this region here, too. A PDS situation and a tornado emergency is occurring here for this portion of Bowie County, and a confirmed large destructive tornado near the town of New Boston, just miles, maybe not even a mile away from New Boston, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That's getting it. Booking along there out of New Boston, a PDS situation, and now crossing over the roadway there near I-30. It has crossed over the interstate and is no longer there on the south side of I-30. It's on the north side of I-30 and headed northeastward at a pretty good pace of 50 miles per hour. A particularly dangerous situation, a tornado that is occurring there that we are looking at. Off to the north, we're not going to do this halfway. This is east of Fort Smith, where we still have tornado warnings in effect here, too. These are not confirmed, but these are tornado warnings. Logan County, you're underneath a tornado warning there just outside of Charleston as it goes on to the north and to east out of Fort Chaffee. One of the big storms at the moment that we're looking at. And then down to the south here as well, we get into this storm that's moving on eastward. This is going to be just to the north and east of Boonville in Logan County. Possible tornadoes still associated with the hole there. It's not what it was a little bit earlier, but it's a big blowing area here that we're looking at. There could be a little tornado embedded within the rain right there if you look at it south of Branch and Charleston. That could be the case. And then this one that's crossing over and into Arkansas on the western side, it's a likely tornado there too. Can I get something? There's something going on there. It doesn't really look, it's not astounding, but there's something going on there too that does look like it's going to be some sort of debris that is aloft. That is a tornado near New Boston. There has been and still is, evidence of debris coming across the roadway here. This is at the intersection of I-30 and 82, where we have a confirmed tornado here. We can still confirm it along with the National Weather Service office. Hey, they see the same stuff that we do, and so it's pretty easy to see what we're looking at is a confirmed tornado. Now, look, this is way up into the atmosphere. This is probably 20,000 feet, something like that. So this debris that may have gone up, this debris could actually just still be up there and the tornado not. I'm trying to think of best case scenarios. But that's not good. Nothing about that is any good. And then down to the south here, we still have this tornado warning that exists, and that's not good either. Although, yeah, that is a huge circulation. This is a downdraft that's occurring. This is what's coming down to the ground and doing so with some super high numbers here. Get rid of that. Go over here. There's some 80-mile-per-hour winds associated with this that are probably coming down to the ground, I think. This is going to be a downburst that's out ahead of the system there overall. And then back to the west, we got some more stuff here. This is going to be to the east of Holly Lake Ranch. Still some 80 and 90-mile-per-hour winds being reported from time to time in this. And I think a lot of this is coming from aloft and then coming down to the ground and collapsing into the cooler air of things, if you will. High-res velocity data backing up everything that we were talking about here in the picture. And then the Rusk storm. There's still plenty of reason to believe that that's a tornado too. This is Rusk. This is going to be in effect. Let's see here. For Rusk and Cherokee County there in northeastern Texas, that goes until 8:15. A possible tornado there near Rusk coming out of the Shreveport office. Nothing really showing up as far as the data would suggest having something aloft or into the air. There's another area. Look at this. Just another rotation. They just keep showing up out of these storms. But there's our other rotation down to the south that we've been watching there as well. Or if you come northward here, you can see embedded within all of this is the same. There's still a storm here near Tyler that we're looking at coming through Tyler, Texas. I don't see anything rotating there, although I do see quite a bit of lightning. And that's linear. That's coming in from the west. There's going to be some big, strong winds that'll be blowing on through that region. And then this is still just a mess of stuff going on. I don't see what's organized there about that just yet. Down to the south, you have the confirmed tornado. The inbound and outbound associated with that is up and along Highway 8, it looks like, south of Woodstock. I believe that's going to be Highway 8. There's where the tornado would be. Let's see if we can still back that up with the correlation product here. You can. Trying to visualize this again. You got to sort of look back and imagine you're the radar, and you're kind of looking at this. And I think a lot of as far as debris goes, this is not concentrated debris. This is still going to be really light stuff aloft. I think the whole here would suggest to me that we're looking at leaves or small branches or that kind of thing, actually, that might be taking place. I apologize, I just slurped. Other than that, the storms that we have further to the north are still tornado warned. A cluster of them up here just to the east of Fort Smith and the radar, which I don't see anything there that looks like a tornado at this point. Would be on the ground, but we have a lot of evidence of where it could happen. This is just a big time meso that is spinning. And if there's a tornado, it's going to be embedded somewhere right in here in rain, wrapped up in rainfall, just south of the town of Peter Pender, which must be his community right there. And this would be a tornado embedded within the rain shield, if you will. Let me see if I can get it to match up with anything. Ooh, see that dot right there? Now, a dot alone doesn't mean anything, but a dot, when it's an anomaly, means something. Let me see if I can see the dot move. I don't think it does, but we'd have to see another image in order to see if that took place. So, lots of warnings there, though. You can see all the tornado warnings. That's going to be Boonville. That's going to be Logan County, going across the rest of the area. And it goes all the way to the north there, if you will, from the Weather Service. Even Tulsa's still holding on to this one, into Franklin County with a possible tornado there. It's had the history, so it gets a free pass for a suspect area. It is definitely going to be a tornado warning still occurring. If you look over here at the warnings that we do have, we have the tornado emergency here for Bowie County, Little River, Arkansas. Tornado warnings here. This one's still in effect for Camp Cass, Marion, Morris, and Upshur counties. That is a tornado warning there. It goes until 7:45. 3 more minutes on that warning. Another Sebastian County, northeastern Sebastian, southwestern Franklin counties, you're underneath the tornado warning there that runs until 7:45. All these are going to have to be updated, extended, or allowed to expire. The Logan County, Arkansas tornado warning is in effect now for the next 2 minutes. Same down into Sevier and McCurtain counties into Oklahoma. That we had a little bit earlier until 8 o'clock tonight. We still have Montgomery, Pike, Polk counties in Arkansas under an observed tornado situation. The Logan County storm is kind of the same. Franklin, Arkansas, that was a radar indicated sort of situation there. Let's look at the radar actually. This stuff is wicked coming across the northwestern part of Arkansas, the Ozarks there, into the mountains just south of Table Rock. This is Table Rock Lake up to the north near Branson, the country music semi-capital of the area. And this is getting up into the Green Forest region there. This is all mountainous area near Mountain Home, Harrison, up in this region. And those are thunderstorms headed on to the east now. Let me make sure what I've got here in the MEDAR data. Dew points. The dew points are still borderline up, even up into here. You get dew points that are into the 60s. You cross over the border and get into Oklahoma, though, and look at these dew points. They go from 63 at Chateau. It's actually Choteau, excuse me. I think that's Choteau. Because I've blown that somewhere in my history. Choteau is 48, 46 in Tulsa, but look, just across the border, it's just 64. In Elm Springs, Farmington, right through that area there. But the big cluster of tornado warnings near Ozark, down to the south into Charleston and Boonville, then down to the south of there. 2 more warnings that are still in effect here as well, near DeQueen. And the tornado warning that we had, that was a tornado emergency. They allowed that to expire. Still an observed tag on this with a particularly dangerous situation embedded, but they don't say it's not a tornado emergency, meaning I don't think at this very moment as we speak there is a confirmed tornado there that is on the ground at this moment. But let me just see if I can see what they're talking about. Put it into the velocity data. The inbound and the outbound is not really across the Red River at the moment. There's so much going on here. You got a lot of vortices that are spinning along this whole system here. And by vortices, I mean these little small spins that are occurring. Radar doesn't lie. It doesn't exaggerate. It's not like a fisherman. Although fishermen cheat these days. I don't know if you saw that, but some fishermen will actually put lead weights inside of their fish. I just watched that. That's just horrible. That makes me sick. DeKalb, there's spin there. There's spin now coming into the polygon on the south side. So that's north of New Boston. I don't see the correlation coefficient that had the drop. Well, it's still kind of there. It's still kind of there, but actually at this point, I gotta believe, and I can't wait to debrief Brett. Unless you're on this and you're looking at the correlation coefficient and you're sitting there and you can see what that debris actually is, you don't really know, especially from my seat here, where I am in studio. Dangerfield, this is the new Dangerfield, Texas tornado warning. Douglasville and Marietta off to the north is, this is Lone Star. See this little area right here just south of the Crossroads community? Well, that looks odd to me. Does it not look odd to you that it's sitting there? So the way to find out whether or not this is something that is aloft is to put this into motion. So I'm going to back it up an image and see if that moves. And yeah, it moves. Both of them move. So this is a confirmed tornado now. Right there, before it came into the polygon, there was something that was aloft, some debris that was aloft. Now as I move along, watch that debris move out of my circle and into the polygon on the south side. So this is again where the debris is now. And now the debris has worked its way up here. It's kind of separated into two places there, right along Highway 11 and just north of Sardis. So you have movement of the debris. That means it's not something that's just sitting there like a smokestack. It's obviously going to be, the anomaly or the difference is going to be moving up into the storm. And so that's basically where that stands overall. Brand new tornado warning again. This is now for Berryville, Arkansas, Green Forest, Arkansas, Oak Grove. You have a new tornado warning. That's going to be right up there bordering Missouri, actually. So we'll take a look at that in just a second here as everything is still moving along to the east, as was first of all thought. Is this a moderate risk of tornadoes? You betcha. This is a moderate risk made over. Two more cells down to the south that are obviously rotating. Weather Service was looking at those, deciding what they were going to do. But rotating storms here, certainly as they come across 40, what is that, 49, 69? 69, 70, whatever it takes. 49? I think it's 69. Rusk, Central High, somewhere in this area here near Salem. Cushing, that's going to be for the next 42 minutes. Tornado warning exists here. Let me look at this. Yeah, there's inbound and outbound there. Very easy to see where the possible tornado is going to be, right in that area right there. And with the confirmation, the correlation coefficient showing a little bit of debris signature overall. You know, we're going to keep this high count ratio, I think, of warnings to actual tornadoes. There's your debris signature here with this storm. We saw it cross over 11 a few moments ago very easily. It is still intact and still following to the north and to the east. I can put this into motion. I'll back it up a little bit with my pen and just show you what it looked like back in time compared to what it looks like right now. So that is a moving debris field working its way back up into the central part of the county. This is going to be right there along the eastern side of Bowie County and Morris. Tornado warning, confirmed tornado. Now, as we look at it, very obviously showing up. The one to the north here into Foreman, this is an observed tornado. It's near New Boston again. This is the PDS that we had a few moments ago. Brett Adair is following this storm. Maybe he'll give us some information. I know he's been trying to. This is where Brett gets... This is where everybody and their brother across the nation wants a little bit of Brett because he has so many people that depend on him to give them information about what has happened. And visually, he's having to cut video and that kind of thing, do all sorts of things at the moment to sort of keep up with what is happening here. So we're going to give him a break on that, but he'll give us the latest information that he does have. A damaging tornado, quarter-size hail being reported right now. A confirmed tornado in Montgomery and Pike County. This goes further to the north here, but it's on the eastern side, if you will. Well, out of Oklahoma, actually, and back into the western side of Arkansas, where we still have this tornado warning. And then down to the south, a few more. I mentioned the tornado warning to the north. We have a brand new tornado warning up here for the next 25 minutes. Berryville's included here. It's northeastern Carroll County, just outside of Arkansas. The Tulsa office went ahead and issued this, located near Green Forest. moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Tulsa, Oklahoma is the governing body there of that tornado warning, which is right there south of Table Rock Lake. I don't know if you've been up here. My gosh, what a beautiful, beautiful part of the country. Table Rock Lake up here is where this storm is taking place at the moment, and still moving on generally off to the north and to the east at a pretty decent pace at this point. We're talking about 45 or 50 miles per hour on that progression as it goes in that general area there too. Brand new tornado warning again. This one is going to be central sections of Arkansas into the Ouachitas. This is going to be actually, this is a continuation. So they moved this for the next 40 minutes now. Ozark, they went a little bit further northward is all they really did. Ozark now underneath the tornado warning here. 3 miles to the southeast of Charleston. History of tornadoes. You betcha. We've seen off and on where they've been producing those tornadoes. And they've been big and bad and ugly, and all sorts of energy has been going through. Look at this. This is what we're looking at again. I think... what happened there? Okay. Man, they're going everywhere. Yeah, so I think we have an embedded tornado within the rain shield. This looks like just a completely rain locked area. This is the tornado, very small in the middle. Remember, even though it's small, the yellow is indicating us to where we have some really high wind speeds. These yellows sometimes get up into the 70s and 80s. That's a 68 there. So some high winds are still associated with this. And then it flanks, look this, the rear whole flank of this is a bow segment now, and the wind is always going faster where the furthest most point is in advance. So the wind is actually going to be at its highest point right at the bow segment right there, and it's pushing this way. So the highest winds are here. They get a little bit lighter as you get to the out edges here, the bow segment, if you will. And that is just a massive, massive storm headed near the town of Clarksville. And going eastward. A new tornado warning up here near the town of Omaha. That's brand new. They just pushed this to the east. That's out of the Tulsa office. That's going to be northeastern Carroll County in Omaha. That's going to be 8:15 is the expiration time on this. So a brand new tornado warning here as well out of the Tulsa office, which is a small triangle. They just cut down the one coming out of Eureka Springs and Green Forest. So that is now a tornado warned storm. That's just on the southern border. That's just before you get to Branson there. Highway I think it's 65 that goes into Branson and comes south. I took my parents there for a trip one time. Just a wonderful, wonderful area there. You know, there's a place there you can go and watch horses. You can watch the horses while you eat. And I think you can say, like, throw me a piece of bread, and they'll throw you, like, from the other side. You say, bread? I don't know if you say bread. I don't know if you say bread. I think I just got a Andy Griffith episode mixed up with reality. But they throw you bread. They throw you food. I think. Tornado warning down to the south. Still have a tornado warning here. It's going to be in effect across Little River, southeastern Sevier, and Howard counties. You're underneath tornado warning there. A little bit further south than that, we have a PDS situation again. This is the one coming out of New Boston a few moments ago. Awaiting word from Brett as to what he has seen. And when we don't hear from him like this, I got to believe that he's out trying to help somebody. Trying to make sense of what's going on there into the area. So we're not going to, again, you can't get upset about that. Tornado warning again down to the south here that we're looking at, traveling northeastward out of London. Big old messy blob coming in from the south side of things. And then you go a little further down to the south over to Rusk. We still have the 2 tornado warnings down here too. Not forgetting about these, but they're kind of out of the main area that we're looking at once again. Velocity data indicating maybe, well, we're looking at 2. And they do overlap. The polygons overlap. So here's one possible tornado just south. It looks like a 79 there. That's going to be a tornado-warned portion of the storm that is rotating right about there. And, well, before I do that, let me do this. That's rotating, and then just south of there is another rotation coming into the polygon. This is going to be on the southwestern side of that one polygon. Another rotation there, which looks like another tornado that would be forming. Do we have any kind of confirmation as far as the radar is concerned? No. Not at this moment. So that's pretty good news overall when it comes to that image. Temperature is now down to 67 degrees. These are dew points, though, so the dew point is down to 67. It's still 73 back over here to Rusk, but it will continue to fall. Look, from Rusk over here to, let me just show you. From Rusk over here to Athens is 40 miles, and there's a 30 degree temperature drop in between the two as far as the temperature goes. So definitely a huge changeover in atmosphere that we're looking at, that we're working over. Remember earlier, 2 hours ago, there were no thunderstorms down to the south, into South Texas. There were literally no thunderstorms. We looked at the data, the modeling data, and it suggested a blow-up of thunderstorms down around Austin, Texas. There were no thunderstorms nearby there. And now, check it out. Our first warning, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but yes, the line filled in down to the south. So we have tornadoes down here, severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Austin. This is going to be for Caldwell, Hays, and Bastrop counties, south side of town, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And if I back this up like 50 frames and I put this into motion, there were no thunderstorms there, 30 minutes ago? See how that just happened? Isn't that amazing that the modeling can kind of pick that out? There were no thunderstorms there, and then all of a sudden you got a big cluster of them. You got a lot of lightning here too near San Marcos, and it's not impossible to have a tornado warning pop up out of this at some point as well. The velocity data again shows you it's all uniform. Everything is moving in the same direction at the moment, so it's not a big deal there overall as far as that goes. Back this up again to that and move forward. Those are thunderstorms headed southeastward. The cluster, if you will, my goodness, goes south to north and starts out here over into the eastern side. Let me get rid of some of this. It's starting to get a little cluttered for me. This is in the eastern side of Texas. Eastern side of Texas, where we still have these tornado warnings that are taking place. From south to north we go. As you look at it, we still have quite a few of these warnings that we've been watching for the last several hours that have been producing high winds. Besides, possible tornadoes, we're still getting a windy sort of scenario out of this that's being dealt with. We have to deal with here into the short term and the long term. Now, as it heads on eastward, we are expecting and projecting less and less in the way of problems in this general area. But this is, again, southward. We got Cherokee, Nacogdoches County, and Rusk County. You're underneath tornado warnings. That's this storm down to the south here, the one that's furthest to the south, just to the east of the town of Rusk, is Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk counties. You're underneath tornado warning because of this. As it moves northward, eastward, through the county, we are projecting. In fact, it looks just like a tornado. I wouldn't believe. It's going to be hard to prove to me that's not a tornado. This is 7 miles to the north of Alto, and Rusk moving northeastward at about 40 miles per hour in and around the area there that seems to be bounded by the county that's just off to the north of 79 to the west and 21 down to the south. So two areas of rotation. One's down here in the southern part of the polygon, another one's off to the north. And whether or not they are on the ground is a little bit difficult at this point. I don't see anything that just screams that to me in the debris signature itself. So we're going to go right now with just two tornado warnings there. This thing over near Kilgore, just south of I-20, is a loner, and it does have some rotation near red level. It is not a warned storm, but it does have some rotation as well as this. This is just to the north of Center Point, south of Gilmer once again, where we have the possibility of a tornado showing up there too. We get a little bit further to the north, and now we're looking at inbound and outbound. It's going to come into Douglasville now on the south side. We're getting a little bit. Here's one of the things that does happen actually is that the radar beam coming out of the radar is down here in Shreveport, Louisiana. There's going to be a point to where the radar, the target is too close to the beam. It's moving parallel or perpendicular to the beam to where the target doesn't get picked up as well, because there's going to be one point there where there's not an inbound or an outbound coming back toward the radar site. It's kind of hard to envision, but there's a radial that goes from the radar site back out where the velocity data coming back to the radar site is negligent. There is none for just a brief second. So I think that's where we are in the radial here at the moment. Still has some spin here. I see spins. I mean, this just looks like a big old fat mess here, but there's spin, there's rotation in some of these storms here that we're looking at that do continue to move in that direction off to the northeast. South here, we got a tornado warning that still occurs here. What is this? This is still in effect out of the Shreveport office for Little River, Sevier County, and also Howard counties, with a possible tornado and all this junk that's occurring here right across the Red River. This is just getting into the south side of Arkansas, so that's one of your first counties as you walk into Arkansas, just south of the Queen. And then the other one where we still have the possible, if not likely, tornado, we'll go to the Fort Smith, Arkansas to take a look at that, is a strong signature here of rotation around this storm that is just to the south of Mena, that is going northeastward, and there it is. There's the possible tornado associated with it. Does it line up very well with the correlation coefficient? Yeah, there's something there. The radial sees something. Maybe it's going to be hail at this point, but the radial does see something that's happening there, and a little bit of an anomaly that's beginning to show up. Back this up just a little bit to show you, and watch the radial come with it. So in conjunction with that, there's something that's going on there overall, moving into the Ouachita National Forest on the southwestern side, and going northeastward. Everything is pretty much going northeastward, excuse me, across the rest of this area. We're about to get a severe thunderstorm watch. Don't know why, but, well, don't say that. Let me look. Let's see why. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see about the watch. In fact, I'm going to turn them both on, tornado watch and severe thunderstorm watch. These are the counties that are still under the tornado watch. Now, it does go all the way almost to Houston here, as you can see. The Woodlands, this is the tornado watch in yellow. That is currently showing up here in yellow is the tornado watch. And now a new severe thunderstorm watch, number 562, should be coming out here very shortly. Try to get some more information about that coming up in just a few seconds here. I see Brett pop back out, or did he? Let's see, Brett did pop back out. This is his vehicle. That is Brett, and that is some yellow lights in front of Brett. And we'll just talk to Brett another time. So you can check out the tornado warnings, the tornado watch. Every time this sort of line moves on through, they drop counties off on the back side of this. And if you look at it right now, the tornado watch is only going to the eastern side of everything at the moment. I may have just asked this thing to do too much. Hold on for a second. Still have the tornado warning for Boone County. That's going to continue here for a little while longer. The Boone County tornado warning that we still have is in effect. Goes for another 30 minutes as that storm moves on to the east. A brand new tornado warning that also includes Laneville, Texas, Price, Texas. You're underneath the tornado warning there too. from the National Weather Service office. I mean, they're still just kind of popping up a little bit here and there and everywhere over the last 30 minutes. You talk about data going in and out of all this. There's tons of it, and it is reason to sort of be paying attention to what's happening here across all of this area, especially down to the south with the flood of severe thunderstorms that are beginning to pop up down to the south. I'm sure that's why they're about to issue a new severe thunderstorm watch. I'm going to have to do this for just 1 second. My apologies. If you're with us, thank you very much for being with us. I really, really appreciate it. It's been a long day, and we've had off and on tornado warnings through the day today. We've been in a horrible area for Brett Adair to be with us consistently, and so we apologize for that. We had a little audio problems here and there from Brett as well, so we've been kind of dealing with that as we've gone along through the afternoon, but still nonetheless tried to get you the information, as much information as I could. Now, this is I've done this for some of you are talking about how long I've been talking. I've done this all my life. I got in trouble when I was like in the 4th grade for talking all the time, and I thought, how can I make this actually work out to be a living? So I actually used to do the weather when I was 10 years old. I did the weather at my elementary school, and I've been doing it kind of ever since. So let me back out. I'm going to go to a different radar. I'm not going to go to a different radar. I'm just going to take a different source for just a moment, if you'll allow me to do that, because everything else is frozen here on this side of things. There are the tornado warnings that still continue. Now they're over into Longview, the eastern side. Tyler, Texas, you still have some thunderstorms there, but they do look like they're about to let up a little bit, perhaps. On the west side of things. So still kind of looking at that as we move along. Let me do 2 things to clean up everything here for just a moment. And I'll get back to our original source. Okay. And again, we still have the yellow is the tornado watch, and that goes until, you know what? So they replaced the tornado watch. They've been dropping all this out. The original one went until 8 o'clock tonight, but it's 8:08, so we know that expired. But there's a new tornado watch that supersedes everything, and that's going to be what is moving on to the east now. And so the tornado threat is 70%. Overall tornado threat. The chance of having an EF2 to an EF5 is moderate at 50%, so that's pretty high. As far as that goes. A few tornadoes likely. A couple of intense tornadoes are possible. Damaging wind gusts to 70 are possible. Isolated large hail is possible. Very warm, moist air mass for early November. And very strong winds through a deep layer, including a strengthening low-level jet across the Arklatex region, will support supercell thunderstorms ahead of a cold front with damaging winds. And watch out for yourself. That's pretty much what that says. There should be a severe thunderstorm watch coming out any moment now. I think I still have it turned on, but embedded within our tornado watch area, within the yellow, are these supercells that are still occurring here. These are supercell thunderstorms that have tornadoes attached to them. Down to the south here, we have the one. This is our furthest south storm, which is included for Nacogdoches, East Central Cherokee counties, Nacogdoches, East Central Cherokee counties. And if we were over in Louisiana just a little bit, that's spelling Nacogdoches right there. That's Natchitoches in Louisiana. So it's a little different pronunciation. But very near the town of Alto, we still have that tornado warning. Why? If you look at our velocity data indicating to us where we have spinner rotation, that's the blue going back into the green. It is I know it's spinning. The radar doesn't exaggerate at all, so we know that's spinning. That's going to be a possible tornado right there. To the north we go, another possible tornado on 79. It's about to cross over and get pretty close to Henderson, Texas. That comes in from the south and goes northeastward across the county at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. We have some rotation south of Longview, And again, looking at all this lightning data makes me very suspicious to what is going on. But yes, there's some rotation right about there with the storm. I don't see anything that says ding, 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 this is going to be a tornado warning. So right now, they're going to allow that to go on by. The other one that's up here near Rock Island, or just to the northwest of Lassiter, that's a strong thunderstorm with a possible tornado tag on that a little bit earlier, but not at the moment. And now if you look northward, an observed tornado is still being reported here. This is going to be a radar-confirmed tornado located 10 miles to the northeast of Hughes Springs, or about 19 miles to the west of Atlanta, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. That is a Cass County, Bowie County tornado warning. Why is it issued? Well, the inbound and the outbound is crazy there, although I think the actual tornado is probably going to be up in here. But let me see if I can find something. They're saying it is confirmed by the radar, so we should see something with this product, which is our correlation coefficient, which basically says east of Douglasville. I don't know. You have to put stuff into motion to really find out what is moving. I see two places that were likely moving, and the one that I think they were counting on is going to be this mess. This was a tornado that right here, for sure. This was when it passed over Highway 77 and then moved northward. And I don't see it like I did. Right there it dissipates a little bit and then comes back up into Maud, into that area there near Maud, and then goes northeastward. The other thunderstorms that we're looking at in Jerks, Mineral Springs, do these have some spin? Well, they have spin for sure. Yeah, that's an ugly amount of spin, actually. Somewhat in advance of the whole thing along Winthrop, Horatio, Locksburg, through that area there near Dirks. Another strong area of rotation that's still occurring here off to the southeast. This is going to be the Mina storm that we were looking at. And Mina being that area there. Now, this is not, see, it's not tightly done so there's not gate-to-gate shear. It's broader shear that is occurring here at the moment within the storm. No reason to believe that would be producing any kind of a correlation coefficient because it isn't. It's not tightly packed enough. But we go a little bit further to the north along 270 or just south of 80, it looks like. Still some of the thunderstorms there that we look at are going to be producing some of the highest winds along with that system there too. So looking out for all of that as we move along. Down to the south, you got Ozark, you got Clarksville, Coal Hill. All that area is still reflecting some of the highest precipitation there into the area that we'll be looking at and following there too. That is going to be a tornado warning storm. Actually, this is an observed storm, telling us this is observed now. I want to know why. Who saw that? Near Clarksville, damaging tornado, quarter-size hail being radar confirmed. Well, let's just look. Radar confirmed. I think it was probably radar confirmed, and now it's not any longer. Yeah, that's what was coming in on. Look, check this out. I haven't seen this very often. So there's your tornado. Here's the damage that was being done by the tornado coming into the county near Coal Hill when it first started. Watch how this stuff curves around and goes and follows the direction a tornado would follow. See how it's got that little comma shape to it? Oh my gosh. And that would make me believe that the actual tornado now that was within, it was right about there. That is amazing. I see something new on the radar just about every time I use it when it comes to this kind of thing, but that's a little bit different there to see that. So a confirmation that was there that I don't think is there any longer. If we put that into motion, you can see how it dissipates there pretty quickly moving northeastward. The last tornado warning that we still have is about to expire. This one was moved. Okay, so it did. They let it expire. So no longer there. That's going to be east of Eureka Springs. Getting up into the mountains there once again, into the northern part of Arkansas, southwestern Missouri. And, okay, so I mentioned there was going to be a severe thunderstorm watch, and they just did that for these counties into southern Missouri. This is a severe thunderstorm watch into Missouri, and that's going to be it goes until 1 a.m. actually, Central Time. 65-mile-per-hour winds or greater showing up in southwestern Missouri and moving eastward across the rest of that general area. And that's what we currently have at the moment. Let me do a little bit of maintenance here for just a second. And get rid of that, and that. Let me get rid of that, put that down. So tornado warnings are the only thing that we really have left up here at the moment. I'm going to put the radar here into reflectivity mode and let this show up here for just a second. I'm going to put my mic on mute. Give me just 1 second. I got to do a little fact gathering here, and then I'll get right back to you. Thank you. the area that still has the severe weather popping up. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings. We have tornado warnings down to the south as well that we are following, all of which we've been looking at over the past few hours with wonderment, actually, because of what was going on, most of which have been the confirmation of tornadoes that were taking place there through the day today. The tornado warnings that we've been having seem to have really confirmed a lot in the last few hours. Now, much of which was going on there early in the day today, about 1 or 2 o'clock, did not confirm. We had an overabundance of warnings that didn't have actual tornadoes attached to them. It's been pretty much the opposite here for the last little while, actually, as we have moved on along. Now, we're looking, I want to go north to south here and take a look at what's happening. With the big picture shows most of the thunderstorms there. They're just to the south. Into the Ouachitas. They're coming out and moving on to the east and to the southeast. And we'll look at the radar. Actually, we'll go a little bit further south and look at the Little Rock radar. There, the thunderstorms coming in from the southwest, moving northeastward through the Ouachitas, the National Forest area, and then continuation of all that heads eastward. Right now, the tornado warning is right there. It's very easy to see it where it is at the moment because it is coming in as an inbound and an outbound marker there, the marker of which is still producing some of the highest winds we've seen so far the day today. Not only because I think we have a tornado embedded within here, we do have the thunderstorms that have popped up and dropping considerable amounts of rainfall as well. But look at all the lightning strikes here too. And some of these inbound, outbound markers are pretty significant through the day today. The correlation coefficient with this is not what we've seen through the day, although see this little area back to the south of London? I'm going to back it up on the radar here for just a few moments and show you. This was some sort of a marker earlier. This had the confirmation. This is why the National Weather Service did go ahead and issue this as a tornado-warned area near Havana, coming across 16 there at that point, and then going northward. That was some kind of debris aloft. I know that because it's still moving and moving out of the polygon, which is reason for the fact that they may go ahead and drop this at some point into the short term, drop at least that part of it unless this ramps back up again. These are all really ugly thunderstorms at the moment too. Let me just go ahead and put that out there. They're all producing some really, really high winds coming in from the west and moving on eastward across the area here. The watches that we currently have, they go in and out, but the watches seem to be abating from west to east now. They're cutting those off just a little bit with time. The tornado warnings that we have had, they've been on the ground during the day today, mostly across northeastern sections of the state of Texas or southeastern Arkansas. So as we look at all that, it still looks like it is moving on to the east and doing so pretty rapidly. I appreciate your viewership today. We've been off and on the air quite often during the day today, but trying to get back on and stay back on here for the moment. This is, again, in the area across northern eastern Texas, southwestern portions of Arkansas, and then through the rest of the area. And I hope we're not freezing anymore. I apologize for that. We lost data for about 10 minutes, but I'd been on 7 hours and 30 minutes prior to that. So that's where we are at the moment. It is 8:51 on a Friday evening, and November the 4th is what we're looking at with a tornado situation here that has once again... Brett and I were talking on the air a little bit earlier, 2 o'clock, and I said, is it going to underperform? And it was iffy at that point, whether or not it was going to underperform as a moderate risk. This is a moderate risk. We've probably had a couple of long-track tornadoes here. We probably had a couple that would exceed an F2 or F3. Sadly, we'll be getting some information on that as we go along. They'll do surveys during the day tomorrow. They're not going to do them tonight. But it is possible and probable that we have had some large tornadoes for the day today. Right now, severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado located near Pine Hill, 12 miles to the east of Henderson, moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour, and in that general direction. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate the confirmation there. It's a little bit difficult to tell. We're still in our beta stages, by the way, of what we're doing. Brett and I were trying to give information to you while he is out and about in the storms. He is feeding me back information here along with his feeds, and we're going to be seeing more in the way of some innovative stuff that we're pretty excited about. Brett is into the drone nation now, and he's all about that. We almost captured a drone today that we were going to be live with, and we're going to do that in the future as we move along. We're trying to look for more and more in the way of ways to bring about the weather, bring it to you so that you can, sort of decide what to do for yourself. The other thunderstorm that we have that it seems to be, I say thunderstorm, well, there's a lot of lightning here, actually, and this is a storm near Cushing that has that look about it. Still a rotation that's involved with the storm there. The velocity data says there's an inbound and an outbound marker with it right about there. And the only thing I don't see is a correlation coefficient that lines up with that, which is good news at the moment. Because once again, we had a lot of confirmations over the last 3 or 4 hours instead of seeing some misses that were coming about. Now as we get down into the state of Texas, a little bit further down into South Texas, Shreveport radar sort of backing up what we were talking about, which is the southern part of this is more about thunderstorms. The whole look at this early in the day today was that we'd have thunderstorms breaking out. The instability, the spin, really would be closer to the low pressure center, which was off to the northwest along the boundary that was going to be our dry line that would be coming on through, and it did. It materialized just pretty much the way we saw it there overall. And so that's pretty much what we're looking at still, that is moving on to the east and coming out of that San Antonio area there down to the south too. They got a little area here that's spinning in San Antonio, by the way. Velocity data shows us trying to curl around. It's out of our tornado watch area, but that doesn't mean it can't happen, because it does so oftentimes happen in that sort of vein. And so that's what we're looking at there too. Confirmation, we've had plenty of them. Here's a couple of tornado where we had the tornado warnings into Cass County. The fire department there has some damage there that we believe is tornado damage. A tornado was reported on the ground. It was reported as being a large, particularly dangerous situation there for a while near Sulphur Springs. Brett was on that storm a little bit earlier, and we did see some video of that. Widespread tree damage that was done in the I-30 corridor south and west of New Boston. Tornado debris signature there that correlates to the damage, also lining up very well with what was going on there too. And the other tornado warnings that we do have a little bit further on to the north, they're setting up there into the northwestern side of Arkansas. We've had them off and on throughout the Ouachitas into the area there just south of Branson, Missouri. Table Rock Lake area, if you will, where it was pretty dominant. To see some of those thunderstorms build in and along that area. They're now moving a little bit further on to the east. We'll go the radar out of Little Rock. We will go the radar out of Little Rock and take a look at what's happening with some of the biggest thunderstorms of the moment coming through Booneville, south through down to Hot Springs. You'll find some thunderstorms there too that continue. The inbound outbound marker here associated with it, not tightly as packed as it was a little bit earlier. There's still plenty of spin here. It's easy to see that, but we don't have a tight couplet. We got this area in between that's breaking that up. So it's more or less of a mesocyclone that's occurring across that region. There's a little tight pack right there that we're looking at the moment, but again, not a whole lot going on with that into the short term, as I think that's just going to pass on by. But that's our tornado warning there across that area. Down to the south, we have more indications around Murfreesboro, south through down into Daisy, and a few points there too. Locksburg. A little bit of information there about some spin that's happening, but just outside of Texarkana, much of that continues to slide eastward as well. The little kink that we have is up here into Daisy and Murfreesboro, and then the one down to the south here that we're looking at is in Texarkana, actually, with the straight line threat there too. This is all straight line winds that are occurring across this region that goes roughly from just down to the south along 69, that might be 59, and throughout the rest of that area, all the way down into Marshall, a very distinct area of lightning near Beckville. Let me see if it's spinning. There is some spin there, some rotation, a lot of little vortices that are still occurring tonight, a lot of little spins, rotations that are occurring within this area. So we'll need to be watching all of that. Move on eastward. Get over here into Cushing through this area here to Fairview and beyond. There's some spin, some rotation that's ongoing right in that region. That's going to continue to slide eastward, move eastward at a pretty decent pace there too. And then down to the south, some more thunderstorms that are still occurring into the area of eastern Texas, eastern South Texas, that, neither here nor there are going to cause too many big problems overall. Brand new tornado warning. Issued now for Danville, Arkansas. This is actually, it's a continuation. I think that's not a new warning. This is a continuation of a warning as everything goes northeastward across the rest of the Ouachitas through the National Forest there and beyond. And here is our other spin here in this area too that we're looking at that will slide eastward to Fulton down to the south over on 69, going all the way down into the Jefferson Marshall area. Pretty big thunderstorms there too that we're looking at. And then just as you move a little bit further to the north, we find some of those. San Antonio radar Austin radar, not much. These are all straight line wind situations that are occurring along the frontal boundaries. It goes from west to east. We've been watching that front through the day today. Head eastward, it has produced off and on some of the strongest winds of the day along the front. You can see winds are coming in out of the west at all locations. All METAR stations back to the west indicating a westerly wind. Where the front has not gone through, we got a southerly wind. Houston and back over into the woodlands throughout this region, we still see those southerlies. But here's your cold front. And as it goes eastward, still you get a threat of thunderstorms. We're going to have those continuing. The thunderstorms continue in this area. An errant tornado warning or two is possible, but it would be, not really anything that we would think would be long-term. This would be a short-term situation. The Okmulgee, we have an LSR here, a report. Let's see, this is near Harold Road in North. Boy, they're going to get very distinct. Well, would you believe a barn blew away? There. And a trampoline. A barn and a trampoline blew away there across. Says pretty bad. A barn and a trampoline both. When you get them both, that wasn't great. So a barn and a trampoline. Just want to remember that. And this one, this is back over. This is along moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. There's a tornado there with quarter-size hail being reported. That was just a few moments ago. Most of it now into Arkansas. If you look at it in these terms, Arkansas back a little bit further on to the east. We still are going to be watching out for some of these thunderstorms to occur and be dropping some of the heaviest amounts of precipitation across those areas. Those are going to be 2 or 3 places that we'll look for as we go into the next few hours. Hot Springs, Arkansas, you're about to get in on some of that as it goes through Hot Springs, Little Rock down to the south, into the Texarkana area. Again, those southerly winds would be popping up along 82. And or you get over here around Shreveport and sort of the same. Southerly winds coming in at Longview, Marshall. These temperatures are going to be quite warm, too. Let's see the LSR here. We actually got a 79-degree reading. 79 over 70, still quite warm and moist. On the east side, this is going to be at one of the stations there near Longview. This is KGGG. And KGGG got a 76 over 72, so it's still pretty moist here. We got 33-mile-per-hour gust that took place just moments ago. Hendersonville. Still looking at 76 over 69, and these conditions get much, much cooler. Look at Dallas now. We got 54 degrees, 54 over 47. Much cooler weather now coming in behind this system on the western side as it kind of pulls out ahead of and away from the low pressure center itself, which is well back to the north end of the northwest. In fact, we'll go for just a minute or two and take a look at the satellite image. And overall, it's telling us the same thing that we kind of already knew, that the low pressure is pulling out to the northeast. Where is it? Well, here's the low pressure center, and it's supposed to be in red. So let me change the colors here. There's your low pressure center right here. So the low's up in here. The actual cold front itself is hanging to the south, pushing on through the southeastern United States. There's your cold front going eastward. Dry air is filtering in behind this very rapidly now, beginning to see that. We still have winds coming in out of the south, though, ahead of the system, and those will be moving into, eastern Arkansas and the rest of the area. And actually, if you really want to know what's happening here, let's look at, I want to see the Gulf of Mexico. Look at this stuff down here, down to the south, into the Gulf of Mexico. On the satellite image, people. Here we go. Not that one. Oh, that's the Gulf of Mexico East. I don't want the Gulf of Mexico East. I want just the Gulf of Mexico. Can I just get the Gulf of Mexico? Nope. There it is. You know what that is? That's the old hurricane. That's the old hurricane, some of the remnants of it. This is the wraparound on the south side. This is in the Bay of Campeche, but some of this moisture is now coming northward from the old hurricane that moved on shore there, Lisa, from a couple of days ago. And a lot of this moisture now comes northward back up into Louisiana, southern Mississippi, Alabama, and beyond. But we got the big barrage of thunderstorms coming out of San Antonio, the back edge of which now moving through Waco and beyond. And then we've got your little blow-up of thunderstorms here and there. This is the area of eastern Texas where we still have a few of these that are ongoing that may kick up for the next hour or two. Brand new tornado warning to the north here, back into Arkansas. We only have one or two more going on here at the moment. And let's see. Here we go with the showers and storms right there in that area there, too, that we were looking at, most of which have made their way basically across the rest of the area that is eastern sections of Arkansas. So we got to watch out for that, too, going through the next few hours. It's going to be a big deal as we move through. Here we go. So right there again, the bigger part of the thunderstorms going eastward. They'll do so and probably eclipse, as far as quantity goes, will still eclipse this going through the rest of this evening. At least some of the heavier thunderstorms that we're looking at will probably be moving out pretty good. Still a good chance for a tornado hitting Texarkana now. Everything's pretty much to the east of that area now. We've got a few thunderstorms lagging, but pretty much everything that's still existing is east of Texarkana. You got a little bit of a thunderstorm still hanging on the very eastern side of everything, but at the moment, that isn't going to be a big deal. Brett and crew, where are they? Well, they're still kind of hanging there across northeastern Texas. Brett's been getting some information from what was happening there just a little while ago in that region. Down to the south here, no more tornado warnings into eastern Texas. That has since been allowed to expire, that last tornado warning. But the two or three that we have right now still occurring here on the eastern side of the eastern side of Hot Springs. Western side of Hot Springs, but moving eastward. Let me get the latest. I got a little delay in my ear. I apologize, but it's a little odd here that just happened. So here's the two or three areas here that we're watching. A little bit further down to the south over the Arkadelphia area. That's Murfreesboro, I believe, and Daisy. Coming on northward, those are 2 or 3 thunderstorms there that we're looking at. And then down near Hope, Arkansas. This is on the south side of everything, just to the east of Texarkana. Still a couple of those storms, too, that we will need to be watching there. Those are going to be pretty strong as they go on from Magnolia northward and eastward. If there's anything going on at the moment, it's probably a suppression of thunderstorms. I don't see near what we had a little bit earlier. Now I'm just going to put all of the radar data on here. You can see much weaker down to the south. I mean, you get from Texarkana down to the south, it is a much weaker scenario. Nothing what it was a couple of hours ago, even from Marshall to Carthage to Longview. Then you go northward a little bit and you run back into the stuff here. This is west of Arkadelphia and somewhere down in that region, south and west of there, but north and east of DeQueen and back up here into the Danville region as well. And then southward to Harrison, that all curves around and gets back into the Mountain Home region. And then what we have happening here in Missouri, this is Jefferson City and back northward. These are all going to be some of the thunderstorms that are headed onto the east there also. So we've been watching out for all of that as we continue to do so over the next couple of hours. The only warnings that we do have are the two that we're talking about here in Pike, Arkansas. That's a radar-indicated tornado warning. Logan, Perry, and Yell counties in Arkansas, you're underneath the tornado warning. That remains in effect until 9:30. And then down to the south, we're looking at Clark, Garland, Hot Springs. These expire in 40 minutes. These are tornado warnings there for Montgomery and Pike counties that are still in effect. So expiration times are pretty close here. But that's these central counties across Arkansas that we're looking at. The actual radar is coming out of Little Rock into the central part of Arkansas here at the moment. And then kind of headed eastward. We'll take a quick peek at the model data here and look overall at what is going on with the forecast. Now, this is what our forecast data is telling us is that, and let me go back to the 0Z because it'll go out for a little while longer here. What are we looking for? Well, as we move along, This is the composite radar, and if you move this forward in time up until 1 o'clock, this is 1 a.m., that's across central Arkansas. It runs down the length of the Mississippi River, and then kind of lining up on the Mississippi River by 3 a.m. Jonesboro, back over to Memphis. At this point, it's a big honking line. This is just a line of severe thunderstorms that'll be moving on eastward out of Monroe, Alexandria, down to the south through this area. At this point, the warm, what might be the warm sector is pretty far down to the south. And this might be actually, these thunderstorms right in here, they're singular, and they may have enough to produce a water spout that would move on shore, maybe something of that general description. Yeah. So if you kind of put that into motion and show you where everything goes, it kind of rapidly moves across the rest of the southeastern United States and weakens with each and every mile that it does so. I'll go back in time here a little bit and show you along the Mississippi River at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. into central Mississippi, roughly western Kentucky, western Tennessee, into central Mississippi along the I-55, going down into New Orleans by about, when is this, 10 a.m. tomorrow in New Orleans, Gulfport, Hattiesburg. You'll see the southern part of this is just an area of strong thunderstorms moving into western Alabama, and then Tuscaloosa. That all even makes its way a little bit further down into Montgomery, maybe even Huntsville, and the Nashville area as we go through our time period there too. Then eastward as you get over into Montgomery, down to Pensacola, and into Chattanooga too. Some of those thunderstorms that we are still looking at. And again, we appreciate you watching us here. I know we cut out there for a little while, and I do apologize for that. I'm trying to answer some questions here. Is Heath in the truck with him? I don't know. He was with Brett a little bit earlier. And you sound pro, and your name sounds familiar. My name is David Neal. I worked at the Fox affiliate in Birmingham, Alabama for 11 years. I worked at WDEF in Chattanooga, Tennessee for 10 years. I worked in Tallahassee, Florida I was a chief in Tallahassee while I was in school there for a while. I worked at the Weather Channel for a while, and then for 10 years I worked at Weather Nation. I was a severe weather guy at Weather Nation for like 10 years. I'm like in my 90s. I know I look good for 88 years old, but yeah, I've been around a long time, buddy, and I appreciate, I think it was a compliment. I think it was. But anyway, I grew up here in central Alabama, and so I've seen enough severe weather to fill a plate or two. And that is how I met Brett Adair. So that's where we are with the HER and what's happening there. The GFS kind of has the same sort of scenario ongoing there too. So I'm just going to get back to radar here and overlook what's happening just to the west of Little Rock there. Your thunderstorms there. The couple of tornado warnings that we still have that are in effect here. That's going to be the tornado warning to the north into central Arkansas near Fourche Valley and Danville. That's going to be 10 miles southwest of Danville, actually, moving to the northeast. Tornado quarter-size hail is quite possibly there, and it does so pretty quickly. And then down to the south, we still have that radar tornado that was indicated there into Spring, Montgomery, Garland, Pike, and Clark counties. Spring, Montgomery, Garland, Pike, and Clark counties underneath a tornado warning. Yes, I was there before the other guy for 11 years. I came in after the other guy that works at the ABC affiliate there. I was his replacement when he quit at the Fox affiliate. And I don't think I'm allowed to actually say more than that, so. Shreveport radar, eastern sections of Texas, Longview, Marshall, down to Carthage and the Hendersonville area. Those are thunderstorms, still strong thunderstorms, but nothing like we saw a little bit earlier that caused problems. So pretty much what we're looking at there as everything slides eastward across that area as well. All this moving to the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour and projected to be, problematic perhaps as we go into the rest of this evening because of the high winds that might be associated with this system, or because of the fact that we do have some of the stronger thunderstorms that are occurring making their way into southern Louisiana now, and the eastern side, the very eastern side of Texas that we're looking at there too, where some of the heavier thunderstorms are still. POE, we'll look at the radar there to just, again, kind of backs up everything else that we're seeing. Front's getting closer and closer to the Louisiana, southern Arkansas line. And as the front goes, so will the thunderstorms. And the likelihood, as the low pressure moves northward, the likelihood of tornadoes is probably moving northward as well. We've seen them migrate out of Texas a little bit earlier, up through northern Louisiana. Now they're migrating into central Missouri, where the most likely area for the next few hours is going to be just to the west of I-55. Right in and along I-40, if you will, and 49 coming in across the Fayetteville-Rogers area. These are all going to be thunderstorms that are still associated with the whole line, a little bit more linear now, not supercellular like we had a little bit earlier, but still we might see some of the big thunderstorms there that can produce a tornado or two that might spin a little bit as we go through time. So we keep that in mind going into the next few hours. There's a spin, a rotation that's associated with this at the moment right there. This is rotating pretty big in this area. Then down to the south, we have a few more that are still ongoing. Down to the south as you get along this system here near Amity and Hot Springs. I don't see why that is a tornado warning at the moment, but maybe it was because it was a little bit earlier. Some spin still going on here along Highway 7 near Clarksville, right up through that area where we have a few in Heber Springs. And this is just a blowout that's ongoing right here. This is some of the storms that are moving out. And in advance of it, you've got the bow echo there. Right here's where your highest winds are going to be. They're always there at the furthest most point of the bow exit region. And they get a little bit weaker as you get on the south and eastern side of all this pretty much. So that's where we are throughout the rest of this area. And then what's happening down to the south here too. So, you know, all of that, you take it all into where it is. And thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. We've been doing about 2 or 3 different channels through the day today. Brett is kind of doing 1 or 2. As I said, we're still sort of in the beta version, if you will, of what he and I are doing here as we continue on. Didn't really expect the moderate risk to happen so quickly into what we are doing. We're going to be doing more and more of this as we go through time. And with more and more people who are giving us information and video, we're going to be checking in with some of the storm analysts who are out and about. I don't really like the word chaser anymore. I don't think anybody's chasing it. I think they're analyzing what's happening and giving that information to us. They're scientists. The ones that we deal with are going to be scientists who are helping us out. So the good news is there, we're going to get rid of some of the chaff here, if you will, around the outer edges of what is real meteorology and journalism, because it is getting out of hand there a little bit with, you know, the 4 feet of snow is going to take place tomorrow. And then you click and you're like, what? I don't like any of that. I worked really hard in meteorology school to try to pass, and I barely passed. And so I don't really like it being made fun of. But that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to do here, and to make sure that we keep everything on the up and up here as we move through this severe weather season. There was a time when I was in Birmingham, Alabama, when the severe weather season was this time of the year. One of the worst tornadoes it was an outbreak. Had my first day of work at TV station in Birmingham, September the 16th of 1996. I began working at a television station, and when we became the Fox affiliate, and I had 41 tornado warnings my first day there. I'd been the chief meteorologist in Chattanooga, Tennessee for about 10 years prior to that, and we didn't have, I don't know that we had that many warnings the entire time I was there in Chattanooga. It's just not, they do have tornadoes there, by the way, but they don't happen very often, at least not into my DMA there. So very familiar with the central sections of Birmingham, very familiar with the nation. Again, I just came from 10 years of working at Weather Nation there out in Denver, Colorado, and I was a severe weather dude there for a long, long time, and got familiar with the nation as a whole. I love that as a meteorologist. I love the fact that I didn't know a whole lot about the western part of the United States. I worked in Minneapolis for quite a while to help the company get started up there, so I learned a little bit about what it's like to live in the tundra there and have to actually plug my vehicle in to keep it from freezing. And then moving out to Denver, what it was like to have snowfall at the drop of a hat. When growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, it was very difficult to see a snowflake. Well, it's not that hard, especially in March or April out there in Denver. So pretty much that is what we're looking at there. Let's see what just happened. New meso discussion was just issued a few moments ago, and I'll just show it to you. Here it is. And what are they saying? They're not saying that. This again from the National Weather Service office saying western central Arkansas tornado watch in effect. Severe threat from tornado watch continues. The risk continues. Increasing as storm mode becomes linear. Damaging wind instead of tornado threat becomes more and more likely in a linear situation than it does in a single cell thunderstorm sort of situation. Surface subjective analysis shows a nose of MOK values 5 to 1,000 in central Arkansas. This is all pretty much what we just talked about a few moments ago, where it looked like anything that was going to be able to spin was going to be a little bit further to the north now, closer to the low pressure, because you're getting there where the heights are direction and wind speed is varying as you get closer and closer to the low center itself. So the linear part of this is taking over more or less, but you can still have embedded tornadoes that occur into this area here too. And that is often what we are looking at. And that's a big area there that we're looking at too, where we still have a lot of these thunderstorms near Danville that might rotate. This one is. I don't see anything that looks like it might be on the ground or anything like that. The correlation coefficient doesn't match that at all. But here's what is spinning there in that general area, and that is what the meso discussion says. We still have 2 tornado warnings there in the western half of Arkansas. The 2 tornado warnings that we're looking at are neither has at this point been confirmed. We had reached a stretch there where everything was confirmed, and no longer is that the case. So we're going down, and that's pretty much where that is as well. Shreveport radar has off and on thunderstorms coming into there, but nothing any longer that is rotating. Nothing is rotating anymore coming in here to the Shreveport office. I'll check that out one more time. Big rotation there, but nothing is tight. There's a little rotation right there near Mendon on the southeastern side of Henderson, but not much is... Not much concerns me there anymore, south and west of Hot Springs and just beyond. So, tell you what, we're going to wrap this up here, and should we get another round? And we're not. It's 9:20 on a Friday evening on November the 4th, and I appreciate you. We've been on for almost a little over 7 hours now, talking about what was happening. Had off and on video. Brett Adair is out and about. Check him out on one of his other channels as well, and we just want to keep you up to date on where we are with everything headed through the Arklatex, southern Mississippi. It all continues to move on to the east, but the threat for severe weather is waning as we speak, at least as far as tornadoes go. So some straight line winds that are going to be in excess of 60 miles per hour that may occur throughout the rest of this evening. I'm meteorologist David Neal. This is Live Storms Media, and we'll keep you up to date on anything additional that should happen through the rest of this evening. And be sure to check out LSM for more video updates. Britt has some cool video of a couple of storms during the day today that you might be interested in as well. Thank you again. I'm meteorologist.